Zadalos. All the sexy people. What is up? What is up? What is up, chat? What is up? कैसे हो सब लोग? आवाज आ रहा है? ठीक है, आ गया भाई. आज पैसिफिक भी खत्म, एनए खत्म, पैसिफिक भी खत्म. अब बचा है इसके बाद सिर्फ इमिया. इमिया, समझ रहे हो? मेरा बंक्स कैसा है? सब बढ़िया है, सब बढ़िया है. अब क्या करेगा? अब होगा ना रैंक पुश बेबी. कल शूट है, परसों से 13 तारीख से 13 शुरू करेंगे अपन. Hey Panko, do you want to do rank push till Radiant? Can? Can. ठीक है. I have a duo. ठीक है. ठीक है. क्या हो गया?
देखो मेरा रैंक पता है.
वो तो तू कर लेगी. इजी है, इजी है, इजी है. कपल गोल्स तो है भाई. एक बात नहीं मालूम तुम लोग को कि मुझे इसने लात मार के घर से बाहर निकाला. देखा ना रील? लात मार के घर से बाहर निकाला, लेकिन इतना इसने मिस किया कि इसने शूट किया.
बांको, तूने नहीं देखा मैंने क्या डाला?
देखा मैंने पीछे. दिमाग तो है, दिमाग तो है. थोड़ा बहुत आ रहा है मेरा दिमाग. ये क्या ट्रॉफी है भाई?
मेरे को दिखा कैसे दिख रहा है?
ये क्या ट्रॉफी है
फुल
भाई? एने का मस्त था. क्या फुल स्क्रीन में वो देखना दिख रहा है प्यारा सा.
अरे अभी कौन आया?
Finals of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, and for the first time ever, we're seeing a
बेचारे
completely new
PRX.
contender on the
लेकिन
finalist board.
पहुंच गया ना
RRQ's
मास्टर्स,
chance
और क्या
to
चाहिए?
secure the stage 1 trophy.
चलेगा.
But look who's back! It's the Tiger Nation, GENG. They are one of our most decorated Pacific.
ये एंगल से अच्छा लग रहा है बे
Master
ट्रॉफी.
Shanghai trophy, and they're the winners from last year's kickoff and stage 2. And RRQ are their opponents, a new face on the stage who come default with a crown. It's the King of Kings, RRQ. And of course, though, these two gentlemen on stage, this is not their first. But
फ्रेंडशिप चल रही है इधर.
Jesse and Texture and Monyak come out there. These are two players that
7 बजे स्ट्रीम होगा ना? ये तो 7 बजे पता चलेगा ना यारो. हाँ,
are in the final.
Yeah, Jemkin, he is the Russian Terminator for me. This guy is just always coming at you, able to find those
आईडी
hits,
जाने
able
वाला
to
हूँ.
have that
थैंक
fragile
बैकग्राउंड में
impact
तेरा.
in the server. One of the best duelists inside of VCT
Huh?
Pacific, but Ash has been a phenomenal up-and-comer. He's going to get a fist bump that he
What is
deserves.
real
His ceiling
plastic?
has been phenomenal on this init role coming in from Gen G
Really?
Academy.
That's right. If Gen G end up winning today, Ash is going to be joining the Royal Roaders as the rookie winning a grand finals. And of course, these are very
क्या हाल है?
familiar faces.
All
You know
good, all
Lumpkin
good
and
मेरी जान के
Crazy Guy.
चोटे.
Now, Ewok has commended Crazy
डांस
Guy
मत
to
बोलना,
stick
डांस
his
मत
voice
बोलना.
in when it gets dark in the darkness for our
डांस मत
team.
बोलना.
Since his addition
दूर रहो
in
वैसल
stage
भाई.
1, I feel like this team has gone from strength to strength. But both of these IGLs incredibly well
अब तो
respected
पता
by
चढ़
their
गया. वो
team.
तो
You see
शाम
the
को पता
lead from
चलेगा
the
ना यारो.
middle role of this chair, really steering that ship forward for both the teams.
2 गेम
Crazy Guy has been a
फिर भी
fantastic
गेम फेल.
addition.
मजा
He is
आता ना?
so
इसका बैग
loud
गया
on
हुआ है
that
जस्ट
stage.
से.
You can hear him
क्यों?
all the way up from
तू
a
नहीं बोला
separate
ना?
floor
क्या?
that we get to
बैग
watch
गया
on
तेरा?
from. Cushy,
Back.
another
हाँ, तो?
fantastic addition and rookie, really making a name for himself
अच्छा, वो
in
dance वाला
kickoff.
बोल
And
रहा?
Foxy9, since his re-addition back
back
into Gen G, has been in phenomenal
आज
form.
फुल एनर्जी है, फुल एनर्जी है.
Yeah, he's
हेल्थ
been going crazy since he
health was not
rejoined. Oh, nice little cheer from him there. He's pumped up today, but he's been fantastic.
अभी मेरा
to
बॉडी
watch,
ऑलरेडी मेरे
taking
को बोल
over
रहा है
on
कि
this
भाई वॉच
center
पार्टीज
role, but
खत्म
Cushy,
हो रहा है.
a real shot for rookie
क्या
of the
प्रेस
year.
प्ले करके समझ रहे हो?
Absolutely. We have a lot of rookies on stage having
Huh?
a fantastic performance.
Huh?
Speaking of rookies, Karen, our favorite rookie
एक दिन
from last
vacation.
year. Great
Let
showing,
EMA
and he was
captain,
one of the key figures
बाद
in
Masters
helping
खत्म
Gen
हो
G
जाएगा.
secure all those
After
trophies
Masters
last year. And of course, Xpera Sparrow. He is
Today.
actually the original David. We call
Huh?
Divide David, but Sparrow is our
Masters
real
अभी चालू हो
David.
जाएगा
I feel like both these players are the real rock of their team, both always dependable, really
next
showing
week
up when
से
you need them
VCT
to,
है,
and
तब
there's
तक
no
ये में
higher
चलेगा.
stakes than today for them to be as solid as ever.
And RRQ and Gen G have coaches we've come to know, come to love. They've been fighting so hard every
map
single
3K,
year
so
for
that
these
with the
kind of
done scene,
moments.
done scene,
Absolutely.
done
I mean,
scene.
Solo, an absolute legend of the TAC
Done
FPS scene, a figurehead inside of Gen G, going up against an Ewok who has steadily been improving RRQ over time, iterating incrementally, and they have finally reached a grand
किसको
final
support
here.
कर रहे हो?
I'm
Gen G
sure
में
he's
भी.
pretty much put
पहला map Gen
everything
G.
he could possibly do on the line. He's probably pulled an all-nighter after
First
the game
map Gen
against
G.
TRX yesterday.
Almost certainly. That match finished so late. They know they have to come in and play again today.
Kaushik
And you have to
bhai, loves you,
rival
मेरे जान
match
के
from your
टोटे.
opponents. I mean,
He said it
who
though.
knows?
He said he would be
Love
here. He won't
you,
sit it
love
on the
you,
couch
मेरी
with
जान
you
के
guys here at
टोटे.
the desk. He said it in the interviews. He's like, I'm going to be here the next 2 days.
भाई
Said this
एक
on
अच्छा है कि
Friday,
fracture
here
ban
he
है भाई.
is, true to his
हाँ?
words.
Fracture
but he's
देखना
facing
नहीं था
Gen
मेरे
G.
को.
It's the team
That's a
that
big W.
always knocks them out.
I mean, it's such a cursed history for RRQ against this organization. It feels like they're different people.
But texture
against
हो रहा है,
Gen G. We
लेकिन
saw this in the
Evoke
other
भाई
finals.
के लिए
I thought that was some of
RRQ
the
जीतना
worst
चाहिए
we'd
भाई.
seen RRQ
बढ़िया
look.
coach.
It felt like a crumble against the Tiger Nation, and as it almost always is, this is a curse that they're trying to live.
एने का अच्छा
to
था
be
ना
able
trophy.
to hoist that trophy today, but will they be well prepared enough?
Yeah, RRQ, they face an impossible task.
Love you
there,
from
and
Hyderabad, love
disadvantage in
you.
every sense of the word in this series. If they pull off this grand final victory, it would be nothing short of phenomenal.
टोरंटो में सनसेट भी होगा
We
भाई.
saw our
टोरंटो
predictions
में
earlier.
नया स्टार्ट
RRQ
देखने
has
मिलेगा भाई.
momentum
तेओ
right
का
now,
हो
and
गया ना.
even then, we still doubt them.
RRQ
All
मेरा
of
डन
our
से.
predictions, I'm going to say all of us are predicting Gen G. 2 of them were biased votes, so the SEA votes. How many times does RRQ need to win for us to believe in them?
क्या लगता है
I don't
20
know,
में
I
चैंप
will
बंडल आएगा?
definitely
चैंप का
believe
पूछना
them if they
पूछता
win.
आएगा.
I
देखने
already
जाए
believe that
क्या
they're going
आएगा.
to do damage in Toronto. I just think this is a very cursed matchup and a very cursed situation.
एने का बाप
for
था.
them.
Actual
And
में
for
एने का
Gen G,
crazy
they
था
were
भाई.
disappointed by not getting to Masters, by getting a third place. Most teams would be happy with a third place in Pacific, but for Gen G, their
Stage
standard
Pacific
is
का बाप है
excellent.
लेकिन.
So nothing short of smashing RRQ
हाँ?
in this grand final will be
I
acceptable.
feel
for
इस
them.
बार
Yeah, I mean, the big
production
reason I went for Gen G, it
Pacific
wasn't
का बाप.
because I think
शाम
they're
को जोड़
necessarily
गए.
better
ये तो
players or
शाम को
even a
पता
better
चलेगा
run
ना
team
विशाल
than the
भाई.
side of RRQ. I just think the deck is so stacked in their favor today. The double veto, the first map pick, the prep
बड़े
advantage,
चमक रहे हो.
and the
4
rest
घंटा सोने के बाद
advantage.
चमकता
It
ही हूँ
all
मैं.
goes their way today, as you say. I'm really rooting for RRQ. I would love to
चाइना
see
का
them
भी डब्ल्यू था.
snatch a
चाइना
win
को
here,
मैंने देखा
but
नहीं.
there's no doubt it's an incredibly hard uphill battle. They have to jog up Everest to win today.
Yeah, we were talking about the scoreline, how everything is in the favor for Gen G, and we say in Valorant anything can happen, but when it's a Korean team who has that advantage, like you were saying, Pilski, Korean teams strive for
Excuse me,
perfection
विशाल भाई
and
वो क्या है?
excellence.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a star-studded coaching staff, as do pretty much all of the Korean organizations. Gen G, DRX, some absolute legends, mixed in with some great coaching
Jordan,
staff to
leak
support
दे
them.
दे,
So
क्या
give
leak
them
तू रे?
plenty of days of prep. Make RRQ run the gauntlet all the way through Paper X and show everything that they had.
Yeah.
Show their flaws, show their weaknesses on some maps, show some of their strengths so that you can be able to have all of that information, all
Cat
of that
miss,
data, and
किधर?
prep yourself for a really good grand finals day today.
Now, both of these teams have had roster
भाई
shuffles,
gaming specs क्या है?
in the
Gaming
season
goggles
and
से भाई
mid-season.
goggles.
And I want to talk about Crazy Guy again. So this, it was so
चैट कौन कौन देखा वो रील भाई? जो भी उधर जाएगा ना, कोड यूज करना बिंग 69, ठीक है? कुछ मिलेगा नहीं डिस्काउंट, लेकिन औरा मिलेगा. औरा समझ रहे? औरा मिलेगा. लॉगिन के टाइम पे बोलना बिंग 69. हाँ, माइंडफक करते हो लोग का. रिसेप्शन में जो बैठा रहेगा वो भी बोलेगा हाँ क्या चाहिए रे तेरे को. औरा ये बोल के -1 हो रहा हुआ भाई. परेशान करने में अपन नंबर 1 है. हरामी है ना.
here to start out Haven.
GENG on the other side, running that Viper. This is exactly where they want to be. Now, RRQ, when they run this double dualism, I want to know your opinion, Pilski. Do you like Monya on the Yoru with
लेकिन
Jemkin on
मस्त
the ISO?
concept है वहाँ पे.
For me
पूरा
personally,
time
I feel like
esports
this should
match
go
से
the other
चलता
way
है
around.
बे.
I think Jemkin's Yoru is fantastic.
The thing, I don't necessarily
Buff
like
concept
Jemkin on the
है.
ISO, but it does
मस्त
suit
किया
his
है.
style. He
Cool
likes
है.
to play
The rifle.
slow and measured. He likes to set up those aim duels. He likes to play very positionally.
चलो
Whereas
देखते हैं
Monya
chat
is
पड़ता है
definitely
कि
that
नहीं.
entering force, and that's what you
बहुत
need to
chat
be.
पढ़
You
रहा
need to be mobile on this Yoru, on this map, for this particular comp. So that's what Monyet's skill set is, and we'll see how it goes. You're not going to see any surprises in terms of the agent select.
अरे
It's just
हाथ
going
क्या
to
दे
be
रहे?
the
तू भी भूल
individual
गया क्या?
teams making adjustments.
Oh, the question is, can GENG complete their comeback and reclaim their throne, or will RRQ's momentum finally crush the redemption arc? And to take us
भाई
through
मैं
the
आ गया,
grand
कैसे हो
finals,
सकती
it's none other
UPI?
than Achilles and Paperthin.
Here we are once again, another grand final. This time,
Final
close
boss.
out stage
Bring my
one.
respect to your
GENG
dedication
versus
towards your
RRQ.
work. Thank
A
you, मेरी
matchup
जान के
as
बेटे.
old as time at this point. A
मेरा
matchup
chat
as
कभी
old
नहीं
as
पढ़ता
you
है,
are.
सबका पढ़ता
These
हूँ.
guys have clashed over and over again.
क्या हाल है
7-1,
सब बढ़िया? चाय
the
पी रहा हूँ.
scoreline in favor of
कम चाय पी रहा हूँ
GENG.
यार.
Today,
मेरे को छुट्टी आ रही है,
RRQ
लेकिन
might be able to
थोड़ा
turn
टाइम
that
बाद
tide
आएगा.
just a bit, but in the biggest way possible by taking them down in a best of 5 and netting themselves their first trophy.
It's definitely doable. You have
मस्त
to start
13
believing in
hours
this
हो क्या है, आप बताओ?
RRQ team. Certainly going to feel like a bit of an underdog coming into this match. GENG has the pedigree. GENG has trophies, not just here in Pacific, but internationally as well. So no doubt about it. For RRQ, a lot to prove. They got their first best of
क्या
5
लगता है,
win
Chad?
in the partnership era yesterday. Can they take it another step further and get their
GENG
first
ना?
Pacific
GENG ना?
trophy?
औरा?
Or is it going to be another
लेकिन कल
one
जैसा
in the
इसने
case
मारा ना
for
भाई
GENG?
खुशी ने, अगर
We
मोनी
are
जमके के
about
साथ
to
अगर
find
आज
out.
भी खुशी भाई
Barriers
मारेंगे
about
ना,
to drop.
इसकी
RQ
बैंड
here
क्या हो
on the
सकती है,
attack
समझ
to
रहे हो?
start. GENG coming into this obviously with the ban advantage.
इसका आवाज आया है.
And Pearl, they start things off here on Haven. We suspect that they are going to be strong.
Yeah.
Munchkin
Ooh.
is already
Huh?
able to find one just to the poison orb as Vanyet is going to be taken out.
That's kind of interesting. Some early spam there. GENG being really reactive on the map right now. Something RRQ was doing a lot in their
भाई
last
ये थोड़ा
matchup just a
बीटी
couple
नहीं है
days
भाई,
ago.
डबल कंट्रोलर
Was
विद
trying to sell
सेंटिनल.
fakes one way, bouncing to a different direction on these pistols. So GENG trying to be as reactive as they can. Drone here.
ये लोग
gonna get the
डिफेंस बहुत
spot
स्ट्रांग है.
onto Foxy9. Paranoia to make sure he's clear. Texture up ahead.
Alone here in this position, peeks in, finds one, but really Bolt not able to come out fast enough to keep himself alive, so Jemkin is able to collect the
Orbital.
kill. Foxy9 at the same time, however, finding
एक
another.
क्वेश्चन था, बोलो.
Is she gone? Orb going to be snatched up.
थोड़ा कैम ऊपर
Ash
कर रहा हूँ.
arriving here at Heaven.
Hold डाल दो,
Shots up,
जीत
but
गया भाई.
also does have salvos for the delay on the plant. As you have 3 players from GENG corralling in around the back. Salvos get flung out. Reposition here just below.
You still got a little bit of util to work with. Still have the concuss. Still have a snake bite.
RRQ
GENG
जीतेगा तो मजा तो आएगा.
space. Well, we could just get it done with the guns.
क्या बोलते हैं?
Yeah, we'll just find a timing there, crazy guy. Eyes set forward as Munchkin bounding
W,
around the
W,
corner,
W, W.
drawing the attention of the Russian
Sunday with the
Terminator.
stream on
And
much
Ash is
chill
then
out day.
thrown down
Love
into
you
the
विशाल
back. The
भाई.
fuse will come through, and that's going to be
जो हारेगा
GENG
वो
taking
बाहर.
the opening pistol.
अब्दुल भाई, फाइनल मैच चल रहा है. फाइनल जो जीतेगा वो भी बाहर ही है. घर पे जाना है इसके बाद कुछ नहीं है. जो जीता वो भी बाहर है, जो हारा वो भी बाहर है. जाना बाहर ही है अभी दोनों को, समझ रहे हो?
To secure every single one of those that they can. And GENG already showing us that they have a little bit of a game plan early. A good counter strat to the drone through the doors to make sure Foxy9 is safe. They get the kill over there. Texture gets his. And it's
मेरे
pretty
थोड़ा
smooth
ऊपर,
sledding
मेरा नहीं रे,
for GENG
कैमरा
this
रे.
way. Ooh, some damage done to
बराबर
Cushy
तो
there.
है अभी
Yeah,
ऊपर.
Munchkin always goes for this Guardian, always likes to spam through into window. Q seemingly getting caught a little bit off guard by that, but already a bit of a rush play coming through onto the side tap of the plant. Still in hand here for Monyet. Munchkin on that peak, decides to back away. As now the push gets ready to come through. Munchkin once again just going to be backpedaling. Monyet now sticking for the plant. Nothing to really dissuade. Jumps around the corner. Shield raised, but Jemkin's still going to fall. Munchkin able to collect it to the end.
W baby.
Wall now. Raised up the tap, just trying to see what they can bait out here, get that util out of the way.
वो साइफर वहाँ पे
On the opposite side, but so much damage already suffered. Crazy guy able to find one. That will be a weapon left on the floor. Texture collecting two. It's coming online. Turns his sights over to a link.
उसका प्लान भी नहीं था बेचारे का.
Fall 2-0 start, one casualty here in the second round.
Yeah, just phenomenal patience being shown
कल
here by
बेरिक्स
Munchkin.
के फाइनल्स में कोई ना उधर मजा आएगा ना
finding
टोरंटो
some
में.
info, knowing they had it fully
यार
committed
जो
to
भी लोग
B,
जा रहे हैं ना
that
टोरंटो
wasn't,
देखने.
you know, made it so that the rest
I
of
am
his team was
jealous
able to
of
kind
you.
of cover the other angles, cover the other sites. And then he
सारी aura वाली
pays the
team एक
price,
जगह.
but Texture picks up a 3K along the way. Texture, by the way,
Tuझे looks like a good
in
player,
terms of
insane.
statistical
Insane player.
performances so far in the Pacific playoffs for stage 1, he is topping literally
ये
every
Viper
category.
वाली
Literally every single
ball
one. It is
क्या है
Texture.
first round वाली
Jemkin right
retake है वो.
behind him, very, very
अरे
close.
क्या नहीं retake करने
But
के लिए.
Texture has been absolutely insane so far, averaging a kill per round, which is crazy good.
Been looking a lot more like his old self, his last year's self. His last couple series. RQ though looking to get themselves on the board. Munchkin does go ahead and reinforces the one lost
Jemkin
weapon
bun
slot with
फाड़ेगा?
a stinger.
नहीं बेटा
Still a good amount of firepower in hand here for GENG. So we'll see how RQ
इधर तो
get
देखा है
themselves into
मैंने
an
texture.
advantageous position here in the anti-bonus.
We know what they're like with these Guardians. We know what they can do.
Who
When
is
they're on
supporting
weaker buys.
Genji,
We saw it so
baby?
much last year. Yes, a slightly different roster this year, but still almost just as dangerous with those one-tap weapons. So you have to be extremely cautious. Bit of an exploration. Let's see if this is going to be a commit or just a fish for some util. Thrown out as well. Clone.
Right here down below.
Oh shit,
That's
मर
gonna
गया,
be Texture
मर गया,
spotted,
मर गया, मर
quickly
गया.
having to reposition as the shots come flying. Protect up a little bit as Foxy9 tries to hold the door here at Garage.
कैसा लगा जो?
RQ poking and prodding,
Lol.
opting to back away. Munchkin
क्या
sends
बचा भी
swap
spam
that
से?
stinger off over to Ash's hands, has the Guardian here. And he's going to look to try to hold the line versus the lion's share of RRQ players. Finds himself a second, looks for the third, can't quite make it happen. Crazy guy dancing around, his Texture about to get timinged. Learned from Xparrow. Managing to find one as the turret gets cleared out. And now it's going to be RQ trying to ship the spike across the map with 18 seconds remaining.
Okay,
Already,
Texture का
players have arrived at the C site.
You got the Tejo here. You've got the salvos. They can play delay.
The sun's coming through. They have the salvos on the exit of Garage. They're going to have to disrespect it, try to run over this, and they're just going to get absolutely mauled as they exit out. Headshot
Time
from
ही
the
नहीं
time
है.
is already gone. The round is already over. This bonus
टाइम
is
था ही नहीं
converted.
वैसे भी.
RRQ
अरे बाप
losing the plot, losing the
रे.
clock. GENG 3-0 to start.
अरे
Great
यही
coordination
जाना था ना.
from Ash and Foxy9, the two
भाई,
new
नेड
additions
OP था
to
भाई.
GENG for 2025.
तेओ नेड ओपी था
Great job
भाई.
by Munchkin. This off angle he takes catches his opponents just a bit off guard. Usually he's tucked in or somebody's tucked in the far corner there, trying to make it a 90-degree
गंडर
angle.
सब बराबर था.
Instead, he gets
तेओ
just a
नेड
little
ने
bit
जो
ahead of
रुका है
it,
ना वो
finds
लोग
two
वहाँ पे.
kills. Like I mentioned,
1.5 सेकंड
they
भारी
are
पड़ा वो.
deadly with those
एकदम भारी
one-tap
पड़ा.
guns. Karan's still going to be holding a Guardian, a weaker buy, just the hero rifle for Cushy. A couple stingers, a couple sheriffs otherwise. But GENG there, just great control of the map. Not giving up too much space, and you can't blame RRQ for making that first pivot over towards A.
ए ऐसा भी कोई लाइनअप का केजे क्या?
Popping off early.
Sure.
I don't want to
Deep
mess with
A
that
वाला?
too much.
तुम लोग के रैंक में
But
कोई करता है क्या
it's a-
चैट?
It's a rose that has many thorns for GENG. Everybody on this team can frag out. So you have to be so careful, and that's something that's been haunting RRQ sometimes this year, where you just have to rely on Jemkin to get those kills. You need some of these other players to step up, and Texture just shutting him down.
I mean, gonna have to start considering popping the shield at every single corner here.
कौन-कौन जा रहा है टोरंटो? PRX जा रही है, GENG जा रही है, RRQ जा रही है. ये तीन
Kill
टीम जा रही है.
contract is going to be online for the next buy
डायमंड
round.
में घंटा दिमाग नहीं
See if it comes into play. As he's done the try to delay. It's going to be that
फिर
clone
से
pushing
डिले
forward.
क्रेजी है भाई.
It's a gate crash across. As a lurk attempt here into mid. Going to be shut down by Munchkin. Who does suffer a good amount of damage, but ultimately does survive.
जब तक ये लोग इन्फो लेके
Up over the top.
साइड पे जा रहे हैं तब तक बंदे लोग
Guardian
गिर रहे
finding.
हैं.
Crazy
हाँ,
guy
सब
now going to
सब
be taken
फाइट को
down.
लोग
Nano gets the pop here
हार
in
रहे हैं.
Garage. And they're just going to storm their way out onto the site. Quick little turn there, but a quick little to tap. Foxy9 will secure the flawless as GENG start off in flawless fashion.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Foxy9 on Haven, with the way he is able to lock down C in Garage. He has really found a lot of success in his side A.
घूमने जा रही है, जा सकते हैं, cheer करना.
Really an improved part of his game. that the GENG coaching staff has called upon him to do.
लव यू भाई
And,
भाई सीखना पड़ेगा
despite
ओके
a
भाई
minor
बहुत बाप के जे वो
setback for him temporarily
बहुत
being
इंसान
benched,
के जे वो
he has bounced back incredibly well in a lot of different ways, and that's something I'm going to be keeping my eye on as this defender side rolls on. You
चलो
have to
में
think for
होता है
Foxy
एक
9
हाँ क्या
how huge this win would be. Never able to find one before.
जस्ट सिंह इससे
despite being
तुम्हें
on
अपना
DRX in
रैंक
the
बताया
past.
पता है ना
He would love to get that trophy.
Oh, Karan.
सेल्फ रोस्ट हुआ
Pushing forward, catching Kuchi off guard. The attention is drawn into lobby. And Karan just tears apart 3 players. GENG set up the call to go for a crunch. It's so damn fast. I barely had time to get the words out of my mouth. We're going to have a timeout. We'll take a look at the replay here. See what really happened.
They just walk
भाई
out
मिड
there. I
पुश
mean,
के
Karan
बारे
just
में
gets
पता
window
ही नहीं
for
था वो
free,
लोग को
and he just keeps taking space. And RRQ there just struggling to recover. They've got 2 players trapped up on
भाई
the
मिड
guarded
पुश के बारे
corner.
में मालूम ही नहीं था वो लोग
And even though
को
Jemkin gets the shield and is able to
फर्स्ट
get
टाइम वो
one,
लोग ने
there's just
मिड पुश किया लेकिन
overwhelming
वो था
odds
सैंडविच
for the
प्ले
side of GENG. And they cannot slow down their momentum, and this is already looking
गलत पे गलत
very scary for
गलत push किया ना?
RRQ. And Ewok, of course, you know, he said one of the things that he felt like his team needed to improve on today was
I think
just
अभी
needing to
3-2
shoot back.
खेलेंगे वो
They
लोग
just
साइफर
needed to
प्लस
shoot
1
back, and we haven't seen it yet.
3 बंदे एक साथ जाके फाइट लेना ही पड़ेगा वो
We
लोग
have been seeing these
Not for info,
soft
but
starts for RRQ.
फॉर ट्रेड
Takes a little while to really get the adrenaline
Trade
pumping,
fight
the
लेना
blood
पड़ेगा
flowing.
बंस पिन करो क्या पिन
That's not
करना है
something
मेरी
that-
जान के टोटी
When you're in a best of 5 in a final and your opponent has had full reign when it comes down to the draft, it's not something that you can really afford to have those weaker starts. We'll see after this timeout if they can go ahead and kick things into gear a bit, because especially starting on this attacker side with this double duelist composition, that's where the bread should be buttered.
Absolutely. And especially, you know, with GENG only having one quote-unquote flash, and that's the paranoia, you've got to find ways to get Monyet involved and get those flashes to connect to break into sites. You know, but like you said earlier, Kilios, they've been getting shut down before they can even use or pop some of their utility. GENG's a step ahead of them.
बंस भाई छोटी
Clear the dart by Ash.
क्या हाल है भाई
He's the sole player over at Long A right now. And everybody's stacking up for a big C
RRQ
site hit. Well, I was
जीतेगा देख लेना दिल
giving Foxy
जीतेगा
9 a lot of
दिल
flowers
जीतेगा
for the way he was playing this site anchor.
I'm with
He's
you
gonna
on
have to
this.
step up or just get out in this case potentially if he's going in.
A lot of it going to be cleared, but right, he's going to be grabbed up here by the kill contract. Will be dead even if he wins this fight, you would suspect. Will get taken down. Texture able to find Monyet. At the same time, Crazy Guy deeping in the back of sight, comes away with 2 kills. The next barrel finds Munchkin. Suddenly weapons are going to be upgraded. And Ash, now revealed by the Nero,
Huh?
is asked to clutch this
जीत
out.
सकता है
Some wild spray across, some damage dealt.
Spike plant.
Jimkin down to 51. Suppressed here for the moment.
अरे स्ट्रीम करो टेक्स्ट करना मेरी जान के टोटी
See what Ash is able to pull off here for the team. Swing out, nothing. Headshot there from Jemkin. We'll get RQ on the board. The
जीत सकता है ना
timeout.
अच्छा
Working a treat.
अच्छा खेला
And you're seeing
लॉल
exactly why that ISO
रेफर
ult
जीत
is
नहीं
so
खेलता आरआरक्यू से
important.
अभी नहीं है वो
Because maybe there's a world
मेरे
where
दो दोस्त लोग थे
Foxy 9
आरआरक्यू
gets
में
1 or 2 in
रेफर
that
सी
kind
और
of
ईजे
unusual position where he pushes forward into the smoke, but that opens up all this space. That allows Crazy Guy to TP farther
Very good
forward.
Fifals.
That allows them to just scale aggressively to the back of sight, start knocking players down.
भाई ये
Been
देख
able
के
to
मन
hold on
करता है
there
रैंक पुश
for
करके
the
खेलो ये
end.
लॉबी
Nice play call, nice timeout for RRQ. Dialing up a set play, a bit of aggression.
होने दो
The
एक बार
coaching staff,
पैंच
but now you've
मास्टर्स
got
होने
texture
दो
with the operator. Got a lockdown for Foxy.
12 घंटा वाला रैंक पुश
Excuse
टीम
me,
करेंगे
dimensional
चैट
drift for Monyet, so some things to consider.
Do you have any way to try to bail him out? The answer is realistically no. Jemkin finds a headshot there on a Foxy 9. Will end up falling right here at the front
अच्छा
of the
फाइट ले
site.
रहे बे लोग अभी
RQ more than happy to go ahead and take that away.
That's a huge first find. That makes it a lot harder for GENG because they have to commit extra resources to the C side of the map.
And they should also know from where the
आसिफ बातें
fast lane
करो
came from that
हेलो
that's one of Texture's setups for the operator. So now they should know that he has that in play. For sure. Dimensional drift going to be called in. Karon unchecked, but wide swung on by Jemkin.
अरे बिस क्या
And he is going to get taken down. 2-player advantage now here for the side of RRQ. Ash alone on the site, waiting for some reinforcements, but going to be overwhelmed and surrounded very swiftly. Texture's bound his way
औरा भाई को देखो
across here
सेव नहीं
towards
करना
his A site, but given that he has the operator in play, you have to expect that he's just going to exit as quickly as he arrived.
Yeah, I feel like this should absolutely be a save. There's just not much left you can do at this point. It would take just one of the craziest plays you've ever seen. So wisely, Texture.
इसका एसेंट वाला ऑफ याद आता है
Munchkin
बे,
gonna
क्या
try to tuck into
मारा
a
था
corner.
बे इसने.
See if he can catch someone from RRQ going for their hunt.
हाँ?
It will be X-Pharaoh out early,
याद है कब?
looking for
बस मैं टेंस
valuable piece
जाएगा
of weaponry.
PRX में क्या ही क्रेजी टीम बनेगा?
Question of whether
रिटायर हो
he'll
गया
get
है
there
वो.
or not, Jemkin.
The answer is what? Okay, the answer is no regarding Munchkin, but what a swing
ये नहीं करना
from
था.
Jemkin. That is
शेर को
nasty.
नहीं भड़काना था. शेर
Did
को
he
नहीं
stop?
भड़काना था.
I think he did that so fast.
हाँ?
That was
What in the
crazy.
hell?
That's unbelievable.
Okay, we'll have to see it back. Both of our jaws pretty much on the floor after that one.
God.
What a shot to hit.
Oh, my
शेर को नहीं
God.
भड़काना था bro.
Okay, guys, listen.
And that's what we were talking about when
Yep.
the timeout was called, was seeing those kinds of shots, those
Kamara
kinds of
be.
plays coming out of Jemkin in
मस्त
particular,
मारा ना
but from the
Jemkin
rest of
ने.
the team as well. And 2 rounds in a row here
ये
for
भी
the
बहुत
side of
consistent
RRQ.
player है ना चैट? जेमकिन.
See just how far they can take this.
Well, and now the bank accounts of Gen G are starting to dwindle. ISO ult missed.
Yeah.
जेमकिन और
But with
एक्सफेरो.
their- They're going to be spotted out. Nano pumps the clone, so Foxy doesn't even have to worry
ये
about
दोनों
it.
मस्त है. कैसा बोचा भाई?
Foxy tucked a little bit further back. Doesn't want to try to challenge that long C angle. Out in the open. Got bested previously.
नेक्स्ट कब मिलने वाले बोचा भाई?
Learned that they need to tighten up a little bit. But Texture.
ना गुडीज
Corner
दिया
was
लास्ट
timing.
टाइम ना कुछ.
Finds one.
चैट गाली दो
Bail
इसको.
himself out, and yep, fast lane will be there to cover the escape. One shot there to the back of the leg. Missed the Achilles heel. Looks like he is going to be able to get Scott out.
All good. मुंबई आ गया वापस.
Yeah.
मेरे को
and
लगा तू मेरे को बहुत सारा गुडीज
changing
देगा यार.
directions again. I mean, some of the game
Huh?
plan here really feels like if you see Texture, don't go that way.
फ्री का वड़ा पाव भी नहीं
But
दिया.
Foxy, nice kill.
Trying to get back to his anchoring ways. He's going to tug forward into the poison orb. Turns out, swings, looks for X-Pharaoh. Cannot find it, but Munchkin catching a glimpse.
30 seconds.
Is able to take him down through the Cypher zone cage.
फॉक्स ने इनका मस्त मूव
Crazy
किया.
guy. Now left to his own
नेक्स्ट अभी जून
devices.
जुलाई 3. ठीक है. बोचा भाई उसका नाम देखना बम है.
And then sprayed down. Gen G putting an end to the monsters run back here from the side of RRQ.
दे दिया गाली भाई. Love you.
6 to the half.
Yeah, they're still sitting on some ultimates too. So they've got a lot of flexibility coming up. Yeah, I mean,
टॉप 2 को
I think almost
AWC
every
में
round that we've
स्लॉट ऐसा
seen,
मैंने सुना है. लोग
once
ने बोला है.
Texture's position has been
तो
revealed,
मैं मान
RRQ
के
has gone
चल
the
रहा
other
हूँ
way. I
कि
think almost every
RRQ
time.
और
And I don't
जेनजी
blame them.
AWC में
Again,
जाएगा.
best player in Pacific right now. If you just look at the
कहता
raw
मैं ये मैच
stats,
जीत गया जेनजी.
and look what he does in game.
It could be 3.
He is absolutely
It
out of
could be
control.
clean 3-0
Definitely
unless
spring season again for Gen G, just
खुशी
like it
भी
was in 2024. They just
मारे.
hit this hot streak.
लेकिन it's very tough.
They're already
कि एक
quickly rotating
initiator
over
मारे.
towards A. A little bit of util sent over that way. Has them thinking that
Until unless
maybe
duelist
RRQ is
face
going to
कर
try
पाए.
to dial up another fast hit. Over there. You know, like we saw after the timeout where they found success. Flash clear util.
Kills में तुम लोग कभी भी देखोगे ना usually
Spotting out multiple
Controller
players.
के
Paranoia immediately going to
kills
be
हो
sent
सकते
down.
हैं और sentinel के हो सकते हैं
Shallow to catch, but RRQ
और
aren't
duelist के
going
हो
to scale
सकते हैं
off of
but
this
initiator
pressure.
का kills कम रहेगा most of the time में
It's a
most
huge
of the
win for
time.
them. They get the paranoia, they clear a bunch of util, they do more damage than they take. Very nicely done.
340 के सुन
Clustered up,
सच्ची
thrown
love
set over towards
you.
A to try to sell a bit
भाई
of
हो
presence
सकते हैं भाई
there.
इस साल 350 के.
Looking for a timing. Slides down the line up for him. Collects 2. X-Pharaoh about to strike in from behind, but Karin now sights turned back over towards main. The drift out. X-Pharaoh able to
चलेगा
find the
चलेगा
one.
माफ है.
Foxy9 still here on the site. The spike now dropped outside of garage.
Free kill,
Foxy
free kill.
swooping in from behind, and it's gonna be with City as Cushy turns back, finds a headshot, but still eats an immense amount of damage. Overdrive now going to be popped here from Texture.
Sorry
For targets,
Foxy.
but they've been split up. The time, however, getting
I'd
away
like to
from
apologize.
RRQ. Cushy pushes his way back in towards C, but the time is just not there. You know the Texture's around the corner. It's the last player you really want to face in toward.
You had
And he will get taken down.
100k loading this
Round
year बनना है
advantage
ना
now
ना.
secured. Gen G up to 7 with 4,
Not
3 more
possible.
to be played out in the half. I can do that.
Good job. Thanks. Proud of you. What an adjustment here from Karan, though. Just loses that early battle.
Oponent के
up
भी
from
होगा
Black,
जॉर्ड
and
गैंग
then
आ
just
गया
steps
तो
up closer, finds a perfect timing with a little help from
मतलब आप मुझे
Foxy9,
उसके वजह से
getting the
देखते हो
glimpse
यार
into the garage from
अच्छी
window,
बात है वैसे
setting things up nicely, and hey,
ए किधर है वो
The sponsors setting up some
Yeah.
watch parties across Asia for us.
we love that. Love to see that.
किधर है वो
All right, no, there's that early spam. And I mean, I'm curious again if Gen G's going to try to put some pressure towards window.
बैंगलोर में क्या हाँ
Early
क्या
spam, trying to condition RRQ that they can't have that
इसने
space.
बोर्ड
And that's
रखा
why I
है
assume
बंग
Crazy Guy
छेटी खोलो
trying to hold that angle just in case that is what all that spam is for. Meanwhile, pushing out with the drone. Karan revealed, and he doesn't clear the drone, but
कल मुंबई में था
Respotted.
मैंने किसी ने देखा
Little reposition. No smoke here, but Paranoia holding them back. Paranoia now going to be coming through his timing pump on the ultimate, but Foxy9
Break in.
taken down. Here on the cross angle, Karan able to find Jemkin, breaks his shield, puts the spike on the floor for a brief little moment, but Monyet quickly trades it back and maintains the advantage here for the side of RQ. Looking for the stun there off the relay, but Monyet out wide, able to find
ब्रो
one.
भाई तेयो बाप है भाई
Trades out another. His pick going to be invested right here in front. Just a recon to work with on the side of RRQ. The fuse starting to be held. The recon doing wonders. Ash going to be taking down the spike, not taken up to half. And with the counter spray, they will be able to fish him out. So Pit going to be lost. RRQ find themselves a third round win.
now once again able to find some success on towards that C site.
थोड़ा रिवील हो गया रे
Jemkin get Monyet breaking through. Foxy9
भाई
trying to
रिकॉन
wait this
उसको ही
Hunter's Fury
चिपकाना
out
है
so
if
he
I'm
can place the
not
lockdown
wrong
safely. Did do so, but at the cost of his life. But still enough time
Recon
for
उसको ही
RRQ to
चिपका
scale
क्या?
forward.
नहीं,
And you
नहीं,
can see
नहीं।
that Gen G wanted to get ahead
मेरे को
of
लगा
the end of
Recon
that
उसको ही
lockdown to see if they
चिपका
could catch RRQ as they were having to
ऐसे
retreat
रिकॉन तोड़ना
outside of the
मुश्किल है
danger
भाई
zone.
वाइपर अल्ट के अंदर डाल दिया भाई
Didn't work though. Monyet just stood his ground, got a kill. Good entries as
ये
well.
जेंजी जीत गया ना लेकिन 7
RRQ
is
can keep it up, get a couple more, make
too
it a
much.
7-5.
heaven में
Tejo util, just keep him pinned in, but Monyet pretty far pushed
but
up
you never
already.
know
Cyber cage to
भाई मोने के पास अल्ट आ रहा है मोने का राउंड है ये वाला
entrance.
If he gets this orb, that's going to be Dimensional Drift online.
भाई ये लोग सच्ची
Like,
स्ट्रीम
gonna play for
स्नैप
this
करते हैं
one.
क्या भाई
Strafing. Rushing forward. And Texture says, well, I can hear you, I can see you, I can shoot you. Clean opening kill here.
हेलो
The rest of the team held at bay. Paranoia goes across, catching on to them, so Monyet has to put the mask on. Goes forward, shield broken, but Jemkin still firing. Does find Karan. As Monyet duking it out here with Munchkin, who tucks forward. Push out of the smoke though, and both of them getting carved up as Cushy finds
Moने
two,
भाई
and
किधर है?
Jemkin just hits
Round
one right
Moने
through
का
the
था।
smoke on the Texture. Right
Comeback
between
आ
the
गया
eyes.
chat।
Foxy says, yep, I want
आज
nothing
और
to
कहीं
do with
होगी
this.
ये तो शाम को पता चलेगा ना यार
Up unsavable. We'll just be looking to hold on to this Phantom.
Yeah, those
हाँ
are those
किसी ने देख के
explosive
कमेंट्री
entries
कर
you're
रहे
looking for with
पकड़ा
the double
गया
duelist. And it was as soon as X-Pharaoh got
पकड़ा
killed by
गया।
Texture, that's when they pulled the trigger. They knew that Op wasn't there. They knew they had that dimensional drift as well. And they could just storm their way through into sight. The Gen G players, maybe a few missteps in terms of their positioning. I think Ash might want to take back that swing out of the smoke, but
Both of them.
yeah, for both of them, Cushy was so ready for that. But regardless, RRQ doing a really nice job there. Combining their util. They should be able to get Jemkin's ult most likely coming into this final round. And that's going to be a huge piece for them. We've already seen
बंग भाई आप
what he
कहाँ
can do
रहते
with
हो
it when he
घर
gets to
में
might add one whiffy one. That's okay. But the buy also is going to be
वैसे से
interesting
इन्वाइट आएगा
for
एनालिस्ट
Gen G.
का
Going to be a little bit weak. Just disrespecting that snake bite as well. Whew, Cushy.
ना भी अच्छा नहीं है
That first one was quite good. And that's just,
Yo,
just
Tava.
assume they're there.
I mean, Jemkin's understanding. He says, okay, he's playing a Neon. He's got an operator. He's going to fast rotate. This is the angle that he's going to be.
जेमकिन का भी
lined
अल्ट
up
आने
on.
वाला है
I can pre-fire that.
Might as well.
Well, Stinger and a Bulldog behind these Phantoms and a Vandal. Weapon advantage here for the side of RQ.
हर चीज का लाइनअप है ना
7-5.
डालते क्यों है यूटिल तो फिर
Rescuing the half considering how
डालने गए
things
नहीं
had
बी पे
started.
कुछ
Still not going to be the greatest feeling given the comp and starting on the attack side, but gives them
भाई
an
लाइनअप
opportunity
बहुत
to certainly
इंपॉर्टेंट है
rescue this
बेचारा
map even further.
Oh, got
हाँ
cleared.
अंडर एस्टिमेट
the
करते हैं
drone,
लेकिन वो ए डीप
Gen G
केज
reading this well.
बी पे शॉक डट लाइनअप्स
They're not
भाई
showing
बहुत
their hand.
क्रूशियल होते हैं भाई ये
Tejo's
सब.
been here literally every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, quad stack here. Texture trying to get out. Karan able to find one. Ash going to be taken out at the same time. Texture does manage to evacuate, but
बेचारा कोई और
down
मर गया.
46. Low on HP. Munchkin still with just the stinger. As that's going to be the grab of the orb. They're looking to try to spray him out. Texture finds
ओह
it.
भाई क्रूशियल उसके बाद अल्टा क्रूशियल किल मारा बे.
Pays the iron price.
Get the neural theft here. Maybe sell a fake.
भाई ये बाप है दोनों सी
Needs
की तरफ
smokes to do
जाएंगे
so.
30
और वो
seconds
भी
left.
डीप सी तक जा सकते हो लोग कभी तक.
Oh, he found the angle. Nice.
थोड़ा जल्दी मारा अल्टा.
Seeing that it's clear, look at the reping here on Foxy. Now that he's the one player closest by. Sparrow trying to slot in behind these players. Knife now out. Spike planted across the map.
Time out.
The quick pivot. They're not gonna get the angles here. Sparrow's not gonna be
क्या
able to find
Cypher
the
late
quite
होएगा
just yet,
या
but
time
as
पे
long as
आएगा?
the rest of the team can try to hold on to the site.
Haran just got
Gonna
out.
be able to find value as Monyet here in front of Platt. Mo's down
भाई
two.
स्पैम नहीं हिटर.
Karan finding that, but now the backstab gets ready to come in. Forward into the smoke. Sparrow getting closer and closer.
shit.
Finds the first, the shorty, drawn out, knows that he's going to be low on HP, but Karan dips in, finds a headshot, swings out! And
भाई
takes
क्या
out
क्लच
Crazy
मारा.
Guy. The 4K Red Bull clutch, Karan secures an 8-4 score for Gen G at the half.
श्योरिटी लेके गया
One
था
round.
कोई दिखा ही नहीं.
Well, the ult could not
भाई
have
क्या
summoned a
क्लच
better
मारा
time there
भाई.
for Karan. He TP's in behind Platt right before X-Pharaoh's about to get to him at defender side spawn. Monyet just knocks down a couple players. Karan's had enough. Sets up the smoke. Oh, poor X-Pharaoh. Expects him to be closer to the spike, maybe on the other side of the box. What a flick there from Karan.
शुभ बहुत सब
The
कुछ
swing
आज
to seal the
yes
deal.
sir.
Woo-hoo.
है क्यों?
This is a player that
भाई
has been
ग्लोइंग so much.
kicking his own ass.
Yes.
To not mince words. He has been, well, here's our,
You have
our
the card
great
now?
casters who won a lovely Asian Predator
Huh?
laptop earlier. Alongside Victoria.
That's not
Get
true.
me one.
I know that's not true. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
पूरा.
But he did win the laptop. So.
He did win the laptop. But for Karan, he's been kicking his own ass when it comes down to his performances so far here in
Genji
kickoff,
making
with
history,
him not
most
being able to make it over the national
perfect.
competition
Genji.
and at the start of stage one,
Genji.
because he was not looking like the
Genji.
clutch god, this guy who has just such crisp, clean mechanics and aim. But these last couple series here in the playoffs, Karan has come alive.
Yeah.
This guy has
बस
been
मैं जब भी वाइटी
resurrected
खोलता हूँ वॉच पार्टी
and
करना
maybe
रहता है.
even ascended even higher than he was before. And it's plays like that that he can
भाई मेरे में एक चीज है भाई अगर मैंने
regularity.
सोचा कुछ करने का ना वो
impress
कर
us
दे.
so very much.
समझ रहे हो?
Well, you could almost see the look
Back
on his
off नहीं
face
कर
after
पाऊँ.
that clutch. That it was relief. It wasn't, you know, that old Karan where he's screaming his head off and losing his mind after stuff like that. He just, you know, just a sigh. And moments like that are, you know, why he was Rookie of the Year last year. And he is
Rookie
starting
of
to
the
look
Year.
better and better, as are all of Gen G. Monyet in trouble, potentially.
Stunned and pinned into the corner. The quick little jump check there from Texture, but cannot realign fast enough.
उधर
Monyet
स्लाइड करने का जगह ही नहीं है रे
looking at kill,
क्यूटी.
RRQ needing this opening pistol. Trying to get themselves
स्लाइड किया तो भी ऐसा लगा कि बंदा वहाँ पे खड़ा है ना.
winning position.
जगह ही नहीं था बेचारा.
Close this gap down. Cut to the noise here from the side of Gen G, but everyone clustered at main. It's going to be swing out. Kills exchange here on both sides. Karan with one, Foxy with another. Jimkin and Cushy fighting back. Now brings it into a 2v3. Spike on the floor.
हार गया ना जेंजी.
On the opposite side of this smoke.
भाई एक्चुअल में कमबैक कर सकता है RRQ. Not gonna lie.
Now you
एक्चुअल
gotta
में
figure out a way to
कमबैकेबल
get
है.
back to that spike. And, RRQ is going to
ओ ये
opt to
लोग
just
फ्लैंक क्लियर कर रहे हैं
hold
लेकिन
it
है ही
down,
नहीं कोई फ्लैंक.
throw the paranoia. Gen G,
What is the game plan here? They have 40 seconds. They're going to go around the world, but then they still have to fight their way down into Long A.
Yeah.
There's a smoke already set up. Granted, it might expire by the time they get there, but there's only 33 seconds remaining. At the end of the day, this is round. It's going to have to end in a scuffle rather than a plan, it feels like.
no, you're absolutely correct. It has to be kills. Maybe Munchkin just anticipating that they were just going to hold the site since they had the angle from the ramp. They're going to They're gonna have to push down soon.
Shot to the shoulder. 12 seconds remaining. I mean, if you're Chemkin, you can just have him run away. Unless this last little kill comes in and he runs out of bullets, and Crazy Guy will go ahead and collect it. Well, things got a little bit silly. And RRQ give themselves their first pistol win. As the gap now, 3 rounds separating the teams.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit wanting. I mean, Texture, I could have sworn saw Monyet when he first ran.
I think he did, but then he panicked, slid into the wall, and couldn't get his gun out.
I think you're right. But it's just kind of an odd situation there. Not anticipating it. RRQ having a lot of fun after that one.
Dear members, it's
Outlaw, Bulldog, Spectre, Ghost for X-Barrel. Is now GENG just thinking about some kind of fast hit.
The request.
Ready.
Try to up the pace.
Binks by Chai count.
Diving in behind.
मैंने आधा कप किया.
Foxy
Oh
finds
my
two and
god,
Nano.
नेट से मेरा मरा.
What is going on? What is this?
नेट से कैसे?
What is this grand final?
Vulnerable
What is
into
GENG
नेट
doing
क्या?
and how are they doing it? Nothing makes sense.
Huh? Is it vulnerable into net?
I am just speechless again. I can't even begin
I think
to
it's
describe
either
what happened
vulnerable
there.
into net. या फिर
Cushy will
respect या
find
ऐसा
one
कुछ
against
into net.
Munchkin, but he cannot find the round.
ये melt हो गए वो
They
लोग.
cannot find the gap close. Ash will pick up the weapon. And I am...
Yeah.
I'm losing my damn mind.
Yep.
Raises
Yep.
ना?
Well, I mean, I know what happened with Karan. I don't know what happened with the Nanos.
Yeah.
Vulnerable into net हुआ
Karan
शायद.
double TP'd.
ना
Snake bite
DK
combo on
के
Nano,
बार
you
spit
can do a
रहेगा
lot of damage.
और वो
How do you get
vulnerable
two
में
people?
net ऐसा कुछ
Both
रहेगा.
of them were over on the right-hand
हिसाब
side
से.
of the site, if you're looking from the map, by the boxes, but see it again. Karan TP's first up on top and then in the back, and just they're not ready for him, and then two people just, oh, it's right at the entrance. Now all the poison cloud and, oh, yep.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Yep.
great start to absolute tragedy here for the side of RRQ. GENG now 9-5 is Cushy. Okay, solid start. The one weapon that they have
Smoke through
in
मारा.
hand.
Follow बहुत आ गया.
Good
Smoke
uses.
through
Munchkin
मारा
gets
शायद.
taken down. Foxy is going to be juggling guns away, making sure they give nothing over these remaining RQ players for free.
And not really much damage
Combo
done
बढ़िया
to
था.
Cushy.
Sexy combo था भाई.
So he's extremely happy with that result. He's the only one with any kind of firepower here. It's just classics otherwise for RRQ.
I am good.
GENG.
Fuck you, T-Bone.
Going to continue to go through it towards A. I
Said
mean,
nice man.
all
Love
of a
you.
sudden
Yeah.
now, GENG
Going.
playing very cautious. Just sitting
they book
back
the
towards
cap?
their spawn, wondering
Then-
where the heck is RRQ? Are they going to
Okay.
be barreling in
last we'll
behind
take
us?
cap.
But you've got that KJ util behind your back,
Okay.
so you're going to feel a little bit comfortable.
Do
The
you have your
problem
phone?
is, this is,
You have my
Stack.
card.
yeah.
Could just be similar scenes to the previous round here for RRQ.
You have keys.
Especially if Cushy is able to come away with some value here. Texture at the ready. Sprints forward, the flash, gets a headshot.
Goodbye.
Texture is able to find one. Sparrow swinging out. Does manage to go ahead, take him down. Weapon going to be abandoned there within the site. The Bulldog as well can get scooped up. So a little bit more firepower here for the side of RRQ. And it's going to be a very fast pivot for the side of GENG. Camera set up on B. Their sights set on C, however. Turn out the back. Trip gets cleared. Crazy Guy going to look to try to buy some time. Stunt, not going to connect. The lineup, though, for Foxy9. Breaks the shield with the first. Collapse them both with the second. And now, just Sparrow with that Phantom in hand. Crazy Guy already forward committed here into the site, taken down by Ash. Sparrow looking to be the hero, finds the first, spots the second. It's the transfer, but now up against Karan. Swings out of the cage, and Karan is good for it, as ever. 10-5. Solid effort from the side of RRQ to pull off a Thrifty.
Thanks.
They cannot answer back in kind.
That's just a hell of a read here. Oh, Cushy. Just walking out there, hitting a nasty Bulldog spray. And then, of course, walking right into the meat grinder of GENG. Foxy9 there, able to find a perfect timing. And then X-Pharaoh with that gun upgrade that he scooped off of Texture's body. almost able to turn this round around, but again, it is Karan who comes up big.
Bye.
Finds a huge kill. Monyet with the
Bye.
up throw. Crazy guy with just a bulldog. So they want to try to see if they can start
Huh?
putting some of this heavy firepower down.
Wait,
Keep Gen G from scaling forward. They do.
There you go. Bates it forward, up now confirmed. TP immediately across over to A-Link. Monyet starting to poke and prod forward here on this B site, and Foxy is going to be another casualty. Monyet now dictating the pace and running the map.
2 streaming PC, 3 AC, nobody.
This is what you needed for RRQ.
अरे लेकिन
Needed
बहुत
the map
इस बार बहुत
control.
चालू किया था. This is already
Gen G.
पुराना.
Scrambling now to figure out what the heck to do. This may just be one of those let Munchkin
Electricity bill देख के डर गई.
make some noise over at A. Everybody else try to find an opening somewhere. Could just be end
क्या
up
Binks
being
आज तो मैं क्यों गया?
maybe a bit of a save, but money's okay.
आज
Don't
EME
need to.
होगा? पता
So,
नहीं.
yeah, they're going to try to press forward. Crazy guy right back here. Oh, Ash just shuts him down.
Just swinging around the side. Cam gets the tap. Crazy guy trying to
Yeah,
swing out
kill it.
punish, but falls to the wayside. Cam retoggled. Look at this, continue to keep Karen revealed here at all times. Dimensional drift going to be used. Monyet pushing forward,
Yeah,
ensures that the
favorite
site
chocolate.
is cleared out. Xpera now going to be noted as the swing out. Karen's still going to
That
get for one because she comes away with 2. And the flash connects. Munchkin's blind.
Technically देखा जाएगा तो अभी भी comebackable है.
So RRQ answering back, not allowing this to get even further away. Still though,
But
down by
chile.
4 rounds.
But you're seeing
Atra.
some of the problems that RRQ was actually having in the first half, where Gen G is just kind of dry peeking some of these angles, and they're being held by somebody. In this case, it's Monyet 2 times. Ash may have been able to get something going, but
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin decided to not hold window. He wanted to control those doors a little bit better,
Really?
and kind of opened up a little bit extra space, I think, for RRQ. Of course, obviously having Jemkin there with the shield allows for much
क्या कर रहे
easier
हो?
ability
मेरे
to push
favorite
forward.
nutties.
And that's another early kill for Jemkin.
Tendencies gets him 1 away from having that kill contract online.
भाई first kill को मिलता रहेगा ना action में comebackable है.
Rough start here for Gen G.
Good news is I think they can get Ash the gun.
Yep. Everyone with a rifle now. Just smoke cycles forward here.
Comeback तो Fnatic का
Gonna be
भाई क्या
textured.
crazy था ना वो game.
Clear out the trip, but looks like they might be opting to pause for a
Solar
second.
नहीं है,
Wanting
solar
to really flood forward. Crazy guy though, pre-firing, but distracted by the nano swarm. Takes his
मर
attention
गया.
away as Texture now sprinting
मर गया.
across, trying to dodge out this Hunter's Fury, but it's going to be 2
दो
tags
जन
at
को
the same
पड़ी.
time. So Texture Ash both down to 45 HP. Spike gets planted.
अभी problem क्या है मालूम है?
Way out.
Ash
As
का
the
वो
vulnerable
देखो.
comes across here behind the box, Cushy lobbed in that shock dart, managing to find Texture, and Foxy9 gets taken down. Ash trying to find a timing, but gets revealed. Jemkin gets the headshot. As Karan will be dealt with. 4K here
Bro,
for Jemkin.
comebackable है.
Oh, not necessary. The fuse comes
Comebackable
through,
है.
and RRQ are now just 3 rounds away.
Still, he threw a phenomenal vulnerable there. Was in a great position, throw it right down Link. And even though Gen G fought back a bit, he just swoops in. And with that shield to back him up as well. Yeah, does the timing there on the pop of the toxic screen. Yeah, that vulnerable, really nicely
भाई ऐसा
positioned.
sound आता है क्या लेकिन जब game खेलते हैं?
Just keep resetting the double tap. That's where things get real scary. You got to start to wonder. Yeah, I was just about to say. I think it's timeout. Timeout
पता नहीं
time
है skill
for
भाई.
Gen G. Got to figure out how to not lose these players early. That's really starting to kill you these last couple of rounds. You know, how are you
Huh?
going to win some of these angles? Are you going to be able to find the counter spams?
हाँ मेरे teammates
couple
निकालते हैं sims.
You've just been read. You know, whether it be they give you
Oh,
that
sick.
space for free in C Garage and Monyet's holding with the op, or they just wait for a timing through A long. So the homework being done by RRQ despite a short turnaround from a long best of 5 yesterday.
See.
हर
what
बार
the
5K
adjustments
like
look
पे
like. I mean,
50 gifted हो जाए.
just kills like that. Just taps through the
घर
smoke.
जाएंगे यार.
Can be difficult to really, come up with a clear solution.
फिर तो बंग भाई नींद से
Jemkin's
हाँ.
game sense
4
clearly
घंटे
is,
सोया मैं बस.
not slipped up at all over these last
ये
days.
वाइडिंग दैट हम लोग ने इतने अच्छे
Well, you either got to commit some of the Tejo utility early to try to push the positions where you're expecting the angle to be held, or just run by it quick as the Neon and pray that it'll do to you again. But there's an Odin to make things a little more challenging. GENG content to keep trying to push
Just
towards
saying, finals में दोनों है.
weaponry and ton of space gained here. So RRQ.
Bit of a correct call
इधर
here.
भी है उधर भी है बे.
Crazy guy chipping back over.
अभी
In
क्लिक
position
हुआ.
to try to go for the spray. Heard the TPs. Knows that Karan is going to be in the site somewhere, but can't quite identify that position. Plant now in here from Ash. Has that Armageddon for the
ये
post
गया
plant.
अभिषेक गया.
Karan just lingering here for the moment. Sends it out. He's going to TP to safety.
Lockdown.
Not wanting to really try.
बुरा
to
मार
lockdown is in
लगाना
play now.
लेकिन आप
Xfero
रेंट पे
back
रह रहे हो.
up
हाँ
on
मैं
Texture,
रेंट पे.
scaling forward. Jemkin off screen, able to find one. Foxy 9 going to be taken down, but Ash finds
एक दिन
Jemkin.
लेंगे.
Texture gets Xfero. Lockdown ends up getting destroyed, but now the red carpet gets rolled out.
टाइम है नहीं है.
Armageddon across the paranoia, not hitting the lion's share of players. The defuse now held to half. It's being stuck. They're just gonna stick it the whole way. As GENG tries to reflood, but they are far too late. Monyet gets in like a thief in the night. The
Nade
defuse comes
defuse
across
पे
the
nade डाला
eve
था,
and holds
एक.
onto the operator. So much investment from GENG.
कितना रेंट है?
All undone
Dilleri.
by one guy
काय
sticking to the
कैलकुलेट कर रहे हो मेरा
defuse.
दुख दर्द.
That's brutal for GENG, but this Odin really annoying in this situation.
दूसरा नेट किधर भाई उसने
Able to
मिस
just hold
किया
it
bro.
down. Karan
दोनों
assumes
नेट
they had
देखो
pulled
किधर
off.
है.
They had not. Monyet happy to just
उसने मिसाइल एक
Get
मिस
into
किया
there
मेरे
and-
हिसाब से.
let fate decide.
Unbelievable.
Ooh, that was close.
Unbelievable.
Cigar on the spray. Let them know, yep, still got this. Will they buy up another one? They know that that op was saved as well. Does that round end up being
कहाँ नेट था? पुश भी पुश.
the death sentence here for GENG?
वो एक नेट एक्चुअल में अच्छा है.
Texture spam down to 17
लेकिन
health.
कंसीडरिंग कि पीछे एक नेट डाले क्योंकि वो लोग पुश करेंगे.
That's Odin Gaming, baby!
Well, it's just
Fun and
जेंजी को
interactive!
That's
जितने
right.
दो
Great to
पक्का
watch.
अगले
Well,
साल
you know,
तक
the
घर
thing is,
आएगा.
for
Love
GENG,
you
it's a
from
pretty
Nashik.
similar
Visit
start to
once
the
and
previous
taste
round,
our
so
wine. Love you यार.
kinda
Love you यार.
playing with fire
I
there.
want to taste.
Not
Missile
really
also.
exploring the map like you would normally expect them to.
हाँ मिसल इतना अच्छा
Group,
मिलता
look at
है.
that tight angle being held by Cushy, but
Backing away the drone. About to tell low. Texture trying to push forward, but Chimkin is there. Swoops out behind the boxes. Takes him down. Finishes
10,
the
10.
job set up and started by Crazy Guy.
लग गए.
he's gonna read this.
हाँ?
30 seconds.
In the spot. C site now broken open. Bit of a hero lurk here from the side of Foxy 9. This Crazy Guy pushing forward
क्या
down
आप
in towards
वही
mid
सोच रहे हो
turret.
जो मैं सोच रहा
He's
हूँ?
in range. Yep, does get cleared out. As ISO ult set Jimkin trying to get a catch over towards Garage, but
ISO
no one there to
ult
receive
भी
it.
waste हो
So it's going to be
गया.
another whiff. Munchkin now. Defensive pit in play here on the site. Monyet traded out for Foxy 9.
Oh, the jump.
Jump up over the top, and Jemkin has to drop down, and Munchkin's right there, ready and waiting to scale forward. Cushy blocked out by the one-way smoke. Crazy Guy now forced to backpedal, and GENG able to recover after the tragedy of the previous round. They'll move up to 11. Still just 3 rounds separating, though. RRQ. Decent money here on several of the players. Still with an opportunity to turn this around.
That's just a massive lurk from Foxy 9. That kill right there might have caught Xfero right as he was toggling between the camera.
कोई सीन नहीं. लास्ट
That-
स्पेसिफिक आज.
Is probably a huge sigh of relief
कोई सीन
for
नहीं
GENG and the
चैट.
GENG
मिस करोगे
faithful,
तुम लोग मेरे को. लास्ट स्पेसिफिक.
because that looked like it might be bad. I mean, Jemkin here, the timing so good. But then on the other side of the map, you know, RRQ had leaned heavily back towards A off of Texture's attempted entry. They left quite a bit of space open on the other side, just kind of hoping that Xfero's util would buy them a little bit of time and info. And instead, it's going to be a timeout for RRQ. Last one here for Haven. As they try to see if they can start stringing some more rounds together. It started to look so good on this defender side. It looked like they really had great
करेक्ट है.
reads, they had
टोरंटो
good
कौन
ideas.
जीतेगा? बंग्स भाई.
You know, the Odin
PRX baby.
spam early to do some damage. You know, Jemkin's covering the drone. All these, you know, getting all these first picks. Like their initial stage is really, really good. Just getting beyond that. You know, can
लास्ट
they
मैच
keep
मतलब
following
पैसिफिक
through?
खत्म ना, अभी इसके बाद सीधा मास्टर्स
Final timeout
स्प्लिट
call.
खत्म.
See what magic it can work.
ए बिडू क्या हाल है, सब बढ़िया. चैट
Win
जितने भी लोग
the
स्ट्रीम देख
follow-up
रहे हैं
2
एक
rounds
बार
for RRQ in the first
लाइक
half.
कर दो यार.
Off the back of this, we'll see if that can paint a similar story. Would put them
Language speed.
distance of tying this up. The pressure you have to imagine mounting
Oh,
for these players.
on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, for the core of Gen G, somewhat familiar territory. Foxy, Ash.
Patel,
They're gonna
bye.
deal with similar,
Thank you
situation.
for the
Here we go
membership.
again. 1, 2, 3.
फिर
Cushy
से स्मोक में
sends
मारा
up
ना
the
उसने.
shots and texture. It's just not catching a break.
फिर
I
से
mean, you
स्मोक
have
थ्रू
the
1 बुलेट
salvos
मारा ना
for
उसने.
Ash still in hand, so they again neglected this angle. They pay the price.
ये रीटेक खेलेगा अभी
Got to
कुछ.
find a way to clear that, whether it be smokes or util.
Paranoia, don't think quite connected onto Cushy. No, it absolutely did not. He's going to be able to find another one. Kara now taken down.
नहीं खेला अभी
Player
रीटेक, एक
advantage
को मार के मारा.
here for the side of
That's
RRQ.
W.
Xpero swooping around from behind. Alarm bot set up. Gives the alert. But now Gen G has to split their attention in so many different directions. Ash swooping forward, but no, it's going to be Munchkin. Foxy finding one apiece.
Bro,
Everyone
क्या
getting a piece of the
hold
pie as
किया है
Ash comes away
भाई
with the
Gen
kill
G
on
ने.
Amon yet. And Munchkin
क्या
will spray
होल्ड
down
किया है
Crazy
भाई
Guy.
जेनजी ने. फ्लैंक भी आ रहा था, हेवन की
Just when it
सिटी
starts
भी
looking good for RRQ,
क्या
Gen
hold
G,
किया
something
भाई.
just clicks.
है.
They hit their shots, and now they're up to map point.
I think that got a little bit
पटेल
awkward
बहन है
there.
वो, excuse me.
Judge in hand for Xpero. Cushy, phenomenal start. 2 for 1 for him. Ash able to get the kill. Munchkin is watching that lurk. Beautifully done.
You
And
are
the
so good,
crossfires are
love you.
fantastic between Ash and Foxy 9.
भाई स्टूडेंट वरना
right on the
पक्का
site.
10,000
You
सुपर
were
करता.
talking about Karan,
Thank you
there you
for
go.
doing
Sighing
everything
at the
for
end of
us.
that
Love
first half.
you.
He's geared
The
up
most
now.
taste one,
Salvos
I love
are
you,
gonna
my
be
There it
guy.
six, and texture this
आप
time,
लोग stream
the one
देखते हो
that
उतना
survives.
काफी है.
Mon
टेंशन
yet
मत लो.
left on the floor, frantically, desperately wanting that orb to try to get that dimensional drift online, but Gen G know exactly what he's going to be trying to do.
That's exactly
क्या
when they
खत्म
needed to
होगा?
dial up
बताऊंगा
that
अभी.
use of the util right at that position. It's been a pain point for them, and they hit a great timing.
घर पे बीवी नहीं
First
है.
kill
Chat.
falling the way of Gen G. Texture down to half health. Has the overdrive. That's about the only ult that's
जाओ
going to
के
come into play
कैसे?
for them. Cushy one away from a Hunter's Fury, though. So if he finds a kill, maybe able to get back off a site if there is an execute towards A.
Hello.
Found you.
Spots out Karan.
मेरे लिए भी एक चाहिए. Excuse me.
Foxy for now still watching behind. Double
आज
pressure
नो membership digger.
coming his way. As Crazy Guy, it's a nice check. Goes in,
क्या
finds
करूँ रे?
3. Foxy though, pushing forward,
चार
turret
member है
spotting,
बस.
and he continues to hold this line, but
बोल
cannot
के
find the
थक गया.
shot. Still the
भाई ये लोग फिर भी जा रहे हैं.
seemingly
See?
being made. As 2 players
उसने
have been
flank पे
noted on
मारा
this side
नहीं
of the
फिर
map,
भी
but it seems
नहीं
like, okay,
दिखा.
Munchkin says, well, let's just split the difference, go right into the center of the map. Overdrive now going to be popped.
Vishal,
Trying to
bye!
judge.
Thank you
Waiting
for
over
the
on this big link,
20
but Sparrow eats so
membership
much damage.
gifted मेरी जान के टूटी.
Jump around the plant. Being stuck, the double face push, looking for the transfer. Here is Chemkin. and he
कैसे
nearly
मालूम पड़ा
finds
गेम
it, but
खत्म हुआ
Munchkin
करके?
survives, 75 health remaining. A stun in, but have they realized that Cushy got in ahead of this?
हेलो?
Crazy Guy gonna go swooping forward. Ash able to readjust. Cushy now
कैसे मालूम
needing to
पड़ा?
try to rely on the
किधर देख रहा है ये
back
stream?
surprise here, but just swooping around finds the headshot.
ये लीक से जल्दी जीत गया करके. Excuse
Now
me?
expiring. A tap of the defuse. Munchkin around the back looking for the timing. Now has been noted. 4 bullets left here in the mag.
ये
And the pinch it
मैं
from
इतना
behind.
डिले में हूँ?
Will put him down.
अच्छा।
13 to 8.
मैं इतना डिले में हूँ क्या? नहीं. हेलो?
Way of Gen G.
Their map pick.
Love you Vishal bhai. Thank you for the
Fall
20
into their
gifted
hands,
जान के
but At
टूटी.
times didn't look great, and it required
Lovely.
some crazy good clutches for them to come through. So certainly RRQ has come out swinging today. They look
ये अच्छा है ना chat.
pretty well
Instead of
primed, in my
3K
opinion. A
super
rough
chat और
early
GP.
start, those first
तुम लोगों
5
को gifted
rounds,
मिल रहा है.
wipe
W
those
ना?
off the board, and this is basically an even map.
Yeah. Right there with you. I think that overall promise
Yes.
from the side of RRQ. Hope that this is going to be a contentious series and one that they absolutely can win.
Hello,
As we
hello.
go deeper into it, we're going to have their map pick up a set coming up. They've looked quite strong there. GENG have certainly had their ups and downs with their Yoru competition
जान
that
के
they've
टोटे
been bringing
मतलब
out. We'll see how they fare though.
फीलिंग है बे जान
RRQ
के
should be
टोटे फीलिंग है
favored moving forward into that one. See if they can give us tight
Then
up
का
set
क्या हुआ
right off the
qualify?
rip and guarantee us more than just 3 maps.
I think so.
Thank you, Binks.
I really
Bye.
do.
Make
I
us
mean, I think
happy.
Genji looks a
Thank
little bit off balance
you.
today. I don't feel like
By the way,
Munchkin
you're
has
Patel
gotten
Bhai
into that
or not
groove with the
Patel Bhai?
I feel like he was a little simplistic here on Haven. Maybe that's just part of their game plan. Maybe they feel like that's all they need to do, and they might have been right.
चैट
But
अभी
they're going to have to
2
be, but-
मिनट चालू होने वाला है और नेक्स्ट मैप चालू होने से पहले प्लीज पिन कमेंट पे क्लिक करो और प्यारा प्यारा कमेंट्स कर दो मेरी जान के टोटे और जो भी आसपास रहते हैं आसपास समझ रहे हो जो भी आसपास समझ रहे हो ना मेरा मतलब आसपास रहते हैं एक बार जाके चेकआउट जरूर करना पटेल भाई मैं बोला था पटेल भाई है भाई जॉर्गन वाला डायलॉग हो जाए वो तो आज पता चलेगा ना यारो शाम को पता चलेगा ना यारो आज नहीं शाम को पता चलेगा वो
To 5, you go in, you
There
ban both
is.
maps, you pick this first
Bangalore
map.
का
And
हूँ,
when we
क्या
saw these two
करूँ?
teams
Miss कर.
play in the upper bracket, RRQ banned out Haven
अरे तो
first, so
Bangalore
they
का है
didn't
तो
have
तू
to
miss
play
कर.
it. GENG know what they're doing by
Ow!
picking this map first. They're trying to get
रुक
RRQ
जाओ.
off on a bad
मैं
spot,
चाय
and
लेके
they
आया.
get themselves this
लोग
1-0
रील
up, which
लेके
is
आओ
massive.
ठीक है
Yeah, it's worked
क्या
well
लेके
for
आया?
them. I thought they would go for Lotus first, but they have gone for the Haven despite the fact that RRQ has shown some promise at times on this map. There are strong points of their comp. The fact that Jemkin can play the ISO, that's starting to grow on me a little bit. Cushy on the Sova has been such a staple. It's great to see him back on that agent because in the current meta, you don't get much of an opportunity to play it, and you can see exactly why you want him on it. 4 first bloods as well on the Sova, and that is just down to how strong his individual mechanics are. He is so good at with that first bullet accuracy, at being able to take some of those opening tools. But GENG, I tend to agree with Paperthin. I think that overall, macro-wise, I wasn't seeing anything I was wowed by, but the individuals are really what won this for GENG for me.
I mean, this is the way GENG have played Haven for a long time, right? We've been saying this about GENG all season: is you know what you're going to see, but can you stop it?
Yes.
Right? They have very, very rigid game plans, but they're very, very good at executing them. This is just their style. This is what they want. So I don't think they're going to feel too worried. I get it. It wasn't the most creative of setups, but if it works, if it gets you across that line, that's what really matters.
Yeah, and we talk about timeouts, and last year we talked a lot about which coaches have called timeouts where they win the round after.
Yeah.
But there's so much more to timeouts than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a little highlight about the timeouts here, and it's interesting there is a little bit of a difference between these two coaches' approaches in timeouts and how many they actually take.
Yeah, we see a big difference in the number of timeouts taken. GENG on 13, RRQ on 35. Which is a colossal difference. So different coaches will have different approaches. You know, GENG, that much more slower style, and if your players can already adapt, you might not need to take as many.
Yeah, and RRQ, they love to take, I mean, this timeout, you see it, the strength of this comp. Multiple big impact ults online. The Yoru and the ISO ult is the central focus of this comp, and you can have so many strong attacking side strats off the back of that, that even though the other team has time to prepare for it, you aren't necessarily able to stop it. It starts with a really nice ISO ult there. You're able to find the opening pick, and even only with a half buy, you can see RRQ crushing into that C site that actually, in most of the rounds, GENG was very adept at defending.
Yeah, I mean, those ults, you're able to brute force, you're basically able to go wherever you want. So it's a smart timeout. I think that's Ewok taking the timeout, saying, hey guys, I know we're down 0-5, but I can get us this round. This is how we play it. And you get your guys on the board, and you get that ball rolling.
Yeah, those rounds kind of play themselves with the ISO Yoru comp. It's a big strength of it, and you can see why, you know, you're throwing Jemkin onto the ISO. Similar skill set to that Meteor, on the ISO, and I said it in the pre-show as well. This guy loves to just take straight aim duels. He loves to play positionally. You add a shield to that, and the fact that he's able to just take a 1v1 aim duel versus you, you're not going to be winning that.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned how the entire squad of GENG just completely stepped up, and they were just playing absolutely phenomenally here. Munchkin and Foxy9 and how they played and how they used their utility was a big part of this.
These two are the secret to their Haven, and especially on this defense, is they don't give you space for free. They will fight you everywhere. Munchkin, especially on this Viper, is rotating into sight. Here we see Foxy9, he's a killjoy. He could go play retake, but he's not gonna do it. They're in your face constantly, and they're battling you the whole way through. I think it's just such a unique comp that they're so good at executing, and you know, we don't see anyone else play the Viper quite like that.
You see them disrupting RRQ before they could really get rolling in a lot of these attacking sided rounds. And this is, you know, I'm sick of this narrative that Sentinel players need to play passive.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he gets aggressive, that he's confident to take the off angles. You see the util combos as well. That was absolutely disgusting with the nano inside of the Toxic Orb. They use the Toxic Orb and the decay so well. Like, you have to retake into a Toxic Orb. And this is just such a win condition for GENG. Foxy9 on the Senti, Munchkin on the Viper on defense, and Charon on an Omen. Yeah. These are 3 players that are just the goods on the multi-frags. If you're running into a site against any of them, they are going to multi-frag you.
Now, RRQ, though, I have to say, they did have some really good ideas on Haven, and we're kind of wondering where they got some of these good ideas. I think you guys spotted something out.
Yeah, I think we have a tweet we can pull up.
Yeah.
Here. This is something I remember from the off-season. So when RRQ were looking for an assistant coach, they ran these open applications, and one part of these open applications was an anti-strat of GENG's Haven. So Ewok has had to look through hundreds and hundreds of anti-strats of this Viper composition. It's such a shame they couldn't get it over the line today, but I think it obviously highlights the strength of GENG of being able to play this same comp and mix some stuff up.
Yeah, they haven't really changed too much. They've implemented the new Teo into the composition.
Are you getting signed?
Obviously, whoever applied needs to be replaced, so I'm just making sure that we look good. I look good in the RRQ jacket.
Are you throwing shade at Warbirds?
Yeah, sorry, Evan.
I thought he's done quite well.
Sorry, Warbirds.
That's crazy hate.
I mean,
he did pretty good, but he didn't secure it. It wasn't enough. How do I look? Do I look RRQ?
You look great.
Very
you
RRQ.
won the build diff as well.
I
You
did.
are the best coach on the desk by
coach
far.
here.
So
That's how you get hired.
actually,
Assistant coach, right here, Chubby Ninja.
I think that could definitely work out well for them. You need to get downstairs quick though. They got another map starting.
But
soon.
they got Ascent. Ascent is the next map, and
Okay,
they already
yes.
got Ascent down. I have to say, Warbirds and Ewok have done brilliantly with this map. When it was the 5th map yesterday against Paper X, I kind of knew it was over. You know, their Ascent's just so good.
This is all about this first half for me. You see, recently, both of these teams having games on Ascent. You did see the last game of GENG, a 12-0 defense against Boom. And then the opening half, what you saw from RRQ was a 9-3 attack against Paper X. And that's going to be the opening half of this Ascent game. GENG have opted to start out on the defense. So both of these teams, despite the poor win rate for GENG and the great win rate for RRQ, they said it going into the 5th map of that series. We had Jemkin in the interview say, we're quite confident in our Ascent as the 5th map of the series. The rest of the series was actually a lot shakier than the 5th and final finishing map, so I can see why they've picked it as their first pick into this series against GENG.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I honestly feel like it's probably their best map even before that lower final yesterday. As you say, when that was the map 5, you know they were feeling good. I'm excited to see Jemkin come back to that Yoru. I feel like his Yoru is so good.
Valo mobile
I think
आएगा,
was
जब भी
fine
अभी
on the
आएगा,
Haven, but it's not quite
तब
as
मैं at least अपने creators
quite
को
as prominent, I want to say.
I'll try to push.
I'm not scared of it.
He's spamming Yoru all the time, so look, I think at the end of the day,
Zara
you're
agar
seeing
kuch
the
kar
old
rahe hain,
meta
किसी
and the
को
new
message
meta
का
of
कोई
Ascent. I
response
think
नहीं है,
RRQ
देखा
have
नहीं
really
रहेगा रे.
defined this meta of running the Yoru as well
कोई है
as
mods
the
जो
Sova
help कर
Teo.
सकता है?
I really like their comp on this map. They played excellently on the attacking side against Paper X yesterday, but over on the side of GENG, they don't like change. They like to just play the meta comp.
कब
And hey,
आएगा?
it worked very
पता
well
नहीं.
for them against Boom the second time they
Hopefully
played
by
it. So let's see if they
2026.
stick to that today.
It does absolutely work for them here. Now, we were talking about our predictions. I think, yeah, we all predicted GENG here, but we had different score lines.
बोलो मैं
I think
हूँ.
if they're going to win one map, I would assume this is probably the one map they win.
कुछ भी बोलो,
But
world
how are
famous तो
you
हो रहे,
guys feeling
शर्म
now?
ही नहीं
Morgan,
है,
we
शर्म ही
both
नहीं
won
है.
for a 3-0 prediction.
I
I'm saying
said-
this
I
with an
said
RRQ
3-0.
thing on.
I said
you know,
3-0
yeah.
because I felt like it was just such a mountain to climb, but I think
Love it,
this is
Banks,
where the
Banks,
best of
Vishal
five
bhai,
really
last
starts
one
for them.
to
This is
love
where
it,
they
Mansu
can get the
bhai.
momentum, but they need a win on
अरे
this map if
DC
they're
mod
going
हूँ
to try
मैं,
and upset
तो
this best
help
of
करना
five.
उसको.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think
उसका message
as
pause
well
का
they
क्या
might
कोई
have to
mods
kind of
कर
change
दे
up their approach a little bit because I felt like
पीछे
Paper X
stream आराम से
yesterday, they
जीतेगा
were set up to
GENG.
defend a lot of the
करते
kind
क्या?
of mid splits on their defense, and that was where RRQ did a great job on the attack, slamming sites a lot more. They were a lot more focused in the mains, but that is now something that GENG has seen. They've seen that cage into B main and the A main contest and the way that RRQ like to pace their attacking side. So Solo will have seen that. He's going to be able to play around that, and playing this meta comp on Ascent, you're going to see texture get in their face, disrupt things. You're going to see the flash plays from Munchkin. I love the way he plays the KO, but let's see which one of these teams is going to get their hands on that trophy.
मेरे
Yeah,
भाई
I mean,
बताओ
if the
मेरे भाई
compositions
यस.
come out like we expect here,
Reel
watch
card आ दिए.
Sparrow on this cipher. That's just what I'm
Instagram
waiting
पे.
for, and Not many changes here.
Yeah, over on the side of GENG, once again, you're going to see Foxy9 on the Killjoy. He was absolutely phenomenal on that agent.
By the way,
just
जो भी
in the
जाएगा,
last
एक घंटा
map of
free
Haven.
है,
Loved
तो
how
एक घंटा
aggressive
खेल
he
सकते हो.
was, but GENG, this is all of these players on signature agents.
Yeah. Our RRQ, exactly what we would expect. Look for the fight in B main. Xfero did such a good job yesterday of shutting that down. He has to do that again today.
All right, well, we are
Simran
going to
की
go
मस्त है भाई,
into
उसका
the
अगर BTS
second
देखोगे ना,
map of
आत्मा
this
जाएगी
grand
तुम्हारी.
finals here in VCT Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
मैं ब्रेक मार
Here
के
we
बोला
go,
गाड़ी
round
आगे
number
क्यों नहीं
two.
जा रहा
We
है.
got RRQ's first selection here in this best of 5 grand final to see if they can tie up the score
Up
line.
GENG,
Guarantee
baby.
a bit more here in this series. Well, GENG, let's mind a little pivot here.
Language
Classics. Texture on the Jet. If they're going to be able to get a 2-0 lead and up to match point off the
बंस
rim.
भाई बंस भाई
Yeah, I
एक
think
किल रहा
this
है,
makes a
इसका
lot of
हेल्प कर
sense
देना
for
फील्ड इंजीनियर
GENG.
का.
Just go back to what's comfortable. Like you and I were just talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just also kind of getting a little ready for Toronto when the Teo Nurse might come through.
Shallow 0 point, just rush here onto the corner, and Gem can
एक
collect
सेकंड
2
रुक जा
quick
विशाल भाई,
kills.
मैंने कंफर्म नहीं किया. एक सेकंड रुक जा.
Shrugs off the suppress, the flashes, everything. Ash just sending out some shots here from Market. Tripwire getting ready to get set up. Amon yet on this top mid lurk, finds Foxy9. And suddenly, GENG
कैसा
scratching their
हो
heads,
बे
wondering, well,
मैं.
how
नाम
do we
लेते ही
even
बंदे
try
ढेर.
back into this pistol. Swing onto the corner, and Monhet
ऐसे
wins the
सेम टी शर्ट
fight.
पहन के बैठा हुआ एकदम डिटो.
Takes down
मस्त है
Kara.
ना.
Now it is all on
वन
Ash.
पीस.
I think Monyet might have had something to say there after he won that too.
Looked like he was looking across the stage at him.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe we'll hear some of it in a replay.
और बिंक्या कैसे जेड पे भाई.
As- See if Ash can get any kind of damage, any kind of charge. Get that ult online. Swing on the corner though. Eventually finds the chest shot to go ahead and pick
Chaleगा,
him
दो
up.
ult
Crazy
points.
guy out wide and switch. We'll go ahead and strike him down, and that's going to be RRQ
I'm
finding
sitting
their
in
second
New Car
pistol
before
win.
you.
Taking the lead nice and early here on Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, you almost feel like a broken record sometimes with RRQ. Oh, Jemkin gets 2 opening kills for you. And then the
Papa
round
भी है
just
क्या,
kind of
Pango?
snowballs in your favor.
One enemy
A
remaining.
few great shots from Monyet as well with the classic. Crazy guy there for the finish. And still some good spirits on RRQ. Another thing that
ठीक है
gonna have
ठीक
to
है.
keep up today. Already a map
तुमड़ी
down,
में
but
कुछ गिफ्ट दे देना ठीक है,
great start.
बिना उनको
Couple-
पता चले.
Couple Vandals, Guardian, and a couple pistols. So RRQ
भाई
trying to
कपड़े पहनो ना
through
पांडा
this.
भाई, क्या है ये.
2 or 3 of those rifles over
देवराज
have a
भाई,
really
thank you
strong
for the
bonus.
membership.
on the follow-up. Meanwhile,
कैसे बोट
GENG,
भाई.
once again,
मैं जीपी नहीं
pushing
चेक
B main
कर
very
सकता, मेरा
aggressively,
फोन नहीं है
but
मेरे पास.
RRQ doesn't care too much about that. They've got the trapwire, they got the camera. They got
बोट
Xfero.
भाई पहले गांड पड़ती है.
Completely ready for that.
मस्त.
It's,
Thank you for the
switch over
45
towards
months
mid.
of cast. Those membership मेरे
Just
जान
gonna
दो
come down here for
MCM.
RRQ to just
Daryl मस्त
get
लगा.
through Munchkin completely
Love you
cleanly.
chat को बोल दो अपना न्यू रील देखने को.
everything
ऑलरेडी बोल
probably
दिया
not
स्केच
gonna be too
भाई. पिन भी करते हैं मेरी
Backpedaling
जान की
here, Stealth
रोटी.
Drone going to try to shut the door.
बाप जगह देख.
But it's going to be quickly broken
खाना भी
open,
बहुत
so
बाप.
no real chance of escape and no real chance to do too much damage.
नहीं किया भाई,
Jemkin's gonna
ठीक है,
be
ठीक
tagged to 72 as
कुछ रहेगा तो बताना.
plant comes out. Salvos will expire and GENG start rotating.
You've got a sheriff on
मत कर
texture.
आदित्य.
It's the only buy
अब
up to
भी
speak
चेंज
of,
कर दो
so
फोटो चेंज. कपड़े पहन लो बस.
are they going to try to commit that to go for some kills? Or is this just going to be a die to the spike? For the side of GENG is the real question. Assumption is you'd prefer to probably just mostly die to the spike, but you
Might
know,
send Texture, try and get a couple one-taps here with the Sheriff.
why not? I'm about it.
As well. Could be noted there by Monyet. With the damage eaten, it seems like widely they will stay back. RQ looking like they're going to send a couple players forward. Granted, they do have 2 with just pistols, so may as well try to go for a bit of a fight here. But Karan, yep, now over onto that flank angle, finds Jemkin, shuts him down. He's now going to be one
बैस
away.
नहीं है, टेक्सचर का दिन
Having
नहीं
that
है.
ult online as Cushy will get Karan here on the back end. 2 remaining players
Texture
from
का दिन नहीं
GENG
है.
go down to the spike, so very clean here for the side of
90k
RRQ.
वाओ. भाई तुम लोग को शर्म आता है 45 months? मतलब तुम लोग को शर्म आता है ऐसे गिनने में? 45 months मतलब कितना साल हुआ? 4 साल ऑलमोस्ट. वो भी डिवाइड करो ना.
Oh, a great reveal there for Cushy off of X.
4 साल से देख रहे हो मस्त भाई. लव यू यार.
Cushy just having a grand old time, and it is going to be just that one Guardian. Otherwise, it's all rifles, half armors. GENG Course into their buy. Not much info off of that. There's a couple players over here.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ 4 साल पहले
Indoor.
मैंने 2000 का मेंबरशिप चालू किया था
Okay.
अभी इन्फ्लेशन के
As the-
कारण
Do you not
Amount
play
बढ़ा
Dungeons and
है?
Dragons?
No, I do
do
not.
you? Yeah.
Okay.
हाँ
See,
It's a Dungeons and Dragons.
a little bit lost on me, but
159
crazy
का
guy
259
finding texture who was
और
lost in
2000
mid.
का
Gonna
10,000
be struck down. Spike gonna be spotted.
क्या बोलते हो?
Left on the floor here as Munchkin tries to hold
Defense
things
play,
down
defense
over
play.
here at Cat. Fragment to try to buy a little bit of time. Actually, he
Defense
will
play,
fall, but
bhai.
Karan covering fire back here onto the A site. Feels off the kill as Foxy snappy on the readjust, comes out of the smoke. Monyet,
नहीं
similar
है ना डिफेंस
scenes.
नहीं है इतना
Takes
अच्छा
down
डिफेंस
two, and
नहीं है
already, even if Monyet does not win this round, the damage is dealt. Just Ash surviving here for the moment. Spike still not picked up, and Monyet looking to do something relatively unexpected as he pushes up into heaven.
It's a nice 1v3 clutch from Monyet.
Does he peek down? He's going around the world here. But Ash still at
30
risk,
seconds
still
left.
stuck into the corner. Swinging out even wider, making it all the easier for him. Monyet with 3, gets the Red Bull clutch, and of course he's on his feet. Bonus conversion, damage dealt, RRQ.
गए
Off to a roaring start.
Oh man, this is just
गए अरे मस्ती
insane.
कर रहे हो रे नहीं
Great
बढ़ा
opener for Crazy Guy in mid. Outdueling Texture, that's huge. I mean, Munchkin knows they got to start coming for that spike, and a lot of pressure being applied by Jemkin. Throwing out the cologne, throwing out the flashes. Able to clear him. But man, oh man, Monyet. That is filthy. Just some clean rifling.
भाई बाप तो खेल रहे हैं यार
That is a huge bonus for RRQ on this attacker side on Ascent.
Swing out, and Jemkin has got players behind him as well. Still is going to be good for the kill, so Foxy 9 dead. Stinger not going to be able to find too much.
हैप्पी बर्थडे सिड बाय many many happy returns of the day मेरी जान की रोटी
Texture now dead. Timing attempt to mash.
3 किल है भाई
It will be felled
ये मैं बाहर
very
के करना
swiftly
next चलो
as
लुटस
RRQ look to just go ahead and flawlessly brush aside the thrifty attempt from GENG.
विजिट जाने का
They are
WATCHPARTY अलाउड नहीं है क्या मैं
in
ले नहीं
cruise
रहा हूँ
control
राइट
right now.
क्योंकि अगर मैं करूँगा तो सब
Every
करूँगा
little
वरना नहीं
trick
करूँगा
that GENG tries to throw their way is just shut down. Jemkin
मैं
in
already
particular
3
on
कर रहा हूँ।
point. Just leading the charge. See if any damage can be done with these stingers, but there's a trap wire right at that door, a smoke at the alley. Very, very difficult to get through. So, okay.
राइट्स लेने पड़ते हैं हाँ
Find one, so flawless avoided. I was gonna say, well, Jemkin's only got
जब कि
950.
एक हाफ में 4 अल्ट मारे दूसरा आएगा ना
That's 6,000 credits. Munchkin will just go down to the spike
करंट
here.
जा रहे हो क्या नहीं रे जो भी लोग जा रहे
Breaks the door to
प्लीज
make sure that he can, but Xpharaoh lingers long enough to go ahead and find the execution.
आप नहीं जाते
And that is going to be a 4-0
लेके
start
जा
to the side of RRQ.
एक दिन
Question is, do
एक
we
बार
get a
सब
timeout
खत्म हो
call
जाएगा
from
फिर फैमिली टाइप
GENG? Timer continues to tick.
Yeah, I think maybe they look a little bit off. They've been kind of falling for
राइट्स का पे करना पड़ता है
tricks. That clone that time kind of gave it away for Texture. He fired onto that first. Monyet 6-0 to start Ascent.
क्यों बोले थे पीआरएक्स
They-
जीतेगा
To keep just hammering away at this B site. Extra reinforcements now. Texture with the operator.
पीआरएक्स जाएगा
Back
तो
off
आप
'cause
भी
that
जाओगे
drone gets cleared. Turret helping out a little bit, but now another dimensional drift.
cannot
Sprinting forward, Texture trying to go for the flick, but they are far too close. Jemkin's still here on his heels, trying to guide them forward as Texture does manage to go
Bro.
ahead, get the shot out, to push into the smoke, and Monyet timing to pin. The same thing
Bro.
happens to Munchkin here in mid as Xpharaoh comes
ले
lurking
जाएंगे वो
forward.
लोग दो
Just
बंदे और
absolute
स्पॉटेड
chaos around this B site. As Karan pushing all the way towards top mid. Here's some of this movement here. I think he realizes he's not going to be able to swing that corner fast enough to try to find a punish, so instead has to pivot back into main.
This is tough for RRQ. They have not much info. By not much, I mean zero. What was going on this side of the map. So took a bit of a gamble, able to find their way through.
Planted.
But Karan has that extra angle created. Just needs to find the right time. Seemingly RRQ kind of suspecting with those
ओ उनको
salvos
लग
sent
रहा है
towards
अभी एक
line.
खाली है
Something might be
रिकॉन
amiss
और
in that
नेट के
part of the
वजह
map.
से ब्रो
Uncleared. Paranoia. Catching on a crazy guy. Texture now, though. Under pressure. Dashing back and has the pincer maneuver from the side. Does Xvero.
Bro, clean जीत रहा है भाई.
Toggle on the cam. Karan desperately trying to chip away to get that headshot. Cannot make it happen. Swings out a little bit wider. Tucks back time. Starting to get away. Challenges him for the fight.
Clean जीत
But
रहा है bro.
Xvero stands
RRQ.
tall. 5-0 now. RRQ.
Bro,
Will not have any
clean जीत रहा है
survivors,
bro.
but they've got cash aplenty. And they have the exact same start that we saw from GENG on the previous map. 5-0 to kick things off.
Oh my gosh, again. The information utility so good for RRQ, getting the
Xvero का
stops
lurk
and
भी
making
sexy है
it
ना?
easy for their players to
Even
shoot through
में
walls.
बढ़िया काम कर रहा था.
Karan, just not much he could do at that point. Just a great hold on the site. GENG here going to finally pull the trigger, and RRQ has just done to GENG. GENG did
Hey,
it on
dance
Haven,
मना
a
क्या था?
5-0 start to force that timeout. Kind of figure out what exactly is going wrong. I mean, these entries.
Hey,
for
विशाल भाई
RRQ
ऐसा
are
मत
so
करो. Dance मना
explosive.
क्या था? Hello.
Just doing a great job of clearing util. Obviously, you have a couple dimensional drifts pretty
अच्छा, मैं
quickly
back
because of
पे थे.
Chemkin. That makes things very easy
आंटी
as
मार
well.
रहे विशाल भाई मेरी.
So you got to find a way to stop this and stop it now. And you already lost your operator, which is one of your biggest win conditions oftentimes on this map for GENG. Get texture, at least on the defender
Chinese
side.
commentary
Get
समझ में भी
texture
नहीं
that
आती.
operator.
English commentary होता है
Let
भाई.
him just shut players out. But that Yoru is making it very difficult to do. They need to
Dance
find
विशाल
a
भाई
new
किधर?
answer to this.
कब मैंने क्या था? देख ले क्या
I
मैसेज
don't
डाल
know.
रहा है.
Good
मतलब
luck.
Well, here's the answer. A judge, 2 sheriffs, a vandal, and a
on
stinger.
The
screen
judge
बोला था.
actually probably can help.
Only if they elect to push towards that angle, which at the moment they are not. RRQ continuing
WhatsApp
to
क्या
favor
क्या
this
हाँ
side
हार
of the
रहे हैं ना.
map.
जंजी
To
पिक
try
किया
to
था ना
clear out
मैंने.
some of that early position util here. Munchkin.
वाईटी पे नहीं
forward,
होता. Twitch पे होता
catches
रहेगा.
one. Chemkin quickly trades it back out.
Flash.
Ash with just that sheriff. Forced back into alley as the drone goes up and over the top. Texture. Tailwind here at the ready. As Karan now repositions. TP's into boats. Has that judge in hand, but gets timing.
Timing crazy. Back
Texture
पर फिर
locked
से
off
लड़
there
गया
and
था.
market. Dead.
फिर
As the
से.
Herald Depth reveals all. Foxy 9.
Fuzzy, thank you so
Dead to
much.
rights.
Last moment वो करने को.
Ash now trying to see if he can do anything else. He cannot. And RQ have done what
अरे नहीं.
GENG could not in that opening map. Which is now move up 6-0. The dominance continues, but now we get into another bye round here for GENG.
Well, I think GENG is rotating away from this when Munchkin starts to get under pressure, but another kind of point of contention here for me with GENG right now is they're relying on contact duels, not on utility, whereas
Thank you, Fuzzy.
RRQ is able to either get info or, you know, if a player dies, it's an immediate follow-up with util of their
Velo
own,
Mobile का क्या सीन है?
kind of deal with their problems.
Next year तक आ जाएगा.
So Salvo's out to make sure they've got this orb. Crazy guy now has the Armageddon. You have a
किसको
Hunter's
सपोर्ट कर रहे
Fury.
हैं? GENG
Now
baby.
you've got the Operator, you got the Blade Storm, you got Munchkin.
Technically
bolt,
देखा
but
जाए. Technically.
I don't know.
Well, to avoid it at every
तो
twist and
comeback
turn,
भी possible नहीं है.
I say, as they start rotating back.
हाँ?
Texture's been given up this space awarded to him, but Stealth Drone can force
Done
him back.
है.
Tailwind
Done है
not yet
विशाल भाई.
popped. Drone to try to
Done
lead
है.
it. Now he's getting suppressed, and he's going to be stuck in here. Flash turned away from. Shot goes right over Chemkin's shoulder. A ping reveal from Ash. Lets him know, oh yeah, there's plenty of targets in here, but you're not getting the opportunity for any of them.
Again, just great util usage. Causes GENG some big problems. On yet even TPing. Oh,
Karan waiting for the timing there, and because of that, they play it patiently,
NHK,
and then they flood in.
एक प्ले काम नहीं कर रहा है.
Every single layer.
एक play
peeled
काम नहीं
back.
कर रहा है.
Ash does manage to find
30
one here
seconds left.
on the flank.
Spike
Sparrow maybe
planted.
thinking that everyone had already corralled forward into that A site, but it seems like Munchkin was already calling to go for the save.
GENG को
They
last time
rotate
इतना
back
बुरा
into B main, grab this
किसने
operator.
मारा था?
but
एक
that
गेम
is
हारा था
about
GENG.
it.
मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा. कोई तो एक
Still
गेम हारा था
going to
GENG.
be winless here in the half.
बहुत गंदा हारा था. लेकिन
it's
उसके
just
बाद
so
सारे
well
मैचेस
thought
जीते
out
थे वो
right
लोग.
now for RRQ. They're just beating them at every twist and turn.
Jemkin's about to have his, what, third dimensional drift in, in the half?
Third. You're correct.
At round 7.
बूम के सामने क्या?
Could have 4, no problem. And I mean, and you didn't even have to use the Armageddon or the...
हाँ, बूम गया था ना, undefeated.
Kill Jemkin, but pays the price.
Traded out. They know that Ash is going to be holding the operator. Cuts one down. Looks for a little bit more, but cannot get the shot onto Cushy.
Obby save नहीं किया है.
Everything taken from
7-0, bro.
7-0.
7-0.
Now with the dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury behind it. RQ might not be stopped anytime soon.
No, this is just crazy. And again, you have 2 huge ultimates still in the bank. Not counting the dimensional drift that Jemkin just got. Because he just deposited that.
उसने कर पा रहा ना, but texture का नहीं चल
Extremely
रहा है.
challenging. And I mean, RRQ would be fine just not
Texture
using him here at
ball
this point,
feeling
other
low
than
with
this one.
another
This one
goal.
you're happy to cycle.
Knives pop. Jemkin immediately forward all the way, sprinting up into the A site. Clear on the turret, the spot on the 1, Foxy 9, hit by the first, dead to the second, Cushy, able to claim it, the combo working out, the knives going wide, and the salvo's right there, texture speed, layer after layer from RRQ.
Clean, bro. Clean execute, bro.
Absolutely
Clean.
gorgeously read, gorgeously prepped.
Clean
And
execute,
they are now
bro.
looking at a
Huh?
flawless first half.
भले वो लोग का बाय वीक था लेकिन यूरो वर्ल्ड इनटू
Because god damn,
सोवा
what a reply that
ऊपर
would be to
तेव
the
ने
first
ताकि
map.
बैकअप भी ना आ सके.
This is something special right here. Jemkin gonna ping out for his Zova. The Hunter's Fury connects, clears it out. The salvos are perfectly placed.
भाई स्ट्रीम स्नाइप हो रहा हूँ क्या मैं?
Anybody can do on GENG. Texture shut down, Jemkin frying. They have no ability to control this orb because of the salvos. They have no response. And that just allows RRQ to keep cycling ults. This is actually kind of starting to be a glaring weakness with this comp for GENG, is they can't control these orbs unless they throw bodies at the problem. And RRQ's happy with that.
SN strong yeah.
Because they can either just use the util to bully you away or just they're winning the fight. And everything's starting to snowball out of control. GENG money starting to dwindle.
भाई ये भी
again,
बीटी देखा
obviously.
मिड स्मोक डाल के रिकॉर्ड डाला और वापस फेक यूरो टू पिक किया.
Foxy's trying to
वो
get a
लोग को
lockdown
मालूम नहीं है
online.
अभी यूरो किधर है.
Would be nice.
Hasn't been able to get that.
No. I don't even know when Munchkin used his ult. No idea.
I don't, yeah.
Bro.
These rounds are so fast.
He tried to use it and just died immediately. Munchkin, speaking of which, trying to hold things down and market re-swings, double face. Foxy does manage to find a kill, and that does give him now the lockdown. Has that available. RQ, though, pivoting.
30 seconds left.
Start working across here towards A, and Foxy 9 dead.
30
Xpero
seconds
on that
था,
lure.
मार देना
Able
चाहिए
to
था
find
Foxy
one.
को.
Texture creeping back, gonna try to flush this out so they can keep their attention paid forward onto the site, and he will be able to do so. Cushy able to find Karan, Ash dead, and now it's just Texture in a 1v3.
10
सोवा
seconds.
का भी
They're
अल्ट
not tagged
है.
up. There's an Armageddon on the other side.
फॉक्सी का भी अल्ट क्यों यूज कर रहे लोग?
Noise has been made. The drone
Yeah.
reveals the drop down, the swing. 9-0. Ult not even necessary. Jemkin, 2 away
Oh, he's getting it
from
this
having
round.
his 4th.
I think he's getting it this round. I mean, again, though, Munchkin just trying to hold his ground. And sure, he might be able to get
Fuck.
some damage, but it's not really winning. He's not able to buy extra time using utility or anything. He's just taking these dry fights and losing. Or at best, getting one and done. And then the coordination on that A execute was so good from RRQ. Clearing the space at the front of A with the salvos. Crunching together at the right time between short and A main. Extremely well drilled. And you do have a little bit of weaponry to speak of. for
WhatsApp
GENG.
off कर रहे बाबा.
Guardians, Texture as a Phantom.
होटल बाय का मैसेज
See
था
with
भाई.
that Sheriff, though.
हाँ? क्या रे तेरे को?
Push in.
Again.
Get dead.
Same thing.
Karan does manage to find one. Paranoia going to be sent out, repositions. This time Texture out in the mid, able to intercept the flanker, so Xpero ends up falling down.
Entry
Ash
का तो
gonna see what he can possibly get. Finds nothing, but Texture finds Crazy
टाइमिंग हो गया
Guy.
बे. मोने मार सकता
Suddenly
था
it seems
उसको.
like at least in this round, things have started to click for
ना?
GENG.
टाइमिंग हो गया.
for the first time on Ascent. Gun barrel spotted out. The white swinging. Caron trying to challenge him for the fight, but Jemkin on the other side stands tall. The drip now online gets the headshot on the Texture, dinks through the corner. Spike not yet planted. You're trying to fight for some space, but Texture does manage to find that kill. And now they can suspect where Monyet is repositioned. Goes for the spray, but it's going to be Mr. 4K who wins it out in the end. GENG get themselves on the board in round number 10. But it feels like it's far too late.
It almost feels over already.
Bro, Karen, कितना
I'm
time
not going to count the GENG players out just yet, but they pretty much have to win these next two for me to feel like there's any hope. I mean, just
even a 9-3.
I know it's not normally great.
No idea.
But I mean, that round just, frankly, just gets broken open by Texture. Able to find the timing
But
in the
RRQ
courtyard.
is in form, bro.
That's really what
Especially
that boiled down
Jemkin.
to. Early knife.
Crazy good
Sees the
खेला वो.
Tejo. So it's still just going to be the B strong side hold. Texture again wants to get a little bit aggro, but that drone ready and waiting for him.
Cleared out.
Yep.
And we'll just go ahead and slide back here at Pizza. Munchkin trying to hold the cat again. Once again, falls to the wayside. Dimensional drip now. Coming through from Jemkin.
Angle में घुस के मार रहे भाई.
No broken form, just sprinting around. Here's the footsteps from Texture. Knows that he's going to be bounding up. And then the exit, the site completely held. No one to speak of. Reveal onto one, spray down into hell. Texture does come away with that kill. Equalizes the player count now into a 4v4.
नहीं ना कुछ अल्ट नहीं है, नहीं कर
God
सकते
tier
retake.
paranoia here from Karan. Just hits back
Connect
Gen.
on the two, but yet back Gen's going to be good enough to get them into this one. And now Karan swings out from main.
आसमान देख के बैठा था
looking
बेटा.
great here on the retake. Xfero
बोला ना easy है बे, retake easy था ना chat.
in towards the
Double
site.
retake.
Cannot make it happen. Texture. Another
Spike
round
like
for him.
in 1 hour
Another round
50
win for
gifted.
GENG.
Donald Duck भाई पहले
Chance at a 9-3.
खुद एक membership लो.
Still.
Gift yourself 1 membership.
Plenty of money here for the side of RRQ.
ठीक है? नहीं चाहिए हमको.
Well,
50.
they're starting to do it.
Up good
Munchkin's getting destroyed.
Yes.
No other way to put it, but again, great paranoia from Karan. Well timed. They're able to swing through, follow up off of that very nicely. Starting to get it together.
ऐसे बोला.
Texture focused in.
And one more.
Yep, one more. Get the op. You got the blades. Anything's possible. Xfero does have his ult. It'll probably be
वो आपको बोल रहा है कि आप करो हाँ क्या
comes into play
इसकी
unless
बयान.
Cushy goes nuclear.
Which is always a concern.
Very.
तो उसने 4 अल्ट
Play
मारे
for
ना
yours,
एक हाफ
so-
में. Highest ever.
Trying to keep GENG a bit guessing. They just want to keep going after Munchkin, I think.
Slide back. Crazy guy getting a sense of it. In the meantime,
फिर एक
for
बार क्या नहीं
RRQ,
Toronto.
they're wondering where Munchkin is.
Is he in the same spot he's
I
been in
wonder
every round?
where could he be? Here he is, and this time he's able to come away 2 kills once again, but that extra layer of Foxy9 there to trade out was added into the mix. 9-3 looking all but certain here for the moment. Spike now stuck.
Nice little
Oh,
micro adjustment
shit.
from GENG. Calling in Foxy9 to give Munchkin a little bit of help. He needed it. Even though in this round,
अभी
much
वो
better
लोग को
results
पता है
for
कि बी
Munchkin.
खाली है.
2 kills there, just holding the same spot. Sometimes that does work. You fool people.
This means though, Xfero, I mean, he's got the spike. He's going to be stuck into Pizza. He doesn't want to give this angle over, but never mind. Texture will just get taken down. A little bit of damage
Are you
here.
बच्चा
Xfero tagged at
करे?
42, but now we go into a 2v2.
4-2 हार गए. 4v2.
Karan and Foxy.
ए बटल भाई जाके मतलब
Try to clutch with the
गिफ्ट.
RRQ, looking
Chat
to pull off this
जिसको भी
10-2-1
गिफ्टेड
in
मिला है
recovery of
प्लीज
this
सेम
round.
भाई
It
को
would be.
छिपा दो.
Paranoia still available.
भाई
Split away from one
4v2
another.
हार गए भाई.
No way to double up this blind. Throw behind the box.
Spam
Will
it.
they lend credence to this at all? Do they go for that kind of spam? Smoke into boats. Foxy trying to push forward. Xfero staying quiet, looking for it, cannot find it, but now a
God.
1v1. 30 HP on Karan. A clutch god in the previous
The
map, but this
blue
time not to
by
be.
the blue
Crazy guy
खेल
with the
रहे
3K
RRQ.
gets RRQ a 10-2 half.
हाँ?
Just Tremendous stuff from RRQ. I mean, the confidence,
Chupa chupa
the way that they have so many of these plays dialed up. I mean, even little things like breaking the window for
4v2,
Jemkin as he's
bro.
going through in his dimensional drift. Like, the timing on that was flawless. Like, it was right as he was getting there. Like, everything in lockstep for them here on Ascent. And GENG looks like they haven't played this comp in a while, and, well, they probably haven't.
Yeah.
How does one
Other than
deduce
a few
whether a
screens.
map is attacking side heavy or the
Certainly
other
is
way
not looking
around?
good
When you
for
play the map,
RRQ,
you will get
looking
to know.
damn near immaculate.
When you watch
Who's a
matches,
superior can find.
when there are
Right
specific
now,
stats, you get
guess
to
who's
know
been having a
whether it's
real hard
attacking or-
time? I think it'd be difficult to agree with the fans here.
Wow,
in this map in
Munchkin,
particular.
wow,
Yeah, I'm
Jemkin.
pointing the other way.
Jemkin. Jemkin is the answer, isn't
Oh, okay, let's see. Which is worse? What?
Cute है question
Listening
ये.
to HSK's compilation of life quotes
Cute
for an hour?
question
Is that a thing, or is
Time
it just something
लगेगा.
that we fabricated?
I don't know. This must be some meme I don't know about.
Are we allowed to lie on the internet? I'm not sure about. maybe, yeah, you know, maybe he's got a ton of quotes.
We've just become your average social media
कैमरा
user.
भाई लड़के लोग का एंट्री नहीं है भाई उधर.
Pretty much.
Just making things up.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? RRQ baby.
You know, watching the sunset.
मैं तो पहले
Yeah,
बोला
right,
था
right,
RRQ
exactly.
जीतेगा.
It's like, wow, really enjoying my vacation
Yeah.
when you're actually just in your basement.
Well, GENG need to pull off a monstrous comeback if they want to get themselves up to match point. Otherwise, looking like RRQ will very swiftly
AWC के बाहर है तो
take us
पेरेगा.
over to Lotus for map number 3 and give us that tied-up scoreline that we so badly would love to see.
पलट गए. मैं
RRQ
तो
really
स्टार्टिंग में
holding
बोला
on to
था भाई
utility.
RRQ जीतेगा. मैप RRQ का है भाई. अच्छा खेलते हैं वो लोग.
Jemkin instantaneous with the first, finds the second with Monyet sandwiched in between. Texture alone at A, needing to find the opening. Lixfero held back. Gate crash already being sent out as well for Jemkin to try to join in. Ash arriving, 22 health remaining here on the Sova. The lion's share of the weight being placed here on this Jet's back.
We've seen him do it before. Seen some crazy pistol stuff from Texture.
He's fighting up into heaven. Gets some damage on the Monyet. Does
भाई
have that
ऐसा
paranoia.
हारेगा सोचा नहीं था
Travel a
bro.
little bit wider, doesn't manage to find the kill, and now he is planting himself
ऐसा हारेगा
firmly
सोचा नहीं था
in the
bro.
dead center of the site.
13-2.
Crazy guy takes him down. RRQ. 3-1 pistols.
Huh?
And now 11-2 on the map.
Well, the early patience paying off here for RRQ. GENG started this round playing way back towards their spawn,
अभी
expecting
डर
some kind of
ये है
aggression.
कि
I mean,
मेरे
they have to be
को
super
फीडबैक
careful.
को कॉल
But
करके
then this
भरना है.
happens. They just they clear the there's a clear of the turret and they're
और
like,
डर
okay,
ये है
3,
कि
2, 1, we
फीडबैक मेरे
go.
को काउंटर
And
भरेंगे.
Monyet and Jemkin are there to just shut him down.
But that play can't be a 3-2-1. It needs to be, okay, they're clearing the turret, and now we go.
Yeah, no, I know.
Far too delayed.
You're right.
Things off kilter clearly here for GENG, and RRQ continuing to just be gorgeous on this map. 18-9-2 for Jemkin. Already over halfway.
Thanks for
Another
supporting
dimensional
GENG to
drift.
start.
See if he's going to be able to find a Texture going in for the entry, but Jemkin is right here, ready, waiting for him. Just,
क्यों भरना है?
just every villain in a classic
Prediction गलत
horror
हो गया ना?
movie, no matter how many doors you run through, how many
For
counties over
every
you might
right
drive
prediction,
through,
Vishal bhai
the
will give
monster is
20
right
gifted.
there, always
For
at
wrong
your heels.
prediction, मेरी गांड.
It's like Freddy Krueger, man. Just in your dreams.
I think Jemkin will be in their nightmares tonight, regardless of the outcome of this series. Munchkin fighting back for a headshot there.
Good for
on
one though.
Monyet.
Good for one.
Karan pushing forward, jiggle peek out, swings, goes for the pre-fire, is able to find it. Cushy
Clean one taps.
taken down. But it's only that Spectre upgrade.
Clean one taps baby.
See though, GENG.
What's up,
some magic
Banks?
at the
What's
start of that
up?
second half on Haven. And right now, they could desperately use it.
So he's got that drone. Oh, Karan at the door though.
Finds another, drops down, however, the salvo's right there waiting for him.
W nades.
Numbers the stealth drone cleared out. Foxy and Ash tucked here at the site. The head of one going to be spotted, but Ash plays off of that misinformation. But now Foxy would love to close the gap, but instead plants his feet. Dodges the bullets.
13
And does manage to make it happen once
bhai.
again here for the side of Gen G. It's another forced attempt this time rather than a thrifty. As they deny away that momentum off the back of the pistol.
Hey, you just felt like it might be kind of done. Texture can't get in there. RRQ fully anticipating it, having 3 players on the B site. Not much you can do with a Karan. Little run and gun, couple different kills that way.
run and
One
gun
with the
kiya
Spectre,
bhai.
one with the picked up, or excuse me, one with the picked up Spectre, one with the
Huh?
Stinger. And all right, well, you're gonna have weapon advantage for sure this round. Full
एक
save
बार आप
for
पिंकी दी
RRQ.
आंखें और सिड भाई चेंटू किधर गए
Go
लोग
for an
पागल हो
aggressive
गए
push
हो
out. Turret's there, but okay.
So is Foxy.
Yep.
And this time able to find the catch. Boogeyman has been taken down.
डोले किसी का तो हो जा भाई मैं RRQ full support.
And he'll only have his ult for next round. What could go wrong?
Being wary about some pressure potentially here from mid. Crazy guy maybe with an opportunity to get the backstab maneuver going, but for now, entry over here on the A sites, which will get hit. Smonyet looks fair on the opposite side, and they say, okay, well, we think that we have this Killjoy locked in position.
हाँ?
Riley, we're correct, but what in the
Huh?
hell just happened, Foxy? That final bullet just straying in to find the head of Monyet.
हाँ? मेरा तो ऐसा नहीं चलता.
Go ahead and quote Sideshow about Victor in a certain horseshoe in a certain place, but
हाँ?
4K Cushy with a bulldog gonna look to
33
try to
भाई
do
रे,
some
क्या 34
additional
बोला
damage
था?
here, but
कहीं नहीं
will
देता.
not be able to turn this round on its head, you would suspect. There you go, final put down from Karan. Gen G now up to 4-round wins, but RRQ still so far out in front.
Yeah, I mean, just some nice play here from Foxy9.
आपको चलाना नहीं आता actual में.
RRQ might have thought they had Foxy9 locked in, but little did they know.
कर लिया है setting,
They're the
अभी
ones
gift
who are
करके
actually
देख
locked
एक
in
बार.
with him. He just mows him down.
That's a good one.
But again, huge weapon advantage, so it do be like that sometimes.
महीने का 1 लाख
And,
कमा के भी पहुंची अगर तू
You do
50
have a Hunter's
gifted नहीं
Spirit
दे
for
पा
Ash.
रहा है.
Still though, Dimensional Drift.
That sounds
Poor
like a
champion.
you brother.
It's gonna
Huh?
be getting a little bit of info. Tejo, that Omen. Gonna be super surprising, but you didn't see Jemkin over there. That might
जैसा
lead you to
streamer
believe this
वैसे
is the
उसकी
weak
chat.
side
वैसा मेरे editor.
for RRQ. Jemkin being really
सारे हरामी pro max.
cautious with revealing his presence until he has to. Hasn't shown any util I've seen.
Might have been a
मैं
minor
लेकिन वो
spot
कभी
out
life
there
में
on the
नहीं बोलूँगा
Crazy
भाई.
guy.
हाँ कॉल क्या?
Maybe elbow exposed
Pause एक
either way.
urgent edit
Texture now
करना है, ठीक
having
है?
confirmation of his position.
मैं तेरे को सारा clips
Double
दे रहा
push
हूँ.
up quietly
Return
in
में.
towards market.
कब तक देगा clips?
Cam,
मुझे
however,
रात को stream करना है.
now cleared out. Hopes to try to escort them forward. Crazy guy.
वो वाला reel याद
Slowly
है
make
ना
his
वो?
way down towards alley. Salvos at the ready, sending them to try to delay even further.
Hill से गाली निकला था उस दिन.
Sparrow, Cushy both tucked here at boats. 0 point, scouting them out, telling the story. Now they need to try to win the fight. Fragment is able to find one. Shots across through the wall, coming up huge, and Karan still going to be good for one. Jemkin
30
taken down, but that now leaves Monyet all
बोला था कि नहीं
alone
35.
versus 4. He'll be forced to save.
Well, okay.
हाँ?
Attacker side starting to look pretty nice for Gen G. It's just it has to be so
आज
good.
जॉर्ड गैंग होगा ये तो
You
शाम
only
को
have
पता चलेगा ना
couple
यार.
rounds for air. And this time they're able to really figure this out pretty nicely. It looked like to me they might fall into RRQ's trap of trying to go A, and then they get crunched on instead. They just slide towards mid. No resistance. Texture finds the final kill. Monyet done and dusted.
थोड़ा लेट उठ
Does
गए.
Monyet from
थोड़ा
time to
लेट
time.
He
उठ
does
गए.
Monyet. Yeah, a little bit.
Last couple rounds, a little bit less of that. As, yeah, Fragment.
That's a
Final
catch.
hit.
Finally fix हो गया
Starting to see
बंक्स
some
भाई.
good util
Thank
from
you. Love you केवल भाई.
Not available for Gen G on the defender
है
side.
ना mods है कि नहीं मेरे?
But who knows? Who knows?
Hey,
I mean,
ahora,
they're still
hey.
good spirits. They're still having fun down there.
They're starting to believe.
They're beginning to believe. I just watched that movie the other night.
Well, they might. I'm not necessarily sold on it quite just yet. I think it's going to take a bit more. But for now, forced onto a Thrifty here. Thrifty attempt, one should say, is RRQ. Bucky in the hand of Moniette, looking to do some damage.
कल गोल्डी भाई स्ट्रीम पे बोले थे कल गोल्डी भाई स्ट्रीम पे बोले थे शायद
Way up there.
बाहर जा रहे हैं वही तो
Not a
बोल रहा हूँ
position that
शाम को
everybody
पता
plays.
चलेगा ना
Oh, very rarely.
Trying to
तुम
catch
लोग क्या
someone off
लगता है मैं
guard here,
झूठ बोलता हूँ तुम लोग
perhaps.
से
Sure.
Fragment the check over towards Wine. No one flushed out into the open.
I mean, they're being pretty smart about some of their early clears. But this time, RRQ has once again kind of said, well, the tendency has been B for GENG. Let's...
Love you girl
Double
by
down
thank you
on
for the
that,
7 Canadian Australian
resistance
dollars
at all
मेरे
on the
जान
A
की
side
रोटे
Made GENG feel like
आज
they
तक
can
मैंने
start
$1000
pushing through.
नहीं देखा just saying
Literally no contact at A main. A little bit here at short. And they're just going to try to march on forward. Here comes that Bucky.
Moniette. Gonna hound him down. Finds one, finds two. Munchkin on the floor.
30 seconds
The
left.
door is shut, the spike behind it. Now a weapon scooped up for Moniette. Quick TP, cannot deny the grab of that spike, but Moniette
क्या मारा ना
looking to secure them this thrifty win. Good lord.
Planted.
The heroics from him. Just bounce out from the shadows. Thrown over the top, needing to be cleared. Karen has to tuck back away. It's Foxy.
Oh,
Finds
Alte,
another
push
collab
plant.
with the outlaw. This time,
Marega
crazy guy.
kya Alto?
Moniette both going to be taken down. Vandal, however, you're in the hands of
marega abhi.
Jemkin. Because she will fall. Xparrow finding one. The TP in. Jemkin steadies the aim. Finds the hit. And now it is all on texture. Doesn't believe in the fake. Spots the real thing. And gets the fadeaway shot for the Red Bull clutch.
भाई चूत मेरा
Some of these
दिल
rounds are just absolutely unbelievable.
अच्छा
Deus Ex Machina for GENG.
क्या मारा भाई नजर ना लगे ये बंदे को
I just love this from Moniette. Just finds
ये
the
दोनों
perfect
प्लेयर ने
timing.
जो
and
मारा है कल तो देखा हुआ लगा
Foxy feeling something special with those outlaws.
भाई
Texture, though,
शॉट देखो
knew
बे
there was Xparrow coming out a window. GENG had just lost a player there. Yeah, I was going to say, I
can
think
we
we're
have
about ready for an
only
RRQ
texture
timeout now.
cam
Stop the bleeding and just end this. Try to send this over towards Lotus a little bit quicker.
टाइम आउट लिया टाइम आउट के बाद कौन जीता तुम लोगों को पता है
GENG absolutely dismantled them on
मेरा
last time,
prediction.
but right now RRQ,
12-6 होएगा उसके बाद
you know,
को जाएंगे
this defender
13-6
side starting to show some weaknesses.
मेरा
And
prediction
it's the early map exploration that GENG's doing in particular. Like, they're being really diligent about, okay, are they A main? No, let's check short. Okay, nobody's been at either of those. Let's try A. And even though there's a Bucky waiting for them and causes them problems, it's still at the macro level the right read.
जब
It
से
just-
आरआरक्यू को सपोर्ट किया
you
तब से
dug that
डाउनफॉल हो रहा है उसका लैंग्वेज मैं तो
That
पहले बोला था आरआरक्यू जीतेगा
Similar scoreline to the final timeout used in the series yesterday from RRQ, but a very different context. 12-6 is when they opted to go for that one versus Paper Rex. This time, certainly because they are feeling a lot more pressure. Still have a very healthy lead though. 5 rounds ahead.
क्या हो रहा है इधर
They just want to get this map over with so they can focus on Lotus.
Yeah, I was just about to say, using that 0 point to clear space for the lockdown. And, you know, RRQ knew it. They were already in a position where...
Jemkin though, pushing forward, looking for a bit of a timing. Gate crashes back across over towards A. No one detained. And Trey into the site. Coming through is stealth thrown. Tries to chase forward. Karen holding towards backstairs. Ping reveal comes through. Hunter's Fury from Ash here, out from
कुछ नहीं
Bones.
हुआ
Seeking target,
Oh,
no
कुछ
command
नहीं हुआ
popped. Texture trying to scale forward, but Xparrow just a bit snappier. Finds the headshot to shut him down. Foxy tucking back around the corner. As Neural Theft gets revealed, but
Oh, shit.
finds the timing. Picks off the enemy side, but the flood gets ready to come in. Foxy, dead is Cushy, finds that kill. Off from Moniette, goes a little bit wide. Ash able to find Cushy. Karan gonna be taken down, but Munchkin now finds Moniette. Defuse starting.
Player standing.
As
Oh,
they're just
shit.
looking to hold this one down, trying desperately.
Oh,
It's another Red Bull clutch, another narrow round win. But somehow GENG
क्या हो
continues
रहा
to get the ball rolling. They
है
carry
ये
nothing forward. But they don't let RRQ give this up to map point off the back of the timeout.
I mean, it's a great round for both sides. They read the situations really well. GENG finds their opening for the lockdown. RRQ aware of it ahead of time, playing retake the whole way. And they're both kind of fighting tooth and nail for these different spots. Like the way Boxy is delaying, you know, Shorty and Hand waiting for that smoke to go down. Using the nano.
नहीं.
Hold the angles, texture. Okay.
They're not going to swing in. Now that they the gate crash. Start sliding forward. Displace that hero rifle. Another gate crash. Sent right back over towards Alley, though. He looks to rejoin, but this could just end up being a little bit of a pacier hit as Texture quick check on that hard left angle. Dashes back in, so Tailwind now burn.
Man, if I'm GENG, I am so nervous about like a Hunter's Fury Armageddon combo into B main.
Oh, sure.
That is so frightening. I think they only saw the one.
Yeah, don't believe Texture was
B retake बहुत easy है भाई.
so only know that
There's two there.
still going to be, within the vicinity.
I think they got the spot on the car and they just saw some pinks, or at least they know, or highly suspect.
Do they read this, though? They're starting to move forward into his line of sight. Jemkin is able to find the readjust. Munchkin taken down, clone set, tries to snap there onto Foxy. Cannot make it happen. Drone cleared. That Vandal on the floor, but potentially recoverable for one of these RRQ players.
Look at this. Texture.
They try to route into that, but yeah,
might have heard this.
Yeah, he's just calling for the pivot, but now the tripwire is going to be telling them everything they need to know. As there's the reveal. Second shot going to be going wide. Third one.
Time देखो chat. Time देखो.
Spike now being brought forward.
Look good.
You can see there the Armageddon at the ready. 8 seconds.
Oh, they dodged it. I think.
Miss किया उसने.
It's been a whiff. It's a shallow plant. And now Foxy forward and over with a fine cushion. 2 Vandals and a classic in hand. Expero dead. Foxy holds down the flank. One more player on the angle. Maniet does manage.
Mummy मासी को आज flower बेच के खुशी मिली. It's the little things that matter, Saksham bhai.
But 3 players from GENG will survive. And it's going to be 3 rounds left separating these 2 teams.
This is madness.
Love you, Saksham bhai. Thank you for 40.
Texture?
मैं बोला था.
They have the pinch. Maniet, however, has the shots. TP's back over to Gelato. How badly do you want to try to go for it? Seems like maybe a mischaracterization of his placement, and Maniet does narrowly survive. This judge, one would say, should say.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to enjoy this. What, just the narrowest of margins here for GENG. Able to plant it in a spot. I mean, I think understanding well ahead of time. I'm sure Munchkin screaming, hey, they've got the Armageddon. Don't plant it back sight. Plant it in the middle.
आ गया
That's a very different scoreline to that final timeout.
Well, think back to round 14. Think back to an obvious buy-up.
Yes.
An obvious buy-up for GENG.
ये क्या है?
That's where this all started. You know it's going to come through as RRQ.
13-8.
You know they're going to force buy there.
13-8 तो मैं
You're
बोला
not
था.
able to get the
इतना तो
round.
मानना पड़ेगा. 13-8.
And since then, it's been all GENG.
13-8.
And, you know, a bunch of crazy clutches.
Heretics,
Heretics
hello?
fan. Let's go. Congrats to Heretics.
A little drawing of
W
Texture
Heretics.
there, saying hey, they're going to be reunited.
Looking forward to seeing those boys back in Toronto. Back in the Masters, I should say.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right.
मेरे ग्रुप
It
में
all points back to
50,000
that one
मैसेजेस
critical
क्यों है
moment.
भाई?
But now,
मेंबर्स ग्रुप में
full buy afforded here for RRQ, and
ये
operator
बंदे
in
लोग
hand
हैं.
for Jemkin. RRQ was able
Chat,
to
जो भी लोग
avoid
स्ट्रीम
pretty much
देख रहे
every
हैं
twisted
लाइक
turn.
करो.
G, will they be able to do the same thing, or will this be enough to finally get RRQ up to that map point?
And the scary part is, not only, you know, does Jemkin have an operator, if he gets that kill, he gets his ult,
Samson means
then they can play
uncle.
a little bit
अच्छा.
more for retake potentially.
Fine shots through though. Munchkin eats some damage, yes, but still finds the kill.
भाई
Maniet,
मोने का
you're
राउंड
at
हो
the
सकता है.
site.
मोने का
Paranoia
राउंड हो
for
सकता है.
Paranoia going to be exchanged across the 2 Omens.
ब्लू पैरानोया रिपोजिशन के मोने ने.
TP's in, over towards Hell. Shots ringing out the shorty to try to hound him down. Texture comes away with that elimination. Now the Nano Swarm, just a shallow little lob up. Buy some space and time. Texture eats 4 more damage from
I was
Jemki.
gonna say, did he jump into that?
And he did, but already look at this. The call to save
Confirm
has
मैं बोल रहा
been
हूँ,
sounded. Jemkin is
39.
not going to get
सबसे
that
महंगी वाली
dimensional drift
मेंबरशिप
online
लेने
in
का
this
फायदा
round.
क्या है
They opt to
कि मैं
back
₹2
away.
ज्यादा कमाऊंगा.
They
नंबर
don't
1.
want to wreck the
नंबर 2
economy any
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है
further.
जहाँ पे मैं बात भी
They're
करता
trying
हूँ.
to play this out versus
हो
5
सकता है कि
members
वहाँ
from
पे
Gen
लीक्स
G.
भी हो
Ash
कि
is going
शाम
to go
को
on the hunt,
कुछ होने
however,
वाले कि नहीं. हो सकता
because
है.
he knows that every single kill
बट
that he
मैं वहाँ
can
पे
find
रिप्लाई
here
अप्लाई करता हूँ.
is worth its weight in gold.
और बस इतना ही है.
You know, sometimes I love Pacific
और
because
6
not
लोग
only
हैं.
do we get crazy
जो
great
भी ज्वाइन
matches,
करेगा
but Ascent is
will be the
attacker sided
7th person. Tala
sometimes,
for a reason.
and it's just
Yep.
absolute madness, and I love it. And you can
Camera spotted.
go for the hunt. Go.
Recon destroyed. Clears the trip. Do you suspect this? Okay, well, Xfero
भाई
Well, the
बोला
final one.
था कि नहीं.
push out. Does even better to
39
find
बोला
2.
था कि
The
नहीं.
weapons will be retained.
बोला था कि नहीं
Himself
चैट.
a couple more charges towards another neuro theft. That does not change the state of
Huh?
affairs here. Both
Kab-
timeouts have been used here from the side of
कभी-कभी
RRQ.
लगता है कि
Neither
ऑन
resulting.
पॉइंट
in round
प्रेडिक्शन जो
victories.
देता है वो सिर्फ मैं ही.
Gen G now within touching distance.
हाँ?
And I mean, you know, even when they were down 10-2, the comms for Gen G still sounded pretty positive. It sounded like they were just here to play and have fun. And that's certainly got to be part of the equation here. The mental game for them has been really strong. That's a couple huge spots in middle. You know where that operator is
0
now.
point. Johnny on the spot there is Munchkin.
ओ एकी कैसे है मेरी जान के
Tapped out on
टोटे.
these trips to try to intercept
कैसे
the
चल रहा है
jet.
मैरिड
The
लाइफ
jet's not on this side
एकी.
of the
कैसा
map.
है रे तू.
Texture slow walking,
चैट इसको गाली दो.
checking out around A main.
कितना
As
time
Wolf
हो
gets
गया रे
wrapped up,
एकी.
Munchkin one away from having that null command online.
Is the other orb available by texture?
I
एकी
think
बैक
it is.
he
अगेन.
wouldn't have taken it just to try to get the knives. So
कैसे है भाभी
Does he
जी
get the
कैसी
null
है.
command here? Yeah.
it'd just be the null command hit coming through. 2 players to try to stave this off. Just now noticing as well that
एकी
Crazy
की
Guy only
शादी
has a
होगी.
stinger.
बड़ा हो गया भाई.
So there's a follow-up 0 point.
सब बढ़िया. बहन कैसी है.
As looks like he doesn't actually go for the orb, but it doesn't matter because Texture's just gone forward into heaven. I think he's just going to look to
क्या
take it for the
एंट्री मार
plant
रहे
here.
बे.
30
लेकिन अभी
seconds
भी
left.
रिटेक तो कर
Use the
सकते
null
हैं.
command
जंपिंग
in a
बस
follow-up
ऑफ है.
to try to
एक किल
dissuade.
मारा अल्टी है.
Hasn't popped it yet though.
Oh, look at Foxy.
In around the back, getting ready to come through the spawn. Null command comes out in response to the drone. Karan forced away from the doorway. It's Foxy getting closer and closer, and Cushy is dead. Swing out of the smoke, 1 by 1, they shall fall. As Xfero, just with the operator, forced to quietly
13-10 बोला
sneak
था कि
out
नहीं.
to try to escape and hold on
तू बता
to this
कैसा हालचाल.
weapon,
सब
but
बढ़िया
Ash is
हालचाल
swooping around
यार.
the side.
सब
He needs to
बढ़िया
hit
हालचाल.
this shot. Whips it, jump up over the top. The classic claims it.
बोला था कि नहीं मैंने 13-10 चैट.
And my God,
बोला
we
था
here?
कि नहीं. इतना बता दो बस.
Just completely befuddled.
13-10 बोला था कि
RRQ
नहीं.
looks so in control, but neither side knows how to play defense. I mean, to be fair, Gen G is reading the map extremely well right now. And they are maximizing their advantages where they can. The way
Gen G
that they
जीतेगा ना,
use that
RRQ.
info that Texture's been gathering, that's something they've been doing in a couple
मेरा
rounds here
prediction
that I've been
on
noticing,
point
is
है,
they'll leave
on
Texture
point.
on his own to see what's going on and then make rotates off the back of that.
no operator to be concerned about here, but Jemkin still present, still going to be a concern, going to be a threat. It's been neutralized for the most part in these.
वो लोग को
during
पता है
this run
लास्ट टाइम
back.
ऐसा किया था. वो लोग ने ए
So
स्प्लिट
that
किया था.
activation can
3
come through
बंदे ए
at any
साइड
critical
पे.
moment. And he's got the dimensional drift
हाँ? 3 बंदे ए साइड पे. इस बार तो लग गए
to
भाई.
assist the rest of the team.
इस बार लग गए.
What is the play call here from
वो
Gen
लोग
G?
सेम चीज कर रहे हैं और वो
Usually
लोग को
they've
लग
been
रहा है कि
flashing
नहीं
over
कर
this
सकते.
wall. Let's make the entry. There you go. Oh,
Drop down, nearly finding the timing.
भाई ये
Stun out
क्या
from
था
Crazy
भाई.
Guy.
क्रेजी था ये.
Still has the stealth drone waiting on the timer for those salvos.
1 मिनट
This
बचा है.
has
ये ड्रोन
gotten
पूरा
Jemkin to
रिक्रिएट
slide over
करेगा.
here. And he's
और वो लोग को
I
पता
don't
है
see
ये
a
आ रहा
TP
है.
on the map. Doesn't have one in hand, so
वो लोग को
committed
पता है
to
ये आ
that
रहा है.
site. It's just, is Gen G
वो लोग को पता
Gonna
है
read
यार
this
वो
right.
लोग को पता है यार वो लोग
That's
को
all
पता है
they've
यार
seen really
तीन
is the
बंदे
Tejo.
Monyet needs to be so impactful here
blind.
for them. The paranoia will try to buy some time, but the fragment buys some space.
W
Forces
nade.
it back, but
30 seconds
still
तीन बंदे
delayed
साइड पे
here as they
ट्रिप
try
भी
to
है
scale forward the tripwire.
Left.
ट्रिप पे बंदा फंसा
Now,
बंदा
going to
जिंदा
be
क्यों
noted.
है
as they work their way forward, Foxy9 trying to get this
W,
fight here
4v5,
mid, but
3v5.
Jenkins activating, finds the
3v5
headshot,
5v5
mows down
0v5
three, and RRQ.
and that's match point
They finally had enough.
clean
A
clean
4K
round
into a
clean
flawless RRQ will at long last get themselves up to map point. Gen G
overtime होगा
now
कद्दू
need
की
2
गाफ
more
नहीं होगा overtime
to take this into
अल्ट
overtime.
देखो
And this is just
अभी यूरो का अल्ट है
one of
that's
the few
more
rounds
info
we've seen us
एक मिनट
on
के
this
अंदर यूरो
attacker
अल्ट
side where
मारेगा
Gen G doesn't quite read the map right.
One enemy. One enemy.
They just don't have a lot of info, and they just try to make and execute scaling play off the back of it through short. But Jemkin just holding the line.
औरा
Easy money for him. Has a dimensional drift.
The ult was not needed.
One away from a lockdown, though.
Looking like they want to
अच्छा
try
try
to go
था ना
for a
लेकिन
pacey hit, but
comeback का
Jemkin is here. Flash connected. Now going to be ping reveal. The texture takes him down, spamming through, but Monyet trying to hold the line, falls to the wayside, as does Xpharaoh.
भाई लेकिन मंचकिन लो है
The trade up is there. Cushy,
Lekin Munchkin
crazy
low hai.
guy, quick to arrive.
एक शॉक डट इज डेड
Now trying to play it out
एक
versus
रिकॉन
three.
इज डेड
Foxy still working his
drone
way
is dead.
forward through main. Munchkin
He's dead.
going to be spotted there by the drone. Looks to try to delay.
एक शॉक डट इज डेड
Minor spray through the floor might just be enough to take him down in health. Only 22 health remaining. They're looking for it. The split on the drop. Karon taking, dealing with the
गोली
player
मार के भी
here at Gen. Cushy now asked to do it all.
ओ अरे
Turret just a hair off. Swoops around the back. Finds one.
Bomb grenade out.
Recon cleared the tap. Foxy waiting, knowing
yeah.
that the time is just not going to be there. And now will swing forward. Gets himself the ult for the follow-up round. I'm losing my mind and my words as Gen G are 1 round away from taking this map to overtime.
Not in a million years.
बोला
I knew
था
that was
कि
gonna
नहीं
happen. What a timing play there for Texture
13-11
Company.
एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा
They've got Jemkin dead to rights right before the TP.
बोला था कि नहीं
Foxy9, okay, the turret
Cat.
maybe not placed in the best spot, but that's okay. The nano was. So, small mistake, able to be covered.
बोला था कि नहीं
And one more round, and we might have an overtime. And you have a lockdown here for Foxy9.
बोला
Last
था
time it was
Love
B
you.
that they used it at. Gen G, quick scaling. Look like they just want to go right for it.
Yep,
तोड़ सकते क्या
Nothing that can be done.
it's going to have to back away. As now TP forward from Karon in towards Tree. Paranoia going to be sent. Not sure if that gets a catch on Xpharaoh. Seems like it
भाई
does.
तो
but
ब्लू
Spray
भाई का
is able to find
होल्ड
one. Karon here over onto the flank, however, coming up with 1 minute.
God,
Gets distracted by the
trips,
tripwire.
Ben
Jim gets in for life.
God,
Karon going to be
trips.
down here on the site. Cushy finding Foxy9. Ping reveal off the neural depth. And Munchkin is dead. It's all on Ash. And he cannot make
भाई
it
अच्छा
happen.
खेला पे दोनों टीम ने
So damn close.
भाई
But no
ट्रिप्स
damn
MVP
cigar. 13 to 11.
Trips MVP, baby.
Unthinkable scoreline on this map.
बाप खेला भाई
there is
बाप
no
खेला कुछ भी
OT.
बोला आरआर के बाप खेला
And there is no
Gen G का
match
comeback
point
था
for Gen G.
कमबैक भी क्रेजी था
That
लेकिन
is
एक्सपेरो
one
का
of
ट्रिप्स
the craziest descents I can remember. In the way
अरे वो
that
ट्रिप्स
it
में
shaped
रहते
up
तो
with
शायद
both
जीत गया
teams
रहता
just
था
having tremendous attacker
Gen G.
side. And
हाँ,
RRQ
ये
just
मैच,
has that
ये
one
round।
extra round in them.
बाप कमबैक था बे बाप खेला भाई बाप खेला
that
बाप
is
खेला
Not reassuring for
चैट
RRQ.
स्ट्रीम को
You
लाइक
had to-
करो
your spirits
और
had to be flying
जितने
sky
भी
high.
लोग नवी मुंबई में है आस पास रहते हैं समझ रहे हो आस पास अरे बाप जितने भी लोग आस पास रहते हैं जाके चेकआउट कर लो रील और जगह पे भी जाके आ जाओ 1 घंटा फ्री भी है समझ रहे हो
Let's see what the
Call
mental is gonna
करता हूँ,
look
पहले
like.
चाय
That's
लेके
something
आता
Coach Ewok has
हूँ।
been
मेरे को
talking
भी
about
गाली
how
सुनने
good the
का।
mental is for his team. That was part of why they were
चाय
able to
गरम
beat
करके आया
Paper
मैं
Rex
दूसरा
yesterday.
कप
He
है
said,
चाय गरम करके
are
आया
they going to be able to recover?
We will
चैट
have
स्ट्रीम
to
को
just
लाइक कर दो
see. Lotus is coming up. We're swinging back over onto one of the Gen G map picks. Let's see if RQ can just kind of take this near loss in stride and carry some momentum over, because I mean Jemkin Cushy still so damn good to close out these last few rounds here for the team to get them over that finish line. That pace is going to be hit off the top Well, GENG might still yet be at risk, but we're tied up 1-1. The series nowhere close to being done. We'll send it over to the analyst as to break down all of the wild action.
If you told me a year ago that Ascent was going to be the most exciting map in the map pool, I would not have believed you. I have to say, we saw an absolute masterclass of Ascent from both of these teams today, but definitely only from the attacker side.
Yeah, only on attack. Definitely not on the defense. We'll get into that a little bit more in detail later, but that was a experience diff from GENG. RRQ could have closed that out much earlier than they did, but that is a calling masterclass on the attacking side of Ascent from both teams, but particularly from Munchkin from behind. That really shows his experience as an IGL.
Yeah, I mean, I think GENG did so well to even make this close. I think a 13-2 win for RRQ feels very, very different to this 13-11 incredibly scrappy, incredibly close win. But still, they did manage to get it over the line. And once again, look at Jemkin up there 27-17 with 9 first bloods. We can't stop this guy.
No one can. He's the Russian Terminator. He walks through the map at his own pace. He doesn't send it. He's not a send it duelist, you know. He is coming after you no matter what, and you cannot stop him. If you peek him, he will crush you.
What's that horror film where the guy is like walking slowly after
The Watcher or something like that? Yeah, literally, that is what Jemkin is like. Like, he doesn't rush any aim duel. He takes things at his own pace. Monya is definitely the send it member of RRQ. But, you know,
That's what he
Jemkin...
says. I think nothing. I think nothing before I go into a match. I just go kill.
Only kill.
Yeah.
Only go kill. I mean, I wish I could turn my brain off.
Yeah.
Well, the Russian Terminator is probably the most appropriate name for him here. But we had some, man, this almost went into overtime in the most classic GENG RRQ fashion. I mean, let's rewind a bit to the first half there. We saw something really interesting happening between both of these teams and how they choose to use their drones.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like GENG's defense was very poor. I mean, both teams' defense was very poor on this map, but I'm actually starting to come around to you talking about the metacom. I felt like GENG, it was a very disappointing approach to Ascent. It's an approach that we've seen a million times, and the comp that RRQ uses with the double drone is so good at breaking these B main info lines that GENG was trying to set up. If we bring up the replay here, we can have a little bit more of a chat about it.
Yeah, I mean, so, well, it's all about B main. I said this before the game, but you're so used to seeing the op on this B main line to lock info, but they can drone back with the tail drone, which not only scans, stops him from dashing away.
Yeah, easy opening pick there for RRQ that they take advantage of, and it's able to set them up very nicely for that opening kill and victory from there. In the follow-up round, though, I mean, we saw this very fast set play execute from RRQ with the dimensional drift that they use very nicely. But you can see off the back of that opening pick here, you immediately see RRQ go in with the From the Shadows, clear out the whole site, and then Jemkin on the other side of the map is able to find another opening kill. He's everywhere.
Yeah, that's the key. You win that fight in B main and it forces them to have to rotate towards B, which unlocks A for you. That's clearly the plan. But now this dimensional drift, I mean, he was a monster on this attacking half. 6 and 2 on opening duels with 4 Yorowolves on the attack. How do you even play against that?
I'll give him 7 and 2 because he double entry in that last round, but you see the set play here from RRQ. This is so sick. The combination of the dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury salvos out heaven. All 5 of these players from GENG are ready to flood the A site, and not a single player gets a kill. They get absolutely crushed.
Man, I was feeling so good for RRQ watching this first half. I feel like they had everything together. It was so organized. But then as we get across to the other half, I mean, this is where things really started to go wrong. They're against a force buy, but they should have closed this here.
Texture's just donated himself. He's feeling very charitable in this round. You had the whip on short. That should have been a 5-on-3 for RRQ. But in classic GENG fashion, they are able to weasel their way through the map on attack. They creep through market. You see them do similar things on Lotus. I just saw them the other day win a bonus on Lotus doing this exact same thing. They're just able to find the gaps. These individuals understand from man disadvantaged situations, they need to take agency. They need to take risks and cut corners, find the gaps on the map and make some plays, and that is the experience of these individual players on the side of GENG. They were able to win so many rounds after winning that force, and I really think the mental damage that's inflicted on RRQ, how much they've had to work for that game of Ascent going into Lotus is going to really change how this series plays out.
Yeah, that's actually incredible because at the first half, we were discussing exactly that. Like, okay, this is going to be great for RRQ's mental, and for GENG to do what they just did. We are definitely going to break down Lotus after this, but definitely props to
Bhai, mera
Jemkin
back
one more time. What'd you call
बहुत
him? The
दुख रहा है
Russian
यार.
Terminator?
That's what he plays like.
He does. It's appropriate.
He just walks around the map. Like he's not sending it. He's just waiting for you to peek him. I love it. He's just perfect crosshair placement. He never misses a shot.
Yeah.
Masad Tahiba.
I think this is really interesting now.
Masad
We were
Tahiba.
talking about the styles that these two teams are choosing to play with. Even that drone comparison, using a Sova drone versus a Tejo drone. And we thought that RRQ has this in back. This is the new way to play.
चलो सुरभाई को गाली देना ना. इस क्या टॉपिक पे गाली दूं चैट? वॉच पार्टी पे दूं क्या? वॉच पार्टी पे गाली देता हूँ. तुम लोग का आवाज आएगा, मेरा माइक कैच करेगा कि नहीं पता नहीं. टॉपिक चाहिए उसके लिए, वो रिटर्न में भरता रहे बड़वा. डर गया, समझ रहे हो? डर गया. नो मनी फॉर मेंबरशिप रिन्यू नहीं कर पाऊंगा नेक्स्ट मंथ में भी. डन सीन. आई होप यू एंजॉयड व्हाइल इट लास्ट. फोन नहीं उठा रहा चैट, फोन नहीं उठा रहा है. हाँ, आई थिंक वो कर रहा है वॉच पार्टी. सीड
मान्य कूद दिखा बट पूरी टीम एक साथ चार्ज इन करने आएगी.
वो कर रहा है, वो कर रहा है. ए, अपना भी गेम चल रहा है भाई. अपना भी गेम चल रहा है. क्या टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है चैट? वॉइस चैट पे भरता है, वॉइस चैट पे भरता है. हेलो सेड लोडू, मैं सुना कि तू वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है बीजीएमआई का. खेलने भी आता है क्या रे तेरे को गेम? हाँ, एफएक्स खेलने नहीं आता उसका भी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है. बीजीएमआई खेलने नहीं आता उसका भी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है. पहले को भी कर ले भाई, क्यों वो भी तो खेलने नहीं आता तेरे को. हाँ, लड़की ढूंढने के उम्र में कौन बग्गी चला रहा है, कौन घोड़ा चला रहा है, ये सब देख के बैठे हो. काम कर रहा है क्या रे घोड़ा तेरा? छुट्टिया. अगर इसने मेरे को रिटर्न में कुछ बोला, अगर इसने रिटर्न में कुछ बोला, अभी बोल रहा हूं, अगर इसने रिटर्न में कुछ बोला चैट, आई एम सॉरी का भी एक टेक्स्ट डाल दूं क्या? प्लीज. पटेल वैलेंट तुझे भी नहीं आता? तेरे को कोच ने नहीं बोला मेरे स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आने को, जैसे बोला था खेलने मत आ करके? इसी भाई, तेरे को नहीं बोला कोच ने स्ट्रीम पे मत जा? तरीके बड़ा एसेंशन चला गया ना तू.
To regain the lead, take this up to match point, or if RRQ can look to get some long-awaited revenge.
Where are we?
These are the
Or
two
कैसे
maps that they
लड़ू?
played previously. Dexter out in front.
That he is, flicking heads, finding one, spotting out the other as the paranoia connects. Xpero unable to find any punish, so it's going to be Cushy dead on the floor here with no real trade of damage found.
Bit of an interesting change-up. Compared to what we saw last time on this pistol, it was RRQ who just kind of held in spawn
बड़ा
and
आदमी
waited
है
to
तू।
see GENG would get aggressive. This time both
आदमी
teams
छोड़
moving
बहुत
out
कुछ
mid B.
बड़ा है।
It's actually GENG who's going to profit early. Tap of the door.
रिप्लाई नहीं करता
Pull
व्हाट्सएप
some
वगैरह का
rotations
ऑब्वियसली
so they can make their way
दोस्तों को
over
करता हूँ मैं
towards A,
रिप्लाई।
where Chemkin has gotten way up there.
पता लगा
Long
मैसेज
push
किया
out.
बाद में बोला रुक जा कोच को
Here
पूछ
at Mound.
मैप बोल
Nothing set
जेंजी
behind
बेबी
to really
विशाल
try to
भाई
alert this
जेंजी
is Foxy
बेबी
9. Tucks all the way back
सौ गिफ्टेड
around the
रेडी को
corner. Chimkin pushing its stairs. Nothing going to be spotted. Here's the door. Thorn's going to be set. Jimkin now turning his sights back over towards the site here. Xfero tucked in behind the box.
भाई वाइपर को
Big
थोड़ा
opportunity.
सपोर्ट चाहिए वाइपर को थोड़ा
Get some
सपोर्ट चाहिए
damage done. Do they read this at all?
ऑब्वियसली चेक
Keeping
करेंगे
it quiet, slow scale forward. Monyet
Obviously check
on the
करेंगे।
jiggle peak. Let him know what Munchkin
बोला ना
striking first,
वो
striking
एंगल ही वैसा
faster.
है, दर्द
Snake bite on the left side. Ghost now going to be snatched up. Players a little bit more spread out as Monyet going to be forced away back deeper in towards street by the paint shell. Foxy still swinging, arriving, but jumping and getting taken down. Jimkin able to find the kill immediately right back here onto the site as the haunt gets cleared out in time. A lot of
By
it
time is
already
ticking now.
dwindling. Texture
Dwindling
straight
हो रहा है।
forward, able to find
Time
one. Now it's
dwindling
just
हो
down
रहा
to
है।
Crazy Guy who'll get run
कोई
down.
सीन नहीं जीत गया
3 players surviving. GENG
फिर गाली दे
pick up
रहे
their second pistol here of the set.
Yeah, this is just really nice work from GENG. Having some plans on the back of the map space they are giving up early. Foxy 9 just backpedaling. They're anticipating that this is either going to be B or, you know, once they know it's not C because they pushed out Mound, but maybe B. He's kind of playing for that. They say if they go A, okay, we're going to have a huge flank coming. 4 players through.
लेकिन
They
कुछ भी
find
बोलो
that
बे
big kill around the box.
That's
That
what
was
मेरा और
massive
सिंह
for
की
them.
दोस्ती
Monyet trying to do his
बहुत
best
अच्छी
to
हो
sell.
गई इन recent times
Trying to get some attention his way, but GENG does not fall for it. And this was 13-5 last time in the favor of GENG when they played this map in the upper finals. RRQ gonna have to dig deep. No comp changes, just have to figure out some antis. A lot of damage done.
Yeah, tagging down Monyet to aid, and he's got to tie to his own teammate
वो
Salvos.
ब्लाइंड सेक्सी मारा था
Kind of
bro।
pulling the trigger on the play as the damage was getting
Blind
layered in.
sexy
Cushy does manage
मारा
to
था
find
भाई।
one. Karan going to be put down here for the moment, but plenty of covering
Must
fire.
utilize
So for
it.
now, it's the second weapon lost as Xfero
ऐश भाई
got
कैसे
in
हो
off the lurk, and it does manage to catch them off guard.
He slipped the net. And he's just gonna keep rotating through.
But can he find anything
इसका वो
realistically?
टच लैंग्वेज
Main's being watched here by Foxy 9.
वॉइस मैसेज आया चेक
Can't
मेरा
find the
व्हाट्सएप बंद है
kill,
फोन
then
भी बंद कर दिया
Joe can
मैंने
go ahead and scoop up one of the weapons.
Gun here.
Yeah, pings it out. Foxy's pulled off the angle. Just a Spectre, but still a chance.
इधर
Door
कैसे आ गया
tapped, swings out, spots out 2, tries to go for the bite, but we'll just bank it off the door there as Munchkin collects it. So 2 casualties, 2-0 start.
Still though, it's something to be kind of concerned
स्कोर
about as GENG.
स्कोर को पता नहीं बट
Normally
जेंजी का
their
मैप अच्छा ही है
defense can be pretty good about keeping track of their opponents. Whoops the daisies. Oh well. For the side of RQ, but holding the line here at
भाई
the
ये भी
store.
कितना
Nicely
यंग
done by
दिखता है बे
Foxy 9.
49 कितना है 19 साल
There. Able to take it down, but still, you did lose a bit of your investment as GENG, but carrying over a couple Guardians and a Bulldog, not too bad. Again, my bigger concern is the fact that Xfero just
यार जो भी लोग
finds a
स्ट्रीम
way
देख
into
रहे
the
हैं
back of
लाइक
the map.
करें
Yeah.
Oh,
अरे
manages
उसको
to
लगा
arrow
मर
off
गया
that. Second final shot
उसको
going.
लगा
Roaring
मर
over top of the
गया
head,
रे
cannot find it. 2 kills
बाबा
quickly scooped up here for the side of RQ as they look to up the pace. Some damage dealt. Still 5 members strong. They work their way forward. Fault line not going to connect on anyone. Munchkin trying to play this out quietly as Jimkin goes sliding in towards back sight. Munchkin will be able to collect that elimination. Sync bite available to try to delay. Foxy at the
Hello?
same time able to find Crazy Guy. There's the spike still here on the floor. The
Hello?
scale forward. Cushy clears enough, but not before Monyet gets picked apart, and suddenly we're into a 2v2. Push into the smoke zone.
पेशेंस
Karan
इज द की
ends up falling to the wayside. Now it's all down to Munchkin. Captain and IGL playing this out quietly, trying to see what maneuvers RRQ look to make, and it seems like it's going to be that pivot either to the B or the C side. Pick of the litter here.
A little tough for Munchkin now, though. Has no idea how they're going to spread out. Off the back of this plant.
Spike planted.
heavy advantage है
Gonna have to win one battle. Cushy should be within one shot though.
Both players tucked. Wall is
निकाल
set up
सकते
to
हैं
obfuscate
मालूम नहीं
main
ना
from
किधर
this
गया है
angle. Obviously, salvos are available, so Munchkin wanting to get a move on, but needing to clear a bunch of different positions here first. Quiet drop down. Taps it. Ball raised. Salvos now flying through.
एक्चुअली में नेट नहीं डालना
Does
था
he
पता है
suspect the second?
क्योंकि वो टैप करने के बाद वॉल अप किया
As there's the stun. Ooh, sacrificial is Cushy. As there's the swing out. Nick Sparrow narrowly survives
टाइम
with
नहीं
30
था अगर
health.
मारता तो भी बट
Genji not going to get the
W
post
round
conversion, but they get a
बहुत
ton
damage
of damage dealt.
Yeah, that's really good for GENG. Quick reactions over towards the A site. And RRQ doing a good job early, winning that positioning battle, but Munchkin quietly
इतना
slipped
ज़्यादा
down
माल
that
कहाँ
rope
से आता है
ahead of the
केवल
rest
बाय
of his
मेंबरशिप
teammates. The other two
ज़्यादा मिलता
are
है
the first ones that RRQ sees
तो
when they
काश
start
दोस्त
scaling into
मेंबरशिप
sight.
लेके देखो
And Munchkin, therefore, gets underneath their noses, finds some big impactful kills. Foxy9 as well, coming in, doing some real damage with the Bulldog.
बहुत डैमेज दिया एक्चुअली
And that's brutal for RRQ. Still able to mostly buy up other than one Bulldog of their own.
Well, Texture this time ready for that
इस
position
बार
on
मारा
top of Boulder. Finds a shot, and Ash similarly takes down Jebkin, making up for the sins of the
ये
previous
बेचना ना
round.
बाहर का स्मोक पहले के
been
टाइम पे पता है अंदर का
redeemed.
स्मोक
That is
देते थे
now
लड़ने के लिए
A massive two-player advantage here for
ये वाला
GENG.
स्मोक देते थे पहले अभी अर्ली फाइट में हमेशा बाहर वाला स्मोक
Hawked back here. Now noted. They know where X-Sparrow is at.
Clean
Crazy guy is dead. Munchkin
Clean.
one away from a pit going into round 5. Showstopper online. Munchkin clearly wasn't satisfied with just having the ultimate. Wants a little bit more, and X-Sparrow will thank him very much for the extra charge.
स्कोर क्या है 2-1
Missing the timing of him sliding out of the smoke, but swings back in. Sparrow fighting. Does come up with the kill. There's the wall, locks him in position. The haunt not quite cleared.
बाप रे कितना सेफ किल
Finds this one though. Suddenly he can make a go of it.
हाँ
3 kills, the sprint over. Play would put him one
after a
away
long
from
time
having
man
that
how
hit
are you
online.
beginning all good
This would be a hell of a turnaround and a hell of a way to get this map tied up, but he's just going to drift out into Karen's crosshair
possible था
and will fall down.
Still, that's a ton of
अच्छा
damage
था।
done economically
लेकिन वो लोग
to
इको है ना
GENG. Yes, they're going to have some big ults
मैटर नहीं
though,
करता
but you can look at the cash available.
भाई लेकिन
great for
अगर
GENG.
अगर
Still going to be able to
RRQ
scrape
को
something together, but
साइट मिला फ्री
it's painful
और
to start losing those
GENG
1v1s
रीटेक
like that.
खेल रहे
If I'm
with रेज
the
और
coaches for GENG, I'm a
Vice
little bit
Ult.
annoyed at the way the end of this round went.
तो भी
prefer
there is
to
a
see
good chance कि
Players
RRQ
kind of lock
जीते
it down together a little bit better, especially once his spike is down.
वाइपर अल्ट के
Get
वजह से
Texture some help over here while he's trying
और
to
पोस्ट प्लांट यूटिल के
hold
वजह
off X-Pharaoh, but
से very much
opportunities.
possibilities कि
X-Pharaoh
RRQ
collects.
जीते next round
some big kills for RRQ, so anything is possible. It's going to be a weak buy. Jemkin does have a rifle, a judge for Munchkin.
Yeah, in the end, it ends up just being vastly superior to what RRQ can try to scrape together. So just the one hero here, Frenzy. You can try to pull off a bit of a miracle, or we'll put Jemkin one away from having the dimensional drift.
There.
Question is, do they pull the trigger on the Armageddon? Because she has it at the ready, but for now they have to work their way forward into the site. The wall going to be popped, the boombot going to be
भाई
sent.
डैमेज
Thorn's finding a bit of damage as Monyan on the reposition is noted and heard. Foxy swoops in to find that kill. Jemkin puts the rifle to good use, finding one. A showstopper now. Big splash potential as Cushy gets taken down, but there's a fake out there on the clone. Jemkin still
एक हट
alive,
गया।
still well, still with Vandal in hand. Trying to force it forward. They do, and it's the Karen's
मैं बोला निकाल
demise.
सकता है ब्रो
He immediately snaps
ब्रो
on,
निकाल सकता है
finding that headshot.
Time to jump.
Dimensional drift now at the ready, has the gate crash set up for the exit.
निकाल
The hit
लिया।
going to be invested here from the
निकाल
side of
लिया।
RRQ. Looking to secure this, but it's going to be a counter pit. Sideshow's nightmare, it would seem. As they go sliding forward, trying to find some space, but Jemkin finds one. Ash dead. Texture waiting to try to see if he can find any kind of timing, but
Right, the
Jemkin
blue
is on
guy.
top of it all. And with the judge in
Bro,
hand,
the
Crazy
blue.
Guy swings the corner.
W by.
And that is a
the
thrifty
blue.
pickup for
Sexy
RRQ.
game plan.
Ults well invested. As the gap now is just one round.
Yeah, this starts to get a little bit sloppy
बोला
again.
ना.
GENG has such a huge advantage. They just need to kind of hold the line. Karan gets caught slipping a little bit there. Jemkin, 3 kills,
भागता है
3
पर.
big ones, and Crazy Guy so fast to understand that position.
Give us stone. Thank you
knows?
for the membership. मेरे जान के
Munchkin's got a judge there if
ठोठे.
he's able to pull the trigger a little bit faster, maybe.
He kills 2.
Yeah,
Probably just get the collat.
probably.
Jemkin. Doesn't matter what you throw at this guy.
He's insane, dude.
You have to be fearful. Flash confirms some presence outside at Mound. Spike there for the moment. Of course, obviously, Jemkin didn't commit that dimensional drift here. So
और आज
does
RRQ
still
जीता तो
have it.
membership
We'll clear
पक्का.
out the wall
It's
now
a-
with the...
दोनों अच्छे टीम्स हैं.
There's going to be a lot of the thorns and a pop there as well.
और RRQ
Yeah, I
गलत
mean,
लेवल का मेहनत करके यहाँ तक
Jemkin's
पहुंचा.
mechanics are just so smooth. And he just is such a smart player. He reads situations incredibly well. Throws out the TP. Xpharaoh is so ready for
Bad
this.
texture.
Swing out, looking for the reset on the spray.
Clean, clean,
It's a
clean.
little while, but doesn't suffer too much
Clean.
damage. Eventually finds it. And it
Hello,
seems like
Ron
he is,
Bhai.
very much suspicious of there being a third player in this position. Foxy backpedaling frantically, shooting with the Sheriff, trying to see what he can get done. Karan will eventually fall, and now it's just down to Munchkin to see if he can get any kind of impact here in
Next
the round.
round
Otherwise,
decide
RRQ
करेगा कि किसके पास momentum
well
है.
set to tie us up at 3-3.
And to make matters worse for GENG, you've got 3 huge ultimates that are going to be stored for RRQ. There's no way they're investing them here. And coming into your next buy
दर्श
round,
भाई तेरे को
that's extremely
करियर में
scary.
क्या करने का तेरे को
You
वो
do
दिखता है
have
क्या रे?
Foxy's
हाँ,
ult,
बहुत सही
probably
के.
going to maybe get Ash's ult. But outside of that, RRQ is going to have a lot of ability to scale into sight.
कभी आईने में देख के ऐसा
Post-plant
लगता है कि
already.
मैं चूतिया होकर के.
Back around the corner, and it's a freebie. Does he go for the knife?
Knife him.
Oh, Xpharaoh.
Do
He's
it.
creeping forward. They're trying to keep the interest going, and there you have it. Right between the shoulder blades, a 4K for
तब
Xpharaoh.
तब.
A thrifty denial, and a tied scoreline at 3-3 with mental
Jab,
damage
tab,
on
tab.
top.
जब तब cat.
That
Boom
That-
with the knife.
That's right. But
Jab,
GENG is looking a little bit sloppy here on Lotus compared to the last time we saw them. We're seeing some mistakes. Seeing a little bit of
Simple baat hai.
overconfidence maybe at times. Going back to that round where Xpharaoh got a bunch of kills he never should have.
It is at this moment. ये
Now
smile
he's got a
देखो.
4K with a knife.
And that is just a hell of a grin on his face. He knows what he's done. He knows what he hath wrought. As a timeout will get called.
हो गया.
This is getting interesting. RRQ seems just a little bit cleaner here on Lotus. I think, you know, some of the early macro
T-shirt
ideas
में
are
जगह,
just a little bit
T-shirt में
stronger
जगह,
for
कोई है ही
GENG
नहीं.
sometimes, but the follow-up for RRQ has been better. Post plants have been good. Some of the ideas, how to get through some of the defensive utility with Foxy9, obviously
Actually
pretty
मैं
stock
मजाक
standard,
से कर
but
बोल रहा हूँ. मेरा
still they're able
favorite
to-
player है Xpharaoh.
make it very uncomfortable for the Vice.
हाँ?
Now you
Favorite.
got to figure out, as GENG, what in the world are you going to
इसके
do?
बाद
You have
Texture on
Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift to deal with. You know, you got to be thinking retake, I assume. But that's
what is
even
the
hard to
score
do
chat map?
because
1-1.
one of those other 2 big ults that
अरे
drags
मुझे
itself
भरने
across
देना
the
बहुत टाइम हो
board
गया. नहीं.
is going to probably still be there
Yeah.
in their back pocket. So you got to spread the map here, I would think. I mean, you win Rebel control, and then from there, you got to make quick flanks, quick rotations. I mean, Xpharaoh is so ready for it last time. It's going to make things tough, no doubt about it. Foxy here,
देख लो
has
इसको
to be
पिक.
ready
अरे
to
कोई
just
सीन नहीं. कैफे चला जाऊँ.
bail at a moment's notice, I would suspect.
नया चीज.
And look at RRQ, they're
ये हैंड में क्या है? हैंड
thinking the
वार्मर.
same thing. They're like, oh, if GENG
हाथ को
wants to deal
मॉइस्ट
with our
अपने
ults, they
मॉइस्ट
might want
करो.
to try to take some space. Let's be ready for that.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift going to be sent as Spike starts working across in the opposite direction. So ultimately, Jemkin just trying to sell a little bit of a different story to start, but in the end, though, GENG are in the correct position. Nightfall goes out, tap of the door. Rolling Thunder gets sent.
भाई
Crazy guy has
दरवाजा
no
खुला
idea what's
पता ही
coming his
नहीं
way.
चला bro.
Gets shot down by Cushy. Able to find two. Texture Ash both going to be picked off.
दरवाजा
Spike
खुला
now
पता
dropped
ही
here
नहीं
at the
चला
entrance
bro.
of main. Jimkin swinging back around, looking to bring this to bear here on the
हाँ
site.
फेडेड की वजह से
Still in a good position for RRQ.
हमें
They have the
टीम्स
site under their control for
ऑल
now.
रीजन टीम्स बहुत है टॉप 3
To
क्वालिफाई
get that
फॉर
spike forward, and with the
मास्टर्स
help of that smoke,
30
they should be able to do so.
फ्रॉम एवरी रीजन.
What a nullification of those ultimates, though, by Gen G. The Nightfall with the door tap, and they can't hear it. So well thought out.
ये स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर ना.
So she's still able to find those 2 kills. Still makes this a bit of a rough spot. Aaron getting tagged down to 70. Paranoia going to be
Out of
used, but
line.
there's no real scaling off the back of that. So vision audio regained. Xfero playing the close angle. Munchkin at 45. Karan at 70. The bite on a bit of a timing. Spying some more space as the swing
W.
out. Denied.
जीत गया RRQ
Munyet
में.
survives with 37 health. Karan now
बिंक्स क्वेश्चन पूछो.
asked to try to clutch this out. Monyet just trading places, swooping. The jump in,
Yeah.
an attempt to try to get around that one way, but it's Xfero coming out on
Yeah.
top, and RRQ now taking the lead.
The post plants continue to really be stellar
क्लियर
here for
कट RRQ
RRQ.
बाप के लिए. क्लियर
This
कट.
door open looked like it was going to be a real disaster, but Cushy able to fight back with 2
बस
big
मारा ना
kills.
खुशी ने.
He's just using the door against him. He's able to go ahead and split apart the fights there.
Yeah,
Takes the individual duels.
हर टाइम जेंजी कैसे
Really nice
फाइनल में है.
reaction
बाप
from
टीम
him.
है जेंजी.
especially given that Nightfall situation they were in. Still has his Armageddon. You're back onto a weaker buy for Gen
इन्हें में
G.
VCT मास्टर्स कब होगा वो नहीं
So-
पता यारो.
Very, very scary scenario that you're facing here. And both teams continue to have a bit of trouble on their defender sides across the last couple maps. Munchkin with a Guardian. A little bit of a trickery position set up.
Oh, well,
Oh.
finds value from it. As
दरवाजा
Flash
खोलेगा क्या?
connecting, Foxy is going to look to try to reposition, but the stealth drone comes out immediately, and Jemkin does manage to go ahead.
Bro,
and take
bro,
him down.
bro!
But Karan
Bro,
getting
bro!
blinded. Yes, he can!
Ay,
A 4K Sheriff confirms the thrifty and confirms that we are tied up at 4-4.
Oh भाई.
Oh, he's so back.
Oh, the
Oh,
call just
bhai.
rang out, and he has answered. Unbelievable shots.
3. Oh my God.
भाई. ये चीज़ है, किसका था आवाज है ना? Oh
That
shit!
Is a Karan classic. The Sheriff just works differently for him.
भाई क्या मारा भाई.
Unbelievable.
क्या मारा भाई.
That's got to be
लास्ट ऐसे शॉट्स
Bit of a
मैंने
kick in
सच्ची
the
में
head
देखे
there
थे
for
कुछ
RRQ.
मजाक से हटकर.
they were starting to really seize control here of the map. Momentum gets shifted. And economy starts getting a little bit more lopsided. Still in a good enough spot for the next few here.
That one's enough to give you a bit of a concussion. That is tremendous.
Unbelievable language.
Tremendous stuff, and that could be one of the pivot points in this map in this
Who can
series.
compete Genji
It's the hero
in
play
India
from
according to
Karan.
you
This
as
is
a
not
CC,
looking
which is a strong team in
especially
India?
easy for RRQ.
Strong team का नहीं मालूम, but there is
Tuck back.
One-
Texture swinging out. Good
one
amount of damage is going to be
instant
found.
player
Actually
who
able to
can
find Xfero, but
compete with
Crazy Guy
Genji.
answering back in a major way. Finds them both. Smoke now down. Karan
Binks कर.
calling here with the rotations as
30
Munchkin
seconds left.
sights in towards the connector, and Jemkin
Actually Genji को इतना डर लगता है
find
कि वो
that
लोग
kill,
खेलते
and
भी नहीं
suddenly
हैं.
RRQ seeming like they have not missed a beat, seeming like they're able to shrug that round
1v5.
off quite well. A tuck back from Foxy 9. Karan
Oh,
now
fuck.
position absolutely no, but still
Oh,
able to
fuck.
find spray through the corner.
Good
Crazy Guy taken down. He brings us into a 2v2.
एक लिंक में आवाज आ गया. Oh fuck.
Monyet being forward. Foxy pushing. Karan trying to
Oh
clutch.
भाई try
but
था,
denied
try
this
था,
time
try था, try
around.
था, try था,
Monyet is the sole
try
survivor.
था.
Will get RRQ back into a narrow lead.
बहुत गाली दूंगा. चुप हो जा
this
एकदम.
looked-
Language.
Like it had Gen G written all over
Paris
it.
Scout
They
next
play a
week.
little bit further back. They hit a great paranoia, but Texture can't find the shots initially, and a counter spam from Crazy Guy is on point. Foxy9 doing what he can. Karan coming up with a couple big kills, but Monyet
Last player standing.
able to steady the aim right at the end. Karan had him in his sights, but couldn't pull the trigger fast enough.
You better.
Damn close. RRQ though,
क्या मस्त
back
खेल रहे
into a
हैं
dimensional
लेकिन
drift.
मजा आ रहा है.
Yeah.
Judge at the ready. Swing on the corner. One dead.
Party.
Monyet surviving. Knocked down to 34.
बड़ी लेकिन
2 charges away from a rolling thunder here is Crazy Guy.
Now you got to eat that dimensional drift.
बॉल एक नहीं चेक कर रहा था, बॉल नहीं है.
He made nothing spotted there as Thorns used proactively off the back of the wall getting tapped.
अक्षर ना मान रहा.
Texture so far forward, but it's being pinged out. RRQ, great understanding of the negative space. What they've given up, and he's all alone here.
That he is.
भाई ऐसा का ड्रोन में टेक्सचर
Fault line
मारा.
is my question. Seems like they're just going to face in for it, but a little bit of a misjudge there from Crazy Guy. As far as the exact position is concerned, TP back over. He's making a quick exit and arrival towards this side of the map. Meanwhile, Karan, it's a bit of a misread here, it would seem, from GENG. He plays back. They're fanned out for the most
पे
part.
अल्ट मारा उसने उल्लू बनाने.
This means that Foxy9 now needs to try to buy some time. The Thorns locked him in place for the moment. A peek up over the top, but he's just absolutely destroyed their health bars.
Down, C.
24 seconds remaining. Cushy going to be on the flank, but Ash
क्या उड़ गया ना?
seemingly reading it, had eyes on the angle, but Cushy does manage to find the headshot.
टाइम
But
नहीं है.
this round is just going to be a bridge too far. The time not going to be available here
RRQ
for him.
लगता है पे stepping up one day अनुराग में जी के stages में ऐसी outperform
So if he
करेगी.
can play for some
God knows
eliminations,
best.
would still
Love you,
be
RRQ,
value.
Love you.
Finds a dink on the
Your
Foxy.
hopes are very high.
Foxy finds his way back out through the attacker spawn and into B to stay alive. 5-5, we stay tied.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from Foxy.
Close game ना?
The setup there
क्या लगता है
with the
chat?
Razor Vines
ये
really
मैप
nicely
कौन जीतेगा?
placed.
क्या है तुम लोग का prediction?
Anti-TP. And then waits for the wall to
चाय
go
का
up
farm
before
खरीद
he
लो
makes his
lifetime
move to
चाय.
strike.
Excuse me.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautifully played by Foxy. The
मस्त
fadeaway
खेला,
at the
मस्त
end. That bails
मेरे
GENG
को
out big
अंदर से
time.
लग रहा है उठी जाएगा. एक feeling आ रहा है.
5-5.
उठी करके चिल्ला रहा
Showstopper
है.
again for Texture. Jemkin
GENG?
lost the ult to the judge last time.
He's got it.
Well, I mean, he couldn't use it
I
in
see.
that sense.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes. Well, now he can. They avoid the showstopper. Damage not even taken. Texture, does he slide up ahead of this? It seems like the answer was yes. Still, though, a
Spotted
1-for-1
that
as the
लेकिन मारा
dust
उसने.
settles. Match
कुछ
will
भी
go
करते हैं
on.
ना ये लोग.
Jemkin rushing forward. Prowler just finding the clone here. Jemkin notes Ash here at the site. Flash is now starting to fly. Makes his exit. Right here at the front as Paranoia is lobbed in from quite far away, and Karan, in the end, isn't able to catch anybody. Now they don't have that the exact retake. Flash over the corner. Jemkin goes diving forward. Does trade his life as Karan claims it.
कैसे dodge
Munchkin at the
करते हैं
same
बे
time,
blind?
Crazy Guy.
आज तक मेरे को नहीं
Player
समझा.
advantage, at least for the moment here, for GENG. No flanks, just both players here on the site looking to try to fight their way forward, but okay. Sparrow, he manages to get Munchkin. Karan, that micro little whiff
Munchkin भाई.
could potentially cost him if Monyet can find the clutch.
भर दो Munchkin भाई.
The peak, a decent bit of damage found, goes
1v1.
back through. Only tagged to 87, Foxy9
Morning
now
mood में आज.
has to finish the job. Swings around, and that
भाई
allows
क्या
for Monyet to get
reposition
tucked back
किया
over here
है.
into tree. Spots him out. More damage exchanged. 3 health remaining on Foxy, and somehow he gets the
3
kill.
HP पे
He wins the
मारा.
round. And GENG get up to 6 here on the defending side.
That is ice cold from Foxy. He has no
बोला
health.
था ना भाई.
One bullet and he's dead, and he just says,
मारेगा.
well, gotta go for it. Might as well do it now. That right there, you're right. Just a little bit off. I love the way GENG plays that initially with just Ash on site being spotted by Jemkin. They wait. Ash just waits behind the wall, and they put one up at A Heaven. They put one at drop, and they wait. They play anti-flash. They're expecting Jemkin to throw that around the corner, and they're going to make a move to clear Ash out because they know he was there. They know he was spotted by the dimensional drift. And that gives them that man advantage early, but it still almost crumbles.
भाई मेरे को एक चीज
Karan
नहीं समझ में आ रहा है कि ये
Backing
लोग
away,
ए
Foxy
फाइट
jiggling does
कैसे
go
नहीं ले
ahead
पा रहे. ए फाइट
and get the
इजी
information
होना
for
चाहिए
them.
ब्रीच देव के साथ.
There's
प्लस
not going to
ओमेन
be
और
much
यूरो भी
ambiguity
क्रॉस
about this
कर
round
सकते
here. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Paranoia going to be used in advance. Karan now tucking back, but does not get caught by this. He's playing the same position as he finds the first. Looks for a little bit more. Goes for the readjustment. Ends up getting taken down. Foxy 9 backpedaling frantically, trying to stay alive. Gets the weapon
हैं.
back out.
भाई मोने ने विफ किया.
After setting the sealed garden. Pit now flying through. Munchkin frantically running away. The primary jam the spray. Just a hair off from connecting. A 2v2.
I think they all missed everybody.
Seemed like a trail.
Oh, there's one.
1-1, but unable to follow it here. Some spray exchanged. Crazy guy sprinting. The spike never planted in all of this chaos. GENG winning this fight, but now about to
Bhai,
realize
Crazy
they're
guy
on the
clutch
wrong
kar
side of
sakta
the map. Crazy guy has a Vandal, will have a fault line.
भाई
There's a hell of a lot more than HP than Foxy
reposition
9
bro.
did in the previous round.
That's
Trying to get this done.
Sexy reposition किया क्रेजी गाय ने.
Him and Munchkin about tied for HP.
Can they suss this out?
Did you hear that footstep?
Ash about to be at risk. Not
Bro.
turning back at all.
Bro,
Crazy
W.
guy
W.
slowly encroaching, killing, finding it. Spike not planted for him. Munchkin at least able to hold this up to half. He's stuck back in the corner. He's just gonna stick it. He's absolutely outdone him.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
The thievery from Munchkin.
This is where
He does this so many times where he just knows the timings and he knows that he's got you. He can find those checkmates better than most. And he's done it again. It
Outplay
looked
ho
like
gaya.
Crazy was gonna win this round.
Outplay हो गया यारो.
That was madness.
Unbelievable.
This whole series has been madness.
वो लोग अगर साथ में खेलते तो मर जाते थे वो लोग.
Oh boy, well. 7-5 at the half. GENG
बस खेल रहे ना.
in front
Cute
with the
खेल रहे.
defending
Cute खेल
side start.
रहे. What a belly fight. Excuse me. Action.
Tough choice there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tough.
she's nodding. She seems very confident
Yeah.
in the selection, but good lord. And GENG often do
भाई
find
लड़का
themselves
लोग है क्या वहाँ पे
advantaged,
भाई?
on these defending halves.
हाँ?
RRQ still can be in with a shout. Again, coming down to these
Entry
pistols.
allowed ही नहीं है
Lead
क्या
by
अपने को?
one. GENG looking to make it 3-3.
कैमरामैन तो
But
दिख नहीं रहा है.
this is a tough side of the map for RRQ now. I mean, obviously it's Lotus, it's attacker's side. The way things have been going today, just kind of have this feeling that GENG is going to be coming out here swinging.
मैच स्कोर क्या है?
So
1-1 अभी
pistols
थर्ड
so
मैच चल रहा है.
important for RRQ.
दोनों एक
See if
मैच
they can
जीते
get
हैं अभी
this
थर्ड
done.
मैच चल रहा है. जॉर्ड गैंग का टाइमिंग क्या है?
Bit of
ये
a
तो
rebel contest, it
शाम
looks
को
like.
पता चलेगा ना
They got the
यार.
Yoru, they got the Omen, but no response at all. So they're just going to walk forward. Bit of spam, but
Munchkin seeing if he gets any kind of contact there. Meanwhile, just some blind spray through the poison orb. Which you're just looking to basically make some noise.
got to be real careful in that position as Foxy. They have that Breach Tejo combo lined up in pillars. You can
आईपी कैमरा आईपी नहीं रे आईपीएल रे 200 में
Down real
भी
fast, but
शिव बर्बाद.
fortunately for him, that wasn't dialed up.
प्रणव
Good
भाई
for the
thank
ghost
you
purchase.
for the 200 मेरी
So,
जान के
does
रोटे.
just basically have the aftershock here after.
मेरे हिसाब से 1000 में ये सब मिस्टेक्स नहीं होते. जस्ट सेइंग हां ट्राई करो.
She holding on the angle, spotting out one. Looks the back
प्रणव
away.
भाई thank you for the
Little super
200 में
around
जान
there.
के
The door
रोटे.
gets tapped, and Jim can immediately
Bar
taking
diya.
Ash's head off. Foxy 9 similarly going to be taken down, and
Bar
Monyet
diya.
now gets onto the crossfire over across from Baby Door. As Karan is far too late. Munchkin needing to try to fight back, but it's only going to be good for one.
भाई
Karan this
पिस्तौल
time
तो अच्छा खेलता
does
है
not
यार
have a
उनकी.
sheriff. One fewer target. But I'm not sure if that maths out correctly. At least not for a win. Paranoia sent in one direction. And still needing to deal with Monyet, but Monyet deals with him.
Pranam bhai,
RRQ
love you
out front
yaar,
now as far as the
love
pistols
you
are
yaar
concerned.
Pranam
Take
bhai.
the much needed
Thank you for the 1000
pistol
मेरी जान
round
को
win
देते
here
हैं, love
to
you यार.
close the gap.
प्रणव भाई आपको एक और मैं हैक्स बताता हूँ जिससे 1000 में गलती नहीं होता है. वैसे ही काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लोगे ना, औरा बढ़ता है, औरा. समझ रहे हो? औरा बढ़ता है. जस्ट से लव यू यार प्रणव भाई, लव यू यार. वो भी 6 बंदे हैं ग्रुप में, 7th आप रहोगे ताला
Confidence.
फॉर अ रीजन.
That it will happen, but it is Gen G, you never know. Still though, great stuff from RRQ, that crunch into B main. Really nicely timed, really nicely set up, and Gen G fell right into their trap. Snagging the orb.
प्रणव भाई
Change
थैंक यू
direction.
फॉर द
Looking
1200 मेरी जान
Some
के
part of the map that's open.
चोटे.
This is almost the exact same setup in terms of where the pieces are placed for RRQ, as we saw in the previous
Son
round.
left the chat, excuse me.
Go B again. They're happy to play that game. Instead, looks like it's going to be A.
Nothing noticed there, up and over the top. Little drop down from Munchkin and a back pedal from Monyet.
Clear the rows.
कौन छे? 4 ही थे जेरी भाई.
He wants
2
to
बंदे
get
चले
those
गए. Shit.
Viper smokes back up before they make their move. Some response, a paranoia out off the door tap. So
आज
they're baiting
दोस्त
some
मतलब ना L
utility, but
membership.
still a lot of work to do.
Chat इसके गाफ में हाथी
Player
दो.
face forward through the connector. Salvo's now going to be thrown down. Munchkin gets on top. Able to find one there as Xpero does get
साइड
taken
में
down.
घुस
Cushy
गए
plunge
लेकिन
this one
that's a plan right
at
there.
the same time. So in the end, it's going to be a trade still. Massive weapon advantage here in their favor is Foxy.
प्रणव भाई welcome to the cast. दोस्त membership और crazy भाई पे हक
Smoked
दिया
out
आपने.
over on
Love
towards upper.
you.
Pass the Bulldog over to Karan.
Yeah.
Love और I
Full HP.
love you
Munchkin
यार.
trying to scale forward, ends up getting
Mo.
taken down. Monyet able to find that kill.
Mo.
Hold line connecting, texture, unspotted, now striking. Gets some good damage
Gun
in, but
रहता था ना.
cannot get them over the line.
HP
25
देखो भाई,
health
HP
remaining
देखो.
between these two players. But this time
Crazy
around,
भाई thank you for the
Gen G
100.
cannot
प्रणव
make
भाई
it
thank you
happen
for the
3
cast
times in a
दोस्त
row.
membership.
That's going to be
Boys
RRQ
guys मेरा birthday है.
losing out
Many
the
many happy
anti-eco
returns of
and
the
now tying
day.
us up at 7-7.
Still, that is a tremendous amount of damage
मेरा
done
ना औरा बड़ा ना
to the
लो.
economy
विशाल
of
भाई काले
RRQ.
मुझे.
Munchkin here just running forward and right
Very
clicking.
excited for Saint Film today.
Foxy 9,
Love
5
you.
HP.
ये तो 7 बजे ही पता
Barely
चलेगा ना
besting
सियान भाई.
his opponent. Oof, Monyet. So fast today. He's had some really
I had
impressive,
refund होता है क्या? मत करो यार.
impressive spray
प्रणव
transfers.
भाई आओ ग्रुप पे आओ.
And so it's a couple
याद रखना
Bulldogs,
what
a
happens in
Guardian for
group
Jemkin.
stays in group.
Ooh, a judge
ठीक
for
है.
Xfero. He's gonna dig pretty deep into the wallet for that one. Out go the smokes. Haunt through. Some Gen G knows Mound is theirs. 2 away from the showstopper for Texture.
Oh fuck, ग्रुप से एक बंदा
I'm just
अभी
gonna feed
निकला.
him this orb.
मतलब
but
अभी भी 6 लोग हैं.
ton of space over at A.
Chat we are still looking
And
for 7.
RRQ
This should tell the story.
happy to claim it.
Bit of a change up on the wall position from Foxy.
Yeah.
He's using this on the approach over towards
ये
Mount.
best लगता है मेरे को. See execute.
That's gonna give it away
Boomboard
here in a
डालो,
second.
net डालो, blind
Yep,
डालो,
is
free side.
tripped and is dead. Is Foxy. Jemkin scoping it, gets the headshot on the Texture. Looks for the finish. Texture just managed to put him down, but 22 health remaining here.
It's gonna be ready for them to.
Munchkin, I mean, he's suspicious, but he is not quite prepared.
Heavy fight there.
Kill from Monyet, and already this is set up to be a very good bonus for RRQ.
फोन तो बंद पड़ गया. 1
Sparrow
सेकंड के
still
लिए
with
चालू
that
करके
judge,
चेक
playing on
किया.
elevation.
मेंबरशिप अपडेट कैसे करें? मोड्स
Trying to
प्लीज
blast back
जितिन
in
भाई को
here.
हेल्प करो.
Try to use that showstopper.
वैसे
Yeah,
मैं
you got
क्यों
22
नहीं ग्रुप
HP,
में
good luck.
पर्टिकुलर रीजन कहना है? आस्क द रीजन सर. तू खुद बोला तो टॉक्सिक बन जाएगा करके.
Oh, heard it now. Still though, gonna be attempted.
Lol.
You have to think that maybe they had not realized. Cushy now arriving.
Karan
in from behind,
versus
brings it to a
Xfero.
1v1. Spike gonna be scooped up the door. Already shot. Nick Sparrow picks up a
भाई
phantom.
जीत गया भाई RRQ.
And
भाई
he
क्रेजी के
delivers.
एक्सपेरो ने. स्मोक
Once
थ्रू
him
निकल के
down,
जो मारा है.
bonus converted.
Crazy kill है.
RRQ in the
वो रहा
lead.
अपग्रेड कैसे करने का है. Love you यार नाइटबॉट.
This is
रीसेट
devastating
बोला
for
साइड
Gen
करने
G.
की जा पाए. लैंग्वेज.
And a brilliant play here from RRQ, pressing their advantage early And even with that wall confirming their presence, GENG doesn't have the right responses. They're not quite ready. And that kind of an interesting decision from Karad. I don't disagree with it there because of the time that was left on the
Odin
clock.
भी आ गया.
Oh,
Odin भी आ गया chat.
You'd be hard pressed to judge Karad for that one.
no.
It's more about
2 बुलेट क्या reload से
setting the
वो लोग.
showstopper.
Yeah, that was not as
But वहाँ पे
advised.
एक और है.
Force buy on Stingers. As in the end, it's just 2 players dead. Outlaw value certainly being felt here for RRQ.
Link पे click करके try करो.
this
Yup,
is
yup.
so tricky now. Foxy again spotted, and Odin in play for Crazy. Make things very
Odin
tricky.
डरते पे मैं अपने सच्ची.
The
Especially ये
aftershock
सब.
to delay.
बहुत दर्द है.
Should have heard 2 weapons fire is what I was gonna say. All got cleared.
इनको क्या पता काश दोस्त की बकलरी एक्समेंट अपग्रेड लव
And it
यू
does
यार
not
दिल भाई.
matter.
तुझे जो मेंबर्स के बारे
Just-
में मुझे व्हाट्सएप पर
just
बोलता
get rid of the
है
silly
वो
guns,
टॉक्सिक
you know?
नहीं है.
Yeah.
The
तुझे
Odin,
30
Stinger.
seconds left.
तुझे
I-
जो
well,
मेंबर्स के बारे
yeah,
में
Stinger,
मुझे
Stinger.
व्हाट्सएप
I don't
पर
like the
बोलता
Stinger
है
much,
वो
but-
मतलब मेरे को नहीं समझा.
Nothing against G2.
Judge.
The judge.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Ash dead. Munchkin is just completely piled into a corner. Cannot see a damn thing and is dead. That is going to be a flawless round here. As RRQ quickly dealing
Out of
a little
charges.
force buy. Now find themselves up by 2 rounds.
I'll pick them apart.
Their own defending side here on Lotus starting to look damn clean.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about a timeout for GENG. I mean, I'm a bit concerned about their ability to sort of suss out the position. It seems like they're just kind of going C mound every time, trying to make rotations or decisions off of that. And they're giving RRQ a lot of space on the map, sort of figure out what's going on.
जेड भाई तेरे
Figure
से
out
तो
how
होने
and
से
when they
रहा
want to
दोस्त.
trap the GENG players.
Felix qualified for
Whether it just
Masters,
be
yes.
Odin holding the door, a full push out. Speaking of push outs,
Jemkin, yeah, it does get haunted, however.
जब तक प्रेशर नहीं आता
Like it
हिलता
was gonna
नहीं
be
है भाई.
devastating, but
देखो
Gen G
भाई.
does manage to go ahead and pump the brakes.
कितना यूटिल वेस्ट हुआ अभी तक?
Now
Blind,
the one way
reveal,
flash through.
Roller.
Jemkin just commanding this. Playing King of the Hill, and he is absolutely winning.
you got to take a long pause if you're going to rethink about mound.
Portal
It's
closed.
just
Time to jump.
very tricky.
Prowler cleared the swing, shut down. Jemkin just gets texture and gets the hell out.
भाई गोट duelist है भाई.
There's no util there to clear back mound. You know he's there. The Prowler just identified it.
खेलता है भाई.
Just try to dry swing it. Jemkin's going to punish you every time.
Colin holds him down. Munchkin, there's just no pressure that he can realistically create here. And without the
Foxy
team
Nine
being
को
able to
कुछ
breach
space करना पड़ेगा.
the walls here of this C site, he's not going to be able to catch a flank. No need to rotate at the moment, but he will call the rest of the team across as he starts working his
30
way
seconds
forward
left.
towards this A site.
I don't know how you're going to get this lurk to go for Foxy. Crazy guy seemingly pretty dialed in that direction, and then you're going to have to worry about, or excuse me, Cushy. Crazy guy as well, plus Jemkin. Timing here.
They're going at the ready. Ash is going to be taken down as things are going to start getting chaotic. The time starting to dwindle. Shots flying out, looking for a bit of damage there, but ends up getting avoided. Pit in
Bro,
play here as the
convert कर
spike
दिया ये round.
set up for Gen G. 4v4. The Rushies just jumping on top of them, saying, aim right here, guiding their hands is
Ping
Jemkin.
कर करके.
They know. They
There's
know.
Munchkin around the corner. Yep, they know exactly where he is. The pit
Oh
now
my
dropped.
भाई
Foxy trying to arrive. Nearly
Oh
makes
my
his way over for the
भाई
third
नहीं convert
transfer,
कर पाए भाई. क्या
but falls shy of the mark at the end. RRQ
क्या खेला
double
भाई
digits now.
RRQ.
10 to
क्या
7.
मारा
a 3-round
भाई.
lead and 5 rounds in a row here
Ping
on the
कर
half.
करके मारा.
They are so well thought out. And the dimensional drift,
As a
such a
team
good
क्या
counter to a
crazy
Viper's
खेल रहे
pit.
हैं RRQ.
These dry peaks have got to stop. Can't do that against Jemkin, and you're right, he's just calling him in. Just letting him know. And Foxy just can't quite get there in time. I mean, having a numbers disadvantage, trying to lurk against that. Very tricky
मेरे
to
को
find
एक
your
बात
moments,
बताओ, वाइपर के पास
find that
स्पिट था
comfort
क्या?
to get through. By then it was pretty much too late. The confidence from RRQ
अगर
really
वाइपर का
showing
स्पिट था
their
और
adjustments
दो बंदे मर गए,
from
शायद
just 2 days ago against this Gen G
बॉल गिरा
team.
के स्पिट कर
Tremendous.
सकता था.
Munchkin starting to get frustrated. Head in hands. There's been a much rougher go of things, and it just doesn't feel like they're working the map as much. It just doesn't feel like they're reading their situations as well as last time. You know, they were
डन सीन है, डन सीन है, डन सीन
really
है.
good about ping-ponging between
दूसरा
different
डर आ गया.
areas, not overstepping,
इसके बाद मैं कुछ
not
प्रेडिक्ट
losing a
नहीं कर
lot of
रहा हूँ
these
क्या
first
भाई.
bloods to...
आज दिन नहीं है मेरा.
that last one has me befuddled.
Hello,
because he
Primus,
got powers
bye!
and still just walked out there.
Well, first timeout call. Might sound surprising that, now that I say it out loud. First timeout call there from Gen G on the map. As they look to try to get themselves back into a winning
एक बार
position.
टेक्निकली वाला हो जाता तो क्या टेक्निकल
Icebox
वाला?
on the horizon.
N7 है
And now
भाई.
RRQ has
टेक्निकली
looked
क्या?
on that map.
रियलिस्टिकली भी
Granted,
जीतने
Gen
वाले
G
हैं
themselves
RRQ.
also have had strong performances. I think you feel a
Unbreakable
lot more
defense है
comfortable
RRQ का भाई.
going in with map point. Jemkin forward, looking for some damage, looking for some shots there.
थोड़ा कभी-कभी
Connected
ब्रेक
picture at the
होता है,
same time,
लेकिन
able to
इतना
find
नहीं.
Mon. Yeah, now Jemkin dead as Munchkin just plays off the tracers. And suddenly, the strategy for Gen G has become kill them all through smokes.
Well, part of that was getting some good assists for texture.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए
Able
तो
to use
दो
some of that
बंदे हैं
utility.
साइड.
Oh my God!
वो
Swing around
बड़ी
the
तो
corner,
दो मार
Cushion
दिए.
comes away with two Texture Foxy behind, both dead. And Xparrow, bit of a flank timing. Munchkin trying to force him
W.
back, but he cannot. Crazy Guy regains his weapon, fault line. Only
W,
going to
ये भी
connect
गया.
on to one, but one is good enough. As Ash now
1-1.
needing to clutch this. Slowly pulling back and narrowly
But
winning.
it's-
5 HP, the difference
पाँच
between a win and
HP बताएगा कि ये
catastrophe.
मैच
Gen
कौन
G
जीत सकता है?
pick up their first round victory
ये
here
राउंड
on the
हारते
attacking side.
खत्म था
And the call
मैच
out here.
पॉइंट.
Use some of this util. There you go.
5
Get
HP.
the spot with the fade. I think the paranoia hits as well, or maybe the smoke's just there, not sure which. Cushy just has him lined up. 2 in front of him, 3 in front of him, and he gets 2. Ash, oh my goodness.
Hear the relief, but they're
भाई
falling out of the
अल्ट
woods.
देखो भाई
Yeah,
RRQ
Jemkin.
के पास
Four
अल्ट
ultimates
देखो.
on the other side.
Yeah, it's scary.
कोई भी साइड
Deep.
रीटेक खेल
That's
सकते हो
gonna
लोग
give
कोई
them a
भी.
little bit of
कोई
comfort
भी.
in trying to
Plant
scale
करो.
forward.
पोस्ट प्लान में
someone's
सिर्फ
door.
आग बंद करके ऐसे 2x बटन दबाने का. पूरा
I was
साइड खाली.
suspecting baby door, even though it hasn't
साइड
been.
का आधा
This
पार्ट
could be rolling
तेव
thunder
अल्ट
into
मारेगा,
salvos, will
साइड
break the
का
door
दूसरा
down here
आधा
for
पार्ट
them.
Oh, you're
ब्रिज
right.
अल्ट मारेगा
Or the
और
Armageddon,
उनके
either way.
बेस में जाके वाइपर अल्ट मार देगा.
Devastation potentially awaiting
खेलो
Gen
दूसरा
G
map.
unless they can very quickly pivot off of this.
Oh, this is all a trap.
आप GTRP क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? क्योंकि मेरे को YouTube पे नहीं खेलना
Looking for
है.
the spot out, knows that there's at least one there. A little bit more noise made. The readjust of the Rolling Thunder isn't going to be connecting. Hits on the 2. Monyet pushes off the back. TP's now, but he's going into the Armageddon, I do believe. As
भाई
Texture
वाइपर
finding
जिंदा
one.
कैसे?
Either way, cleanup is theirs. The shots connect. It's going to be Jemkin and Xparrow. Trying to get themselves back into this one. A lot committed. To have a round loss here. But certainly RRQ give Gen G a window back into the map. And from there, the series.
दरवाजा खोलेगा क्या?
Karan.
योरू, that is the
Gotta worry
question.
about a couple
कि वो
different
लोगों को
angles.
पता
He's
है
got one
ट्री
coming
खाली
behind
है,
him.
तो एक एंगल कम देखना पड़ रहा है वो लोग को.
He doesn't even look that way.
Suspecting that the one way is going to be enough. Trying to buy that space. Flash's going to be sent.
क्या
Xparrow
ब्लाइंड था ये?
find the first. The swing out, and Jemkin's got the other.
भाई क्या ब्लाइंड था वो?
Target selected. Shots hit.
Bro, RRQ जीत गया.
RRQ
मजाक से
not
हटकर
giving
crazy खेल रहा है
Gen
भाई.
G
मजाक
any
से
wiggle
हटकर.
room.
Well, and the crazy part
हाँ?
is
गलत खेल
Gen
रहा
G
है भाई
fought their
RRQ.
way out of that
Bro,
trap
हर
reasonably
चीज का
well.
आंसर है भाई.
A couple players get hit by the ultimates.
They come out with an advantage.
Yeah. That's
क्लोन था. रेस
better
कैसे
than you
ब्लाइंड
go
हुआ
for. In
क्लोन था
some
तो.
cases, Karan TPing ahead of it. Munchkin stuck in there, still finds the kill. Oh, as Manya was trying to TP.
Yeah, he was trying to jump forward. Gets caught in the middle of it all.
Yeah,
This
he
right
was,
here.
That's painful.
वो देख.
Just, again, kind of starting to lose their heads a bit. Gen G just not being aware of where RRQ players can be.
युवक कोच ऐसे नहीं है
Yeah.
मस्त है
Stinger share a frenzy. The peak, and that's Karan dead. One of your biggest hopes when it comes down to a potential thrifty win. Taken away as blast pack forward. Xfera up and over the top. Will get taken down. Showstopper now going to be used on the back end to try to create some further space. And Kushi nearly caught on a timing, but Foxy9 cannot get the punish. And Munchkin narrowly will be able to get away with it.
Spike planted.
Monyet trying to run him down, trying to push forward. A little bit more space put in, but
oh
not going to be nearly fast enough with the shot. His texture was 5 HP. I mean, if you can even
कौन
find
सा गन लेके आ रहे देख
a single kill here, it'd be so damn impressive.
Oh,
And he cannot. Takes him to 24, but then the bullets run out. Ash, Vandal picked up. Can only find the singular kill. RRQ.
मैच पॉइंट
They are starting to really get into the groove, to really feel it.
बेस्ट ऑफ
The
है क्या
defuse
हाँ
comes in. That's
ब्रो
map point
RRQ
as they look
जीतने वाले
to
ब्रो
move into Icebox as the series leader, being one
अरे
map
बच्चा
win
करी
away from becoming the Stage 1 champions.
they're just reading situations near flawlessly. I mean, that
You
little bit of a
predicted
misstep, I
Genji won?
suppose, but still
मत करो
couldn't get the conversion with the
मेरी
stinger.
क्या
Good
गलती
texture, but
इसमें?
it's more about the way Jemkin's playing the beginning of that round with the op. So cautious, so safe, well aware that texture was going to be close to his ultimate.
बच्चा ने are you
just
kidding me
playing
भाई are you
Fallback
kidding
the
me
whole time. Genji's trying to spread the map a bit more, but with just the weaker weaponry, couldn't do much with it. They had a few opportunities, couldn't convert with the mechanics.
Here.
Everything's starting to unravel. RRQ sending Jemkin out. Hasn't.
They lost
Gone for the
confidence
big
their aim
angle.
is shaking now
Is he waiting for
ये लोग दिन रात उठ के एक ही गेम खेलते हैं इतना ट्रॉफी इनके पास
play, but
हाँ aim is shaking
why?
up.
Oh,
And it's just a dry peek
again.
into a kill. Jemkin damn near win those 100% of the time. Probably connecting Monyet,
Second
already
wave,
keeping back, break of the door. Pivot call now into the B
Itna
side
easy
here
है
for
retake
Genji. Things starting to feel a
लौड़े
bit
लग गए
desperate.
जमकिन अल्ट लौड़े लग गए
Four in a row.
ब्रह्मांड का इन्फो आएगा अभी
Is what is needed. They got so very close in the
Hey,
previous
Peter.
map. Can they at all make it happen here and now? Karan TPing out the safety. It's all the way across over at C. As
Right,
Ash
Karan
tries to
का
lock down
TP
baby door with that
इतना
C.
crazy है,
Sparrow
किसको दिख रहा है
sliding
क्या?
forward, eyes set towards it. Flash connecting.
अभी
Fox is
crazy
going to be
नहीं,
good
मर
for one.
गया
Karan going to be taken down. Ash holding here.
casualty
Finds another as the off shot goes wide. Texture collecting, but Jemkin!
Blind is dead.
2 pumps to the shorty, 2 kills found. Foxy9 now asked to clutch, finds the first 4 bullets remaining.
oh
The op on the opposite side swings in.
And
It's a
me.
4K for Jemkin, but not the round win for RRQ. Not this map
वो
coming
कैसे
to an
से
end.
खेला
It's Genji.
उसने शॉट
In
मारने
their
के बाद पीक
second
लिया क्योंकि वो दूसरा
attack
वापस एम नहीं लगा
round
सकता
win
देखा
for the
किसने
Red Bull clutch from Foxy9.
small details
This is like by the slimmest of margins in a couple different ways. I mean, Karan out by rubble.
language
Has to
रुचिर
TP out
भाई
of there.
100
Munchkin
रुपए
just going on a
बाकी
walkabout, pays the price. Foxy9 doing a great job from B main, locking this down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable shorty connections for Jemkin there.
आज क्या कहा है चैट
A
चाट
couple
में
bullets hit the head on his second target. But Foxy9 plays that beautifully.
Let me order something
Still though, have an op, have an Odin,
what time से
and
French
a
fries
Bucky,
पे खाया
and some classics.
A motley crew, but one that's working.
Oh,
As Texture just trying to bound forward, shot down.
समोसा भी नहीं खाया बड़ा खाया था
just, oh my goodness.
Yep. Munchkin's at 35.
Pew, Puri?
Karan's dead.
No
Foxy,
way.
I mean,
चाट खाने कह रही है हैवी कुछ नहीं खाने
paranoia. Monyet finding
ये
Munchkin.
गैजी जी
I'm not trying to sound like I'm cheering for a
RRQ.
particular team. I just really hate this guy.
RRQ Pacific
And I know
winners है
that if Mitch Man's watching, he's giggling at my dismay.
not DRX not
Starts to make you
Genji
think.
not
You know,
PRX
Genji used to have a player who
Not
would spam
G.
the Odin around on this map.
Hmm.
RRQ
Maybe Ash should learn.
He's trying to be a better man. He's trying to get a catch here. Narrowly is able to do so, but he still takes so much damage. And Xpero, with his own classic, will put him down. Monyet back across the opposite side. Finds a lurk.
Not
RRQ
even, yeah.
in the lead.
Bro, trying to
2-1
sneak
here in the
in. Mat
series.
karo, bhai.
Their map pick of
कि माँ को मेरे को
Icebox.
एक और dare
Coming
करने
up
का है।
next, what a bounce back.
मेरे को एक और डैर करने का है यार, मेरी कौन में घुस रहा है ये बंदा। रुक जा, पहले मेरे को खाना ऑर्डर करने दो, फिर आके डैर करेंगे। मैं बोलता हूँ डैर क्या है, मैं बोलता हूँ डैर क्या है।
Fox were the two that they played, the two that they lost against GENG in the upper finals. They've already got one. Can they complete the second and end this at 3-1?
चीजें राइट हो रही है, लेकिन वो लोग काउंटर
No doubt about it, they are starting to look really good. The mechanics are there, the decisions are there. They're working the map much better than GENG overall right now. They are really doing a great job of corralling GENG into bad situations, forcing them to have to use good mechanics to get their way out. And that is not a high percentage proposition for any team.
No, it is not.
Ugh, they're good, man.
They are on fire. Jemkin still looking insane, but big performance from Xpero across this map. I mean, once he got that knife kill, especially, I mean, he was already doing well from there, but it just felt like he could do no wrong. Insane performance. RRQ, their destiny in their hands, a victory on Icebox, and they will be going over to Toronto as the #1 seed, as the Stage 1 champions of VCT Pacific. We'll see if that's going to happen, but for now, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
We at the analyst desk were a little bit worried about the mental state RRQ would come into Lotus, with GENG coming back so close on a set prior to this, but it looks like it didn't affect them at all. RRQ were fantastic on this map, and we were talking a bit about them choosing attacker or defender side. It's a little bit different than last time.
Yeah, that's what's changed up. I mean, they opted to start on attack this time. The last time they played GENG in the upper bracket, they started on defense and they went down 0-8. It was full momentum for GENG. This was a very different game though. This was the kind of scrappy slog game that you get when you get deep into a best-of-5 series. Both teams are starting to feel it. You're getting a little bit fatigued. It started to come down a little bit more to some of these clutch moments, some of these individual performances. And for me, RRQ had some of the better individuals, but they also had some better macro, particularly in that second half. I felt like they really had GENG's number. They had a little bit better of a read, and GENG, I felt, were a little bit more reliant on clutches and individual plays.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Honestly, I've been so impressed by RRQ in this map. This was a map where I had GENG heavily favored. We talk all the time about how strong GENG's Lotus is, and last time they played 13-5 to GENG, utter domination, and now RRQ come out and done the exact opposite. I mean, honestly, I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah.
You know, we spoke so much about how at the top of the show, the deck was stacked against RRQ. It was so hard for them, and now they're going to be one map away.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have Icebox and Split left. But this map, there were, as you mentioned, Pilski, a lot of scrappy moments, a lot of heroics that ended up surprising all of us, whether it's carry on the Sheriff or let's talk with Jemkin.
Oh, for sure. There was plenty of these moments. We'll roll the replays of all of them right now, but this will just show you how many impact rounds there were. You talk about going down 0-8 last time around. This time, I mean, early on, you had GENG get off to another good start. Texture invests the showstopper in this round, but it's a singular hero rifle on Jemkin and a pit invested on an eco round outside of just a Vandal, and RRQ gets away with another one of these thrifty wins. They had so many yesterday against Paper Rex, but I really felt like RRQ had so many impact rounds where the individuals were able to come up clutch.
Yeah, I mean, these are the rounds that we talk about when we talk about momentum. Karen doing his best here to get them back. These shots were absolutely insane. I feel like there were so many rounds like this. This is what really makes it so back and forth, down to so many 1v1s and so many big clutches.
And this is what is going to give you that momentum in the best-of-5. You get these sloppy, scrappy games when you're sending some international representatives over from Pacific. These are the kind of skill sets that you need to showcase, especially when you're playing teams from other regions. You're not always going to have the perfect read. You're not always going to know what to expect. sometimes you have to make these huge individual plays and figure things out on the fly.
Like, macro can only do so much. You can win Valorant on paper, but still lose the round. It's, at the end of the day, it's the guys in the server that have to convert, and that's what makes this, you know, so exciting to me. It's not chess, it's not you just move that piece, there's an execution element, and all 10 players in this server are able to execute when it really matters. That's the making of a fantastic series, but RRQ definitely got the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I'm pretty sure both of these coaches have trained their squads for these moments of improvisation here. And like, I love that comparison to chess here, because that's just not what Valorant is.
Yeah, no,
There's a lot of dying happening too.
I'm glad you
Doesn't
brought that
happen
up
in
as well, the coach point in particular, because this is where, like, you know, Ewok was saying, he doesn't mind the best of 5. He feels like it allowed them to recover, it allowed them to get some composure. I mean, talk about how close Ascent was. They almost threw that game in the bin. That definitely could have been GENG stealing a 2-11 deficit back to win Ascent after such a rocky start, and then come into Lotus looking completely different. But the composure from RRQ to recover after getting smashed 13-5 on Lotus in the upper bracket, to recover from conceding so many rounds on their defensive side of Ascent in a row, and then be able to actually put together a win here on Lotus is the kind of makings of a championship team, is the makings of a team that can win this grand final over a favorite in
और
GENG.
चीज बॉल्स खाना, ठीक है? तब तक मैं बेल मंगाता हूँ. डेयर भी करना है. डेयर भी करना है. डब्ल्यू भाई, लोग एक्चुअली बिंग 69 कोड यूज कर रहे हैं क्या? औरा औरा फार्मिंग हो रहा है वहां पे. भेल कितने का चैलेंज कर रहे हो? 3000. ब्रो हैज फॉलन ऑफ. वो बता रहा कि उसने 30,000 जीपे किया है उसके पहले. भाई रुक जाओ यार, मेरे को भेल मंगा दे दो, सूखा भेल. ला 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 ला. मैं किधर से सूखा बिल मंगाता था? सूखा बेल खाएंगे अपन, सूखा बेल. अरे मेरे कार्ट में इतना सामान क्यों है? पिंकी दी ने आज खाना नहीं बनाया. पिंकी दी बाहर गई है यार फैमिली के साथ. मेरे मॉम डैड के साथ शॉपिंग के लिए गई है वो. तेरी आंखें गरम मसाला, तेरी आंखें गरम मसाला, तेरी आंखें गरम मसाला. ये रहा ना सूखा बेल. बेल का प्राइस कम है, डिलीवरी का ज्यादा है. दैट्स अ डब्ल्यू राइट देयर. दैट्स अ डब्ल्यू राइट देयर. बग्स भाई कैसे हो? ऑल्सो एक सवाल था आपको. बीसी ए एंड एमसी ए कैसा लगता है एज अ करियर ऑप्शन? क्रेजी लगता है. क्रेजी क्रेजी क्रेजी. क्रेजी लगता है चैट। और जो भी वहां पे जा रहे हैं ना, किधर, एप सिटी में चीज बॉल्स खाना, चीज बॉल्स बहुत क्रेजी है। चलो अभी डेयर ये है कि मेरे को अंकी को कॉल करके ऐसा एक्ट करना है जैसा मेरा और पिंकी का झगड़ा हो गया है और वो घर छोड़ के चली गई है, समझ रहे हो? हेलो अंकी, एक हेल्प चाहिए यार। मेरा और पिंकी का झगड़ा हो गया, तो घर पे गई है और फोन नहीं उठा रही है। क्या? बाय। आवाज नहीं आ रही, सीधा बोला बे, तू लाइव है मेरे को मालूम है। यार ये स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर से यार, कहाँ से निकालू कंटेंट? जाना हूँ कैफे, कैफे मस्त है ना, देखा तूने? एक अच्छा है, जब भी मैं जाऊंगा वहां पे मेरे को फ्री का खाना।
Red Bull gives you wings.
सीधा ओनर को कॉल करके
Red Bull gives you
खाना चाहिए यार।
wings.
तो कुछ पैसे रेगा से मांग अर्जेंटली। डन सीन है, डन सीन है, ये वाला डेयर करता है। रेगल टॉस 10,000 मांगता हूँ, वैसे भी गाड़ी ली है। कॉल उठा लोड़े। पचास मांग, लिमिट के हिसाब से मांगू कि नहीं? नहीं उठा रहा भाई, एंटर दबाने से म्यूट अनम्यूट होता है, व्हाट द फक? नहीं उठा रहा। रेगा इतना बड़ा हो गया है। रेगा प्लीज अर्जेंटली कॉल कर मेरे को प्लीज। मैं उसको वॉइस नोट भेजा। कॉल समवन एल्स। वॉइस नोट डिलीट कर रहा हूँ। किसको करूँ? रिबेल को करता हूँ। बाल चेंज कर रहा रहेगा बहुत सी का। मॉडल को नहीं कर सकता, मॉडल बाहर गया है। अबे उसके पास नहीं होता। क्या लैंग्वेज है ये? कॉल मांबा, ठीक है। कोई मेरा फोन ही नहीं उठाता है। एम आई लाइक भोसड़ी वाला? गोल्डी भाई 3,000 के लिए मैं गोल्डी भाई को कॉल करूँ? 3,000 की डायरी के लिए? हाँ, TYFS का रिस्क पता है कि नहीं तुम लोग को? बैंक कम से कम 3 लाख। कोई कॉल ही नहीं उठा रहा। आज 7 बजे कुछ स्ट्रीम है क्या? ये तो 7 बजे पता चलेगा ना मैडम। कोई कॉल ही नहीं उठा रहा भाई। विशाल भाई आपका कट गया। तो कितने में करेगा बोल, मैं कर देता। नहीं कर सकता यार, सच्ची नहीं कर सकता। गोल्डी भाई के साथ मैं प्रैंक नहीं कर सकता। इट्स नॉट अबाउट द मनी, नॉट अबाउट द मनी ब्रदर। 1 करोड़ कैश। बबलू से मांगता हूँ, बबलू उठाएगा फोन। वैसे भी कुछ काम नहीं करता है। बबलू को कॉल करता हूँ। मैप बना रहेगा बीजेएमआई का। स्नैक शायद स्ट्रीम कर रहे रे बीजेएमआई। चिता स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं। लाइव है तो नहीं उठाएंगे ना फोन। फोन पे गेम खेल रहे भी, फोन उठाएंगे वो। कोई फोन नहीं कर रहा। सब बिजी है क्या आज? हेलो बबलू, सुनना। अरे मैं बाहर आया हूँ, मेरे को एक अर्जेंट काम है। मेरा एक्चुअली सीन ये है ना कि मैं वो भूल गया रे। क्या बोलते हैं, मेरा कार्ड घर पे भूल गया। तू मेरे नंबर पे फट से जीपे कर सकता है क्या 50,000 प्लीज? मैं तेरे को भेजता हूँ। अरे मैं कार्ड भूल गया भाई। अरे अर्जेंट, एकदम अर्जेंट। मैं मैक्सिमम तेरे को 1 हफ्ते में रिटर्न दे दूंगा। मेरे को देखने दे, मेरे पास कितने पड़े। 1 सेकंड। कहाँ गया है? मैं बाहर गया हूँ रे, मैं पिंकी के साथ बाहर हूँ मॉल में। शॉपिंग, क्या बात है। उसका ही महंगा है रे सामान। 36,000 है। रुक जा 1 सेकंड, रुक। मुझे देखने दे, बस 50 पड़े नहीं पड़े। सच्ची में ना? सच्ची सच्ची चाहिए, अर्जेंट, एकदम अर्जेंट। क्या मार्च? रुक जा, एक में 52 पड़े और एक में 26 पड़े। मेरे पास 75,000। रुक जा, इस वाले से भेजता हूँ। ठीक है ठीक है। जीपे करो। जीपे कर, जीपे कर। चल ठीक है। ठीक है। अकाउंट खाली कराएगा, शर्म आनी चाहिए। मिथुल नायक। हाँ। साले तू मेरे को 5,000 रुपये भेजा था पहले। किस चीज के लिए भेजा था? गांड दिया था तो तू मुझे। रुक, मैं एग्जैक्ट 50 चाहिए क्या तेरे को? मतलब 45 देगा तो भी चलेगा। रुक, नहीं नहीं, मेरे को 2 अकाउंट से भेजने पड़ेंगे। एक में मेरे 49 है और एक में 26 है। मत भेज रे, मस्ती कर रहा था यार, डर था। लव यू यार बबलू यार, लव यू यार। तेरा भाई वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है। लव यू यार बबलू। स्ट्रीम चालू है, स्ट्रीम चालू है। लव यू यार। एक्सक्यूज मी, एक्चुअल में मेरे पास नहीं है 50,000, लेकिन तू मेरे को दे सकता है प्लीज। भेज दे, चलेगा, मैं बुरा नहीं मानूंगा। डर को अपन रियलिटी में बदलते। कम ऑन चैट, डब्लू बबलू मत स्पैम करो। डर था वो, फिर भी मेरे को 50,000 भेज रहे हैं अभी भी। लव यू, लव यू बबलू। ओपी स्पैम कर दो बेंच। चलो बाय, लव यू, बाय। था सोचा उसने डब्लू।
Suspicious, given there's no follow-up.
ऐसे सोचा मैं बेले ने, मेरे पास 50 नहीं है।
Alarm bot ends up getting cleared. Maybe a 0-point send.
क्या हुआ पहला राउंड? मैंने देखा नहीं।
Further sell this here, and that is going to be the counter rotate back. Texture.
अच्छा मेरे से नहीं मांगा, वरना मेरा बैलेंस क्लिक हो जाता।
He's got the guardian. He's got the firepower.
तूने अगर मेरे को 50 दिए ना,
with the sheriff to try to
मान
hold the
जाऊंगा
line.
मैं।
Slow creep forward. It's on a more aggressive angle, and Jemkin immediately strikes. Second sheriff now. Here in the
मेरे
hands
को
of the
ऐसा
RRQ
क्यों
players.
स्मेल आ रहा है
It's
कि
all
thirsty
Gen G
होने
get
वाला
ready
है?
to converge back across towards A.
Look at Crazy Guy.
वो सिर्फ आके पोस्ट पर नेड मारेगा.
Mid rotations.
Map ball, Gen G baby.
At the moment here for the Salvos will start sprinting back as quickly as he can.
ये राउंड RRQ जीता.
Kill found, but
केओ नेड भी है, तेओ नेड भी है.
down to 40. Still a good opportunity for RRQ to at least get more damage through, if not close out the round. Karan trying to scale forward, turns back, couple shots flying, still a player up above him. Does he read that? Clears the turret now, registers it, swaps to the classic, rides the rope, whittling away at him. The fadeaway shot is able to find it. Foxy9 going to be taken down. Crazy Guy does manage to make this costly. As Ash scoops up the other Guardian, rescues as much as they can. The fuse was held all the while. Gen G, a 2-0 start, but still already on a rocky road.
It's a brilliant macro here from RRQ. Waiting out both 0 points from
मैं बोलो मैं भी
Munchkin.
चैलेंज दे रहा.
Confuse the heck out of him.
Gen G. आपका क्या चैलेंज है प्रमोद भाई?
They are really attacking him when he's on the KO. Saw it on a set. Seeing
What
it
is
here
going
early
on? Hello,
Icebox.
valorant. भाई उसने नेड क्यों लेट किया? उसका सीढ़ी पे था
Scream
क्या?
of
नहीं
relief
ना.
there
सीढ़ी पे नहीं था.
for Gen G. Got a little bit dicey for sure. Got to be so careful there, Foxy9. Pushed out.
I mean, he really wants this
Keyboard
one. He's
dialogue,
going to go
yes,
for it.
sir.
He's going to be able to scoop that up. So Ultimate now online, going into Gen G's bonus. RQ should be well aware of who was able to collect that.
हमें में मैप Gen G win ऊपर जो दिख रहा है white dot.
Push forward now though here at green.
उसका मतलब उतना मैप जीता है. RRQ 2 और Gen G.
Texture's going to go swinging, and oh my god, gets it, gets out. Scot free.
Bye.
The snappy headshot.
Bye.
Entry power cut down here for RQ.
Dare result के बाद पता
Pistol round
चलेगा.
last time they played. Whoa, here we go.
जीतने पे क्या मिलेगा वो बता.
Force them back and into the open. Texture does end up getting taken down. Nice shot from Munchkin though, finding Xpero there in tube just through the window. Cleans up that timing, cleans up the flank, and given the HP bars, RQ are going to have to go for the save, you would
भाई ये लोग
suspect.
इतना लो है, ये लोग ए जा रहे हैं.
Juggling the guns.
पूरा फुटस्टेप आएगा, नेड है, वॉल अप होने वाला है, कैसे लड़ेंगे?
Go.
30 seconds left.
पूरा साउंड आया.
Just around the corner, here is Munchkin ready
वॉल अप,
to ruin their day.
वॉल अप,
Spots out one, swings,
वॉल अप.
gets the shot, spike,
Wall up.
planned interrupted, and oh what
मेरा हो गया भाई चोट.
is that?
मेरा हो गया, जीतो या हारो.
Drop down.
मेरा हो
And
गया.
the only
क्या था
consolation
ये?
available for RRQ is that this lockdown has been used, but Monyet, here is some revenge from the previous map, says Foxy9. Gets the knife kill across Gen G. Get the bonus converted.
Oh my god. So this, it's a very similar idea. You see this quite often from Gen G on this map, where Texture will just walk out the front of B garage.
भाई ये क्या था?
Kind of,
It's unbelievable.
well, better lucky than good. And but this time it's a very different result for Texture. That's kind of what's interesting to me, is he anticipated that they were going to be anticipating that, and he just went for the one shot and TP'd out, and he hit it.
Precise
Just how
baby,
good he is.
precise.
He needs to keep stepping up, because right now Gen G is behind
अब
in the
शाम हो
series.
गया, बता दो. ये तो 7
Outlaw.
बजे पता चलेगा ना भाई.
Texture. Be holding down the angle as the forces of RRQ. Might have heard the alarm bot up at the top of tube, didn't see anything. Foxy actually over on the floor.
मजा है ना वो शॉट देख के, लेकिन
They come through tube,
अपना ऐसा नहीं चलता.
he would be there to strike, but seem to be the choice they're making. Trying to dodge the stealth drone, cannot.
Yeah, has been spotted. Confirm the weapon in hand as well. Tailwind across, backpedal from Texture as he goes for the reload. Ash scaling forward. Xpero going to be noted here on that attempted flank in through mid. And Cushy picks up the
भाई
Vandal
है बे
immediately.
खुशी.
Shuts down
खुशी
Foxy9
है.
with it.
Rip
Pop
off.
flashes his way in. Trying to find the punish here on the Texture. Still does manage to come away with a kill on the
खुशी है
champion,
bro.
bringing it now into a 2v3. This is a massive advantage. And turn of the tide here for RRQ. Munchkin trying to flash his way in, but Cushy now
भाई
on for an ace.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Karan
इको एस,
swooping, Cushy collecting.
इको में एस मारा
Another
भाई.
ace here at the hands of the
इको
rookie
में
himself.
एस
Gets
मारा
RRQ
भाई.
their first round win here on Icebox.
The desk was
आप
talking
लाए
about Cushy earlier,
7 बजे.
making his
Mostly तो
case
नहीं.
for Rookie of the Year.
हाँ आया तो मेंबर जोन में.
And this right here is why, folks. So steady with the aim, reading the map incredibly well. Some well-timed utility.
कुत्ते बस.
Keep his opponent
Valo
from
है ना precise
being
gunplay.
able to punish it.
भाई एस
Good
मारा
flash there to
भाई.
back texture into the corner. 6 and 3
Pop
with an
flash
ult
मस्त था ना.
available.
Maybe
Munchkin also
blind,
has
to be
his.
blind.
Time will tell if the same ace curse applies to Cushy.
I don't think it applies to anybody but texture. It's just something about that.
ना का broadcast देख
Depends
ले
on
एक
if it's a
बार.
cursed
क्या है?
aura. Does it exude out and inflict those around him? Or is it solely contained?
Oh, yeah. It's a, texture is a paladin, is what you're saying.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Instagram के जगह पे
There's an alarm bot at the
Instamart
corner
check
this
कर रहा था
time.
मैं. Broadcast
Foxy has
के लिए.
shifted his util over in front of B. Of course, that one way, annoying as always, but pretty far forward. Has to be real careful here.
Oh,
The arm.
yep, spotted, but it's not enough of a window to actually find the punish. Foxy does get some damage in, but ultimately has to back away. Swings around the backside, rotates over,
Genji
gets
is
himself
not playing
tucked here
award.
at
खेल
Snowman.
तो रहा है अच्छा यार.
No angle for a spray. As
RRQ
Cloudburst
कुछ ज़्यादा crazy खेल रहा है लेकिन आज.
again,
Very
distraction there by
decent.
Jimkin. This flash not connecting on everyone.
Backup सब
Monyet
देखो.
finds the
एक
kill
साथ
on
कैसे
account.
लड़ रहे
Face
हैं.
back here.
इतना भी
She's
एक
gonna
साथ
be
नहीं
put
लड़ना
down.
चाहिए ना लेकिन.
It's not resible at all. So in the end, a 2v2.
A round win is a round win. Matter नहीं करता समझ रहे हो. इतना ऐसे
Sparrow
सिटी
still
पुश
has a
किया
nano
वो
in
लोग को
hand.
पता नहीं है बाकी लोग किधर है.
There's a lot of delay available.
नेड
Salvos you would
है
expect.
इसका नेड उसका नेड. टाइम भी नहीं है
Yep,
डिफ्यूज
just
करने
about
का.
back online.
About to rotate around. Munchkin spotted. Texture dead. Xfero finding it. Munchkin now all alone. Salvo's going to be waited out.
No time.
The time is just not going to be there. Shot flying. Munchkin just trying to leap out to safety, and he cannot. Crazy guy chases him down for the kill. Survives here in the corner. That's now 3-2. RRQ clawing their way back into this.
I don't mind at all the way Foxy plays this at the beginning. He tries to use that 0-point information against his opponents, but Jemkin still very ready for somebody to be around Snowman. And Foxy's crosshair is just a bit off initially. Munchkin comes storming in, but at that point, things are already
Comeback
gone pretty awry.
बोलते. अभी
All
इको है
that
ना.
delay utility. I think this is a good
Yeah,
idea. I
अभी
think
eco है ना?
earlier timeouts for GENG.
जंजे का
are going
अच्छा
to be
2
better
राउंड
than
वो लोग
not.
बात कर सकते हैं.
I felt like they were a little bit late sometimes on Lotus. You need to make sure that this doesn't get out of control.
क्या रेस यूज करते हैं? कभी
Because
कभी
for
नॉर्मल
RRQ,
कभी कभी
yeah.
Flip
स्ट्रेच.
it.
Flip it.
Flip the side.
Is it upside down?
कुछ कुछ
Oh,
player.
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Got the
go.
assist.
yeah, it's so well done too.
Oh, fist bump. I was gonna say I'm trying to see exactly what's going on with the art here.
Yeah.
अन्ना भी like don't
I
worry
agree. I mean,
guys.
we
जॉर्ड
saw
गैंग के लिए
On
act
a
को भी
set,
खरीद
there
लेके
was
इंटरनेट लाना पड़ेगा.
the timeout call, and it was 0 and 5. So I do agree as far as
रील तो है वैसे बंग भाई जगह भी है. If you stay
Yeah.
nearby, must
I
visit.
feel like I mean, obviously Solo and Perry have a ton of trust in Munchkin.
अभी भी अगर जाओगे तो ये मैच
It's a
वहाँ
great
पे
idea.
ब्रॉडकास्ट हो रहा है.
But sometimes it,
TV
yeah, okay, sometimes. Most of the time, I'll say. But I feel like
7 बजे स्ट्रीम हो गया पता
oftentimes
नहीं
the
पहला भाई.
timeouts aren't even necessarily for your IGL. They're to ice the other team a bit.
No
they're
idea.
just,
देखते हैं.
in the
ये
groove.
ये में
and you
भी है
need to
ना
find ways to
बाद में.
get their mental out of that. Here we go again. Texture.
Ash holding close, and it's a hell of a headshot. Can't find the follow-up with the Cushy, but do they suspect Texture? Well, yes, they do. Monyet,
तो अगर मैं स्ट्रीम
covering
करूंगा तो
fire,
मेंबर्स
catches
हो.
him there on the corner.
पेरिक्स गया. पेरिक्स
them in
थर्ड
with the
है. और
advantage.
टोरंटो गया पेरिक्स.
Foxy just sat here behind yellow, not going to get scouted.
Kakashi
there by
bhai,
the
thank you
stealth
for
drone.
the re-membership मेरी जान के
Walk down
चोटे.
Munchkin.
Where?
taking a
उसी
peek,
कैफे
trying to
हो
see if he
देखो
can
ना.
catch anybody here on the cross.
पिन कमेंट देखो पिन कमेंट.
Now he's put himself in a potentially bad spot, but does manage to make the hop back across. So safety found for the moment.
कुछ लोग स्ट्रीम सब
This
नहीं
is so
करते.
weird from
करो यार
RRQ.
मेरी जान कटो. लाइक भी
Just
करो.
sitting in spawn. Xfero over
These
at
balls
A
kinda
never
are
even
like-
really went up on belt. He just set his util up to play anti-aggression.
And now it's a bit of a fake attempt, but
Yep.
Munchkin's the only one sticking around. The two Guardians.
कौन सा एमी
reinforcing
आज
this
एमी नहीं
position,
है.
and Munchkin actually wins out that fight snappy from Monyet, however. flushes Foxy9 out of the corner.
मस्त मारा यार कैर भाई ये लोग का वो
Able to
अच्छा
go one
लगता है
for
भाई.
one.
30
Spike
seconds
got
left.
planted, available in hand for the
क्या
side of
बोलते हैं उसको?
Munchkin,
कुछ तो
needing
बोलते हैं.
to pull
Aim
off the
correction.
1v2 clutches.
हाँ?
Don't know
Spike के
quite
डंडे
going
पे
where
उड़ा?
he wanted it.
हाँ?
It's okay. He can pick him up. This is very tough for Munchkin.
Prices for OJKF, I think
There's the alarm bot.
first tower
off the
is
first.
free.
0
बाकी
points,
prices
not
are very
connecting.
reasonable. Even though food
There's the
prices are
swinging from
reasonable.
behind. Pretty much an unwinnable position for Munchkin, and it's very well piloted by
बस
RRQ.
offers भी कुछ रहेगा. वो वहाँ पे जाके
3
पता
to
चलेगा.
3.
मेरे को
Find
नहीं मालूम.
themselves tied up as we go into the next buy for GENG.
Yeah, Belter from Ash to start, but again, Texter does that a lot.
बैंगलोर में नहीं, ये first यहाँ पे खोला वो लोग ने.
RRQ generally pretty ready for it. And that, yeah, for Munchkin.
हाँ है email lower brackets है ना? जो आज हारा वो बाहर.
The craziest flick
नाट
life,
जीतेगा.
180.
ये तो कंफर्म है.
That's the only way.
पहला वाला गेम थोड़ा कैजुअल है.
Yet.
वो अपन स्किप करेगा तो भी
There you go.
चलेगा.
He's got the gun. Few ults there, including Munyets and X-Pharaohs.
पहला वाला if I'm not wrong foot versus BBL है.
Yeah.
वो स्किप करेगा तो भी चलेगा.
Either way.
Second match बहुत crazy है.
Drone chasing.
Hello?
Navi versus Liquid. Sumit bhai, thank you for the membership.
Now they're coming out on top. Slow creep up continuing. Lockdown at the ready. Munchkin setting the 0 point. So lockdown has to be used right before the suppress would have
क्या
connected.
करेंगे ये लोग?
It's going to be the Armageddon called in to go ahead and clear out this ultimate. RQ scaling options
Ult
with
for
that
ult.
toe.
Side
Nullified.
मिल गया तो फिर लगे. मौनी के पास ult है.
So far forward, Flash connecting onto one, heard the drop of another, but cannot
अगर
get any
side मिल
punish.
गया ना. This round
Just a
RRQ.
little bit off there for Ash. He was thinking a different direction the whole way. Ooh, Foxy challenging X-Pharaoh.
Still peeking out, but Karan's there for the counter swing at the same time.
बहुत देर
Kipton
तक
finding Ash
अबे.
still in that forward spot here, the bottom of nest.
जमकिन ने अच्छा
Let's
मारा
get
full
taken
four.
down. She's trying to flash his way in towards B, find any kind of weakness here. None found, and now
लगे जीत गया
clock
RRQ.
dips under 30 seconds. RQ looking to try to commit to the site, but not yet. Like a bat out of hell. Storms forward,
क्या
riding
था?
the rope, finding that kill. Karan now needing to find some kind of breakthrough. As Texture joins in on this side. 3 players spread. Crazy guy, the first to fall.
Hello,
Jemkin
normal sim
playing
versus
close. The mask goes in. The
14.
pin now
14
going to be
sorry,
invested.
13.
Cushy finding Texture on the exit. It's a very quick use. As Fragment flies, push under the corner, and Karan just off
Bro,
kilter.
very
Too much
deserving, bro,
movement, cannot
RRQ.
find the shot. RRQ now find themselves in the lead.
ना?
They're just being outrageously patient, our RRQ. Using Genji's
Very
tendencies
deserving,
against them
bro.
in the early part of the game. This time, X-Pharaoh, yeah, able to take a little bit of space and it gets punished, but
Hey bhai,
in the
walk
early
by.
part of the round, RRQ just happy to let Ash keep trying to find ways to bully them on the other side of pipes. They just shut him right down, and they open up a lot of space on the map, so A has been
बिन क्या
a
सुन रहा है
priority.
क्या रो रहा हूँ मैं?
And previously, the desk was talking about it had been
कनाडा आ रहे हो क्या मैच देखने नहीं रहे
RRQ.
केवल भाई?
Very different game plan.
बट आप प्लीज चले जाना.
You know, a lot of pressure being put
Once
on the
in a lifetime
initiators. Munchkin,
experience.
Ash, they need to step up if they're going to stop this from being an
इनकी ड्यूटी
RRQ
मार रहा है.
VCT Pacific trophy. They look really in control of the macro right now. They
इस मैच
really
तक
seem to
जाना
have a good
चाहिए.
read
ऐसा खेलेगा तो
on what
टफ है
Genji
बे.
wants to accomplish.
जेंजी
time,
को
though,
जेंजी वाला
A little bit more
वैसा
passive
खेलने नहीं मिल रहा
overall.
है.
Again, deep
Play
salvos
style.
just got used by Crazy Guy. He is always trying to sell fakes. He is just constantly throwing util.
We do remember the
One direction or another, and
WATCHPARTY hasn't
it's so
taken
hard to
our
read if that's a
number.
fake or not.
And well, it is.
Yeah, it's a radiant
GENG,
song.
they read it as one.
Yep.
They shift people across over towards A.
Got the
Beltron now
TP.
confirming heavy presence, so immediate gate crash back. Cut the distance here for Texture.
Can KO knife drop
Salvo's
Viper's
flying,
bit?
Spike
No.
about to be planted. Couple shots.
और Viper
flying
ने
in
ult
from
मारा और
Ash.
KO knife
Himself
किया.
a kill, but
उसके बाद
Jemkin collects too as Texture similarly
Bit drop
hits
नहीं
the
है.
floor. Nano cleared out now, 3v4, 2 rifles in hand here for the side of GENG to try to make a go of this. But RQ just so firmly in control. Flash at the ready. The fragment still behind here for Cushy. As Nano goes out, he's further buying time. Karan going to be taken down. Monyet finds Foxy 9. And Munchkin will not be allowed to escape. 4K for Chemkin, a 5th round for RRQ. Now up by 2.
I mean, it's crazy. GENG's 3 rounds are the first 3. They get the bonus. They haven't won one since. I mean, RRQ is just in cruise control. Chemkin is filthy good. This last one that he gets is pretty clean. Monyet just gets flashed. He's like, I don't know. Let's keep spraying.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful.
They're reading the map really well. I mean, and it's hard to get a good idea sometimes on RRQ's attacker side because a crazy guy just throwing util all over the place, and sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. You know, a lot of teams are using the salvos very intentionally to secure an objective or to secure space. He's using it to mess with your mind. Oh boy.
Flash to the corner. Karan still only going to be able to find one. Munchkin does get a bit of a follow-up, but it's so quickly traded back and shut down. Every advantage to GENG. Scrape for Claw at. It's just ripped from their grasp moments after. Stun not connecting on to Foxy 9. He'll swing out. Looks for a little bit more. Similar scenes as the trades continue. Now, the 1v1. That crazy guy wins. 4K from the beast from the east gets them just over the line time and time again. 9-4-1 here on the tail. Now 6-3 in this map. Crazy guy is looking so damn good.
He's just having a ball now.
मेरे को लगा बोलेगा crazy guy is looking crazy. मैं सुना.
Very well done.
Excellently done.
मैंने सुना वो तो
there was
क्या जो लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक करें. जॉर्गन कंफर्म बता दो ना, ये तो 7 बजे पता चलेगा ना यार.
It just feels like it might be RRQ's time. Chemkin with the Blade Storm, just waiting for this smoke to go down.
For the readjust, Ash finding one. Chemkin knives do come up with the goods, but GENG. Something about a thrifty.
ये राउंड कैसे जीते बे?
In a good spot now. Xpero, however, looking to try to turn the favor around. Outlaw still will find it
देखा जाए तो GENG has an advantage. 2v1 situation.
Both. Likely wants to swap up the weapon though.
Clear कर.
It's got to clear a lot of angles. But GENG just playing contain. Just don't want to give up a rotation route.
He has full util. So Ken trying to lock off the back approach angle, set up the turret.
Yeah.
Create some, early alert systems for himself.
Got some real good options.
Taps the plant. Here's the footsteps. Foxy immediately sending the lockdown. This is a long way to go.
Can he get all the way through here in
He's
time?
He's going to have to sprint. He can't just crouch walk it.
Yeah, that means Foxy hears it.
So yeah, Foxy hears this. Turn back towards the kitchen. A smattering of damage going to be found, and now you've got Munchkin approaching from the opposite side to try to bait him out. Munchkin is there on the angle. GENG will be able to get it done. Lockdown not going to be a waste, and unfortunately, therefore, Xpero.
बाकी लोगों को भी देखना फ्रेंड है,
बाकी
लोग भी स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं ना, देख सकते हैं. मेरे को ईमेल के लिए भी अलग
creative use of the lockdown for sure, and it works a treat. It puts his opponent into a really bad position. He's going for it right off the tap. Knew that they could, again, it was all about contain. It was all about making sure that all of Xpero's options there were bad. And that they could keep him under their noses, so they knew exactly what he was going to do. He's got an opt now.
Xpero operator.
You don't see that every day.
I mean,
he's not bad with it. He's used it in the past.
I mean, RRQ taking something away from
क्या स्कोर चल रहा है?
RRQ जीत गया. Well, Divide does it from time to time.
Yeah. Why can't I?
You play Killjoy.
RRQ जीत गया.
Same thing.
Slow creep forward, just trying to.
Texture को मैं बता नहीं. इसको देखो GENG को.
That advantage there is Ash. Okay.
अभी ये वाला round मत देखो. Next round देखो.
Going down for 2. Texture looks for a little bit more, but Crazy Guy still having his number. It's his back kill, but it seems like GENG in a good spot to continue to shrink down his RRQ lead. Ash collapsed the pond, but Cushy dead. Snakebite at his feet, and Crazy Guy with 19 HP.
HP भी नहीं
already. wrapped around on. It's just going to be a shot to the chest from Munchkin. 6
Bro,
to 5.
attacking map
RRQ
है.
out
5
front by
rounds is
1.
not bad.
Question is, can they get
Round in the
the
half.
advantaged half? Will Gen G be able to tie this up 6-6?
ये वाला round देखना जम
Oh
के.
man. Munchkin's just so good with the Guardian. Woo.
Nice transfer.
Ooh, yeah, that was quite nice from Ash.
अगर याद हो तुझे
Foxy.
तो मैंने बोला था
Solid all
RRQ
day.
this time trophy उठाएगी.
And they're just starting to get some good reads. I mean, RRQ starting
लेकिन
to
अगर तेरे
turn up
को
the
याद है
tempo
तो
a
मैंने
little
भी वही
bit.
चीज बोला
Genji's
था
happy
कि
to play that
RRQ
game.
जीतेगा करके इस बार.
Coming at him a little bit stronger. 2 ops here for Gen G. They have another rifle sitting on the ground somewhere. Or is this just the plan?
भाई एटलीस्ट मिड में एक टरेट तोड़ के आना चाहिए. क्या बोलते हो?
Yeah, okay. You want to op? Let me show you. how it's
एक्स्ट्रा
done.
प्रेशर वो होता है.
Could be famous last words.
Yeah, well.
ये राउंड तो चलो एग्जीक्यूट करके वो लोग नहीं जा रहे हैं.
Point set, swing coming through. Jemkin, the one to catch the bullet. Sink it down as Armageddon called in to try to clear around
Defense
the
में बहुत
back
मारता
of
है.
Raptors as well as screens. Push forward there from Crazy Guy.
Defense में
Feld as
actually बहुत मारता
Time finds it but traded out. Push to the back. Cushy having to get off the angle as they're just getting pressured from every single angle. And Moniette now alone, fighting back. 2 targets alive. Munchkin bleeding out.
Just has to wait this out. Yeah.
Huh?
Silent peek there on the rope. The spike still a ways away. Sends out the pin. No has been spotted.
Cute
Nicely
place.
done from
Cute
Ash.
place.
Finding the shot. 6-6.
Cute place.
Gen G managed to rescue this. 3 in a row to start. 3 in a row to conclude the opening half.
Yeah, love that from Munchkin. Gets the op shot. Has a rifle on the ground
भाई
behind
जितना
him.
मेरे
Picks
को
it up,
लगता
puts
है
it to
ना
great
वो
use.
बाइटी बफर वाला सीन ऐसा
Yeah,
है
trying to shoot back, but
कि तेरे
just
को
taking a lot of
नया
damage
स्ट्रीम
and
की के
trying to
साथ
get
स्ट्रीम
tricky.
करना पड़ेगा. हम लोग स्ट्रीम
But
की सेम
Gen
रखते हैं
G
तो कुछ टाइम
wise
बाद
to
वो
it,
वाला इशू
well ahead of time.
शायद से
Well,
I might be wrong.
is that good enough for RRQ on that attacker side? I don't know anymore. I have no idea what any of these score lines mean.
Yeah.
Like, statistic norms are out the window. It is chaos.
क्या है?
Ash v.
खुशी
Cushy.
खुशी.
Very tough battle, but yeah,
Cushy.
given the RRQ fandom here, only one real way to
नहीं
try to
लेकिन
lead.
एक्चुअल में खुशी.
Both
एक्चुअल
of
में
them
खुशी.
certainly
क्रेजी खेलने लगा.
deserving the respect and the accolades.
Yes. They
इसका
both
बफर
really
स्नैक्स
stepped
भाई
up.
का.
Ash in particular, you know, obviously I
Texture
think
4K.
Cushy has so far been the better player
एक्स्ट्रा फॉर.
overall, but Ash is
अब
really
भी
starting to
call
come
कर
into his
रहा
own. He's found some good impact,
हाँ.
especially in the
कुछ
lead
मैं
up to
ऐसे
this
call
grand
किया था,
finals.
miss
The
कर
grand
रहा था
finals has been a struggle for him,
Hello?
if I'm being honest so far, but
मिस कर रहा था करके
still
कॉल
time
किया.
to turn that around.
Hello?
Very happy just to
हाँ,
show
मिस
off the
कर रहा
little
था
teddy
करके
bear.
कॉल.
All right, well, a rallying cry from the Gen G camp as we get ready to go
नहीं,
into
ऐसे
this.
कॉल किया.
We were able to find that opening pistol, as we mentioned previously, led into a bonus conversion
ठीक है.
and a
Done.
surrendering
As
of 6
promised, we'll do
consecutive
so.
rounds.
सिंगापुर सावा. Yeah.
Find the pistol once again to start off this half.
कोई
as we
से नहीं.
look to
Challenge
push us
एक
to a
एक
fifth
गेम
and
का.
final
कोई
map
से
of
नहीं.
split.
ठीक.
Crazy guy will try to stick around, get the
Done,
clear out
done.
on that 0
Go
point, but doesn't
Done.
quite manage to find it.
Done.
You didn't see it on screen, but on the
Stream पे
map,
VCT देखो.
RRQ stacked 3 players at Boiler because of what happened last time on the pistol.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Well, Crazy guy finding 1. Karan, however, finding 2. Cushy going to be
कारोन
down.
बोलते.
RRQ's tail similarly falls. 1 player advantage. Gate crash into the very back right corner of site is Sheriff there on the Raptors. Jemkin just not quite able to confirm the kill, but Xpero
Hey,
will
bad.
be able to put him down. So Karan now dead.
भाई एक्सपेरो का राउंड हो सकता
Texture
है.
playing protect. Takes out wide swings. Does need a nasty shot down to 45.
And
And
the
Manya
bandigal
now
हो गया
noted.
उसके साथ तो.
Surrounded.
मोने
Fights back for 1. We'll need to try to isolate. Knows it.
कैसे कूद के नहीं मारा
Points
रिलोड
it
पे.
above, goes for the peak, and it's just a hair
W
off.
round,
Shots whizzing
W
past Munchkin's head. Gen G, they will find both pistols here on Icebox. They will tie it up 4-4 across the series, and now they will gain
It's
the
all
lead for
that
themselves
bell.
once again.
Let's see what they can do off the back of this. That's a pretty nice little flick up from Crazy. Karan, though, starting to heat up a little bit here in the pistol. Hitting some pretty sick shots.
खाना आ रहा है,
Just
खाना आ रहा
isolated behind the
है.
nest like that. You know, Gen.G, nobody over peeking there. Just taking their time, really nicely handled. Partial for Foxy, couple Guardians, a Bulldog.
And a gamble stack for RRQ.
Yep.
Genji comeback बोलते हैं no jinx.
Chilling towards A, but
भाई मेन प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है, ये जेमकिन है ना, एक बंदा मार के
Well, that's your
निकलता है
point.
ना हमेशा,
That certainly
प्लस
lets you
इतना
know.
एग्रेसिव
Yeah.
खेलता है ना, तो उसको अगर नहीं रोका तो ये मेन प्रॉब्लम बनता है और कुछ नहीं.
plus Foxy
जैसा
is a
फॉर
marshal.
एग्जांपल इसके पास अगर गन है
He
और
does.
ये वाला
It's got
लाइन
a
है
headshot.
तो
Nice
थोड़ा पैसिव
readjustment.
खेलेगा, लेकिन अगर उसके पास
Gets that
ए
one.
वाला पूरा
Everybody else
लाइन है
says,
कि
well,
ए
yeah, we
पूरा
don't want to
खाली
push
है,
that side
तीन
anymore.
बंदे
Let's
बीच
not
टैक
try
कर
to
लेंगे, एक बंदा
overwhelm
मिड चला
Foxy.
जाएगा,
We don't want to
समझ
give him another highlight.
रहे हो? तो थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम
Yeah,
होता है,
real.
बीटी होता है,
Primmy's
और
already
वो
got
इतना
one.
इजीली एंगल हटाता भी नहीं है, वो लड़ते रहता है.
Back away. Plant now coming through, and I think RRQ,
Kali,
wisely, they're just
thank
gonna
you
be
for the
content to chill back, try to close the
membership.
distance here. Just not give over any additional eliminations and try to go down to the spike if at all possible. Texture, he wants, he's out for blood though. He wants a little bit more. Down to 22. How greedy does he want to get? He would love to be able to find these last couple kills. Have a dimensional drift online. Karen, however, the one who is now watching over towards Tube and will be able to clean them up. So, Gen.G, flawless here.
जेमकिन को क्यों जिंक्स
Close
करा?
out
मैंने
the
नहीं करा भाई.
anti-eco and move forward into the bonus.
Yeah, this is really nice aggressive positioning in the post plant for Gen.G. Make sure that those ult orbs aren't going to go for naught. Just get out there, get them.
मैं आप देख रहा था, पता है?
I was watching the scorecard there as they push around the
स्कोर देख
corner.
रहा था.
Yeah.
sorry.
You're doing well. You don't have to be hitting tab in the middle of the
Good
game.
night, Keval. Bye.
Yeah, and now you're starting to really get some ults almost into cycle, which is huge.
Oh.
Great util to back Jemkin off.
Shot.
Ooh.
Whizzing over
देख रहे
the
हो ना?
top of Jemkin on the repeat.
Spotted है, निकलता नहीं है.
Instantaneous.
कितना भी स्पॉट करो,
Kills Ash,
निकलता नहीं
gets
है.
out.
जब
God,
तक
that's
मारेगा
filthy.
नहीं, हिलेगा नहीं.
It's unfair.
What a peak.
क्रेजी
out.
प्लेयर है ब्रो.
Silently making his way forward here at the top of pipes. Kushi on the opposite side. Xpero in position for a counter swing.
They're going to see that.
अभी इतना लेट रोन
seemingly
किया, वो लोग को
pretty
पता है
empty,
बी
so
खा लिए, वाइपर
He's
अकेले
going to
यहाँ
get the
पे रहेगा.
rotations coming through to lean back
मिड का
in towards
टेंशन
the
है
A
नहीं,
side.
टरेट वाला बोट दोनों
Jemkin's on his
जिंदा है.
way. Cushy just waiting with the knife. Throw it right at the back of pipe.
0 point now, going to be sent out.
I think he had 3.
Foxy here. Top of 410, just tucked
Kill
behind
lead
the
भी
box.
है.
I mean, Gen.G
कैसे लड़ेंगे ये
trying to
लोग?
scale forward. Monyet still not quite here as, risky business going across the rope there as Munchkin trying to face forward, but now Spike going to be dropped. Foxy not able to find one crazy guy, take it down. Texture tries to exit, but Jemkin finds the
भाई देखो भाई,
headshot.
जेमकिन को
And
देखो
just
भाई,
like
एक
that,
जेमकिन कैम दिखाओ
Talon gets
पूरा.
cleaned up. Foxy falls to
इधर
Xpero's
भी दो
hands.
मारे ना
Just the
उसने.
one casualty in the anti-bonus for RRQ. The gap now just 1 round separating.
एपिसोड
Yeah,
में खेलने के लिए
it's
अब
just
हरियाणा
really
से
good
नए मुंह पे
diligence,
आना
but
पड़ेगा, इसलिए मैं
obviously
बोला जो
Jemkin
नवे मुंह में है
hitting
वो लोग
openers
जाके
like
देखो.
this.
हाँ,
That helps. No doubt about it. Man's just been
Love you,
outrageously
Lakshay
good
bhai.
all day. He has plenty of gas
फिर
left in
से
the
इग्नोर
tank,
चालू, मैं नहीं
seemingly.
करता इग्नोर.
He just does not stop.
भाई ये
These guys
3
got
मिनट से
noted.
अंदर है, इसको
I bet
रहना
you're real
चाहिए.
thrilled about that.
Technically.
Jemkin, if he meant to drift down off the top of yellow, or that was an accident. Either way, dimensional drift here for Texture. Spotting out a couple targets. Don't know if he necessarily made note of money. Yeah, okay, now has absolutely seen him. But he's going to exit right here at the front of the side of Xpero. Just take it down first and foremost. Munchkin gone, spraying through the overwhelm here on the side, but Mon yet fighting back. Does manage to find at least 2 kills, but Jemkin now all alone. His teammates down on the floor.
If there's anybody who can do it.
Pop of the dash. Alarm bottle around the corner. Heron, narrow little reposition. Texture, about to be the first challenger here, perhaps. Jemkin rides the rope, peeks in. Nothing spotted. Likely will just go for the exit. A couple shots coming his way, but opts to go for the save. Gen.G not going to be allowing that tie up to come through. It's going to be 9-7 as this spike goes off.
Yeah, finding great value out of Texture's ultimate. Able to ping out 3 different players. Get the GENG players in position where they can take advantage of it. Get themselves up by 2 rounds again. RRQ. Seemed like maybe they might start to stabilize a little bit. I mean, it was 1 round, but
W read,
so
baby!
ready there for that
RRQ.
angle. Texture's just doing around the world near the nest. Not yet, trying his damnedest, but gets shut down.
ये
And
किधर गया? खाना है रे?
into the
Bail
next
बाद
round
में
we
बनाना
go.
पड़ेगा।
Into the breach once again. Karan's got the Viper's pit.
मस्त
Crazy
लगता
guy
है सुपर
nearly
बेल
to
इसका।
his ult. Couple things to consider. Let's come into this. Is RRQ going to make a play for that A orb? It's pretty deep salvos, yeah. Should be able to get the Armageddon. And hello, Manyet.
Gets the clear.
Yeah.
Cat, masala
pedal.
puri to you.
He's playing this site alongside Xfero, both of them here on the ground. Playing along that elevation.
Oh.
Texture just swings out a little bit further than Xfero might have anticipated. Ends up finding that kill. It's Monyet now desperately trying to escape. Barely manages to do so. The salvo's chasing in as well. And now it's going to be Cushy, just trying to show up
Back,
the
back,
peel here
baby.
for his teammates, who ends up being casualty. Monyet finding one, Jimmy
अभी
finding
अच्छा नहीं
another,
है
however.
बेटा।
As now they get themselves in with the player advantage.
इससे भाई।
Armageddon, Munchkin just narrowly able to avoid it.
इससे so be
I should
man.
tell them the rotation has begun. The ping's starting to come down, but they don't know if somebody's
तो कभी लास्ट तक
themselves
नहीं जाएगा,
further
कभी ट्राई
forward here.
करूंगा। कुछ जगह पे अच्छा
Planted on
रहता है,
alert.
बाकी जगह पे ना वो लोग बेंच 100 चीजें डाल
If
देते हैं।
GENG could get here cleanly, they've got so much post-plant util to delay. 2 nanos and a fragment. Knife goes out to check back sight.
Yep.
Munchkin
30
to
seconds
dodge the
left.
util.
salvos go out to prevent the plant. Riding it forward. Munchkin narrowly coming away with a kill, but now the spike
Spike down. A.
dropped here on the forward angle.
Only seconds.
Foxy riding that rope forward, dropping down, collecting it.
अब डेली बाहर का खाते हो तब भी
Commits
खराब
to the
नहीं होता है।
stick.
हेल्दी खाता
Quick
हूँ ना मैं।
peek, the drop down. Goes up and over the top. Position noted, heads spotted. Rides back up. Drops down once again. Just dancing around. The nano caught in his hand, Monyet.
W round
Just
baby।
fearlessly runs him down. He cannot separate, he cannot divide and conquer. RRQ will go blow for blow.
वाह यू बे
Keep
वाह।
this so very tight-knit.
It's just so tough for GENG there
LKLD
to
language।
get onto the site the way they want. I think Ash oversteps a bit
Fuck बे कितना
on the
close जा
follow-up
रहा है बे
behind
सारे
Texture
games।
here. Maybe misreads the situation.
कोई गेम ऐसा
Should've
होगा जो
known there was a
इजीली
high
जीता
low
नहीं
there.
ना।
Swinging
कोई
out
भी
into
गेम
that
नहीं होगा
is
बेटा।
not a high percentage play. I think that's what cost GENG that round. I think if Ash just holds the line there, they might be able to get a B plant down and have a ton of great post-plant utility, but instead they're onto some stingers and a couple rifles. Bye going to be a bit weak. RRQ a chance here to tie it up. 0 point. Sees a couple. Seeing that Tejo though, that's quite valuable. Look at where they are on the map. They have all of the map.
They are just completely boxed in.
Yep, they're throw down the pit.
Here contain, and yep, the pit immediately
अब तो
coming
जंजी
through
को
here
सपोर्ट
from
कर रहे
Monyet.
हो।
Looking to make this
मेरे हिसाब
round
से RRQ जीतेगा। RRQ
nigh
strong
impossible. Flash out,
strong और
Cushy,
अच्छा
swinging the
खेलता
corner,
है
eats a full
as a
flash.
team।
No punish to be found quite just yet, though, as Foxy9 able to find one. Texture, Karan, however, answering back. And Karan looking to counter pit, perhaps. Here we go again. Seems like the answer is yes. As it's around the corner, crazy guy catching a huge glimpse, but the shots are just not connecting. Sparrow up and over the top, however. Finding Munchkin going on a walkabout.
सीधा कूद के
Everyone
मारना
now from
पड़ेगा।
GENG stuck here inside of the pit.
Oh my.
HP bars all over the place, and Ash! Barrel stuffing with the stinger, able to find one. Monyet now dead. Their own pit gone. The TP into the back, and Texture finds him for the 3K. GENG somehow scraped by with this round.
क्या?
Oh my god. I mean, I thought this round had RRQ written all over it. They read the early part of
वो
it so
इतना अच्छा था,
well.
स्टैक
They're
बराबर
taking
था,
all the
वाइपर
space,
पिट बराबर
but then
था।
when the execute starts to develop, oh my god.
टांग दिखता है
Spot
वर्ल्ड
there
में।
for Texture.
Unbelievable. But when the execute starts to develop,
टांग दिखता है।
RRQ kind of second guesses themselves. They pull everybody back towards the screens and towards the rafters, and that's where they try to set up their defense. I think they would have been better suited to send at least 2 players around onto that flank. You know, Xfero there found some decent damage.
Yeah, gang, Magpie, baby.
If they could have gotten one more player through that backside, I think that could be a very different round. I think they just weren't 100% sure or confident. I don't know.
Tough to say. First time out calling here from the side of RRQ. It's been one use for each team, despite how neck and neck this entire map has been. We'll see though. A back and forth across the last 4 rounds. Does that continue? The round win off the back of this timeout call here for RRQ.
Has every best of 5 that GENG's played
Gone to 5.
I think,
I want to say yeah.
well, both
At least
masters.
this
Hang
iteration.
ऊपर लेना था ना यार, क्या
So,
language है
across the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
टांग ऊपर लेना था
Seems
बोलते हैं.
about right, I guess.
They're like big number.
Oh, no, wait. They beat DRX 3-1.
ए बे मेरा chat थोड़ा सा. I think Genji will win.
But a lot of them have
3-2.
gone to
I think
5.
RRQ
But
can
feels
still
like
come
it.
back this match.
They seem to drag a bit.
Technically, it's very much possible.
Let's see if that is going to happen
दो
again.
लोग का
or if
read
RRQ
stack
can
सब
find their
बराबर है अभी
bearings.
तक.
GENG just 3 round wins away from sending this to split.
क्या कर रहे हो? Time pass
Knives
मसाला
in
पूरी.
hand for Jemkin.
Let's look at
Getting here, top of screen.
Karan.
Out wide here at spawn. Anticipating that pressure, but Xfero ends up pulling away from the angle. Suppress not connecting
RRQ first
on the
time
Jemkin. And he
international
immediately
after a long
finds
time.
value.
पहले
Repeats,
जाता
looks
था.
for the shot on the Foxy 9, cannot find it, but now the lockdown is going to come into play. Could clear it out with the Armageddon, but seems like they called the pivot
उसके
across
बाद
to the
DRX,
site. It's going to be
PRX
made here
सब
for
जीतने
Gen
लग
G.
Yeah, I like the change from GENG round to round, leaving Karan over in
I
the
think
spawn,
पहले गया था. एक बार
recognizing that their
एक या दो
flanks
बार
were
गया
weak.
था शायद.
Spotted one, nothing else going to be seen here by Texture. Sends out the gate crash. Exits back into this realm of reality. Backside of yellow. Well, pushing forward, time starting to dwindle. And Crazy Guy finding the timing. Foxy 9 is going to be taken down there. Trade out, but Jemkin now another reset, another kill. Ash dead. That's the Armageddon gone for the post play. Now it's just a snake bite
bro.
that they have to work with here as far as the mollies are concerned. And Xfero once again is on a lurk. The gate crash right here next to him. Gets around the back. A coup de grace to Karan. Looking for a little bit more, but Texture now completely, utterly surrounded. Finds the first, and Jemkin carves him to pieces.
मिनट कम है क्या 15
The
दे भाई.
timeout works. The back and forth
अबे
continues.
रिप्लाई दे दिया करो. क्या चीज का? भाई क्या किससे?
Jemkin is just unreal.
यार
He
वो वाला
is so
प्लान
dialed
कीजिए.
in.
आराम
He
से
is
बाद में प्लान दे
dragging
सकते थे. normal,
RRQ,
मालूम
kicking
है?
and screaming in some of
वो
these
deep plan
rounds.
की वजह से लसूड़े लगते
I
हैं.
mean, just a huge thrifty. There are a few better in the world right now than Jemkin at this duelist role. This is why. Outrageous. And he's always just cool. It's like, yeah, guys, I'm happy. We're doing good. You know, in his post-match interview, he's like, yeah, I'm happy. And I'm like, are you? It's hard to tell.
प्राइस पूल क्या है? पता नहीं मेरे को. मैं हमेशा मैच
Some
देखता हूँ.
early
प्राइस
pressure
पूल भी
towards
अच्छा ही
A.
रहेगा.
Using the drone. You get a little bit of info that Jemkin's there, but that's scary. But I think, you know, for Genji, oh, Karan just gone. Got out dueled.
Smoke through मारा.
How dual there? Was it a timing hard that they couldn't quite tell
I
if the
think
wall
wall
was
up
up?
था.
It sounded like it had just dropped.
I
Yeah, it
think
was a
wall up
poison
था.
orb.
Random
Yeah,
मारा.
that could be.
Either way, it's a huge advantage here for RRQ as they look to break the back and
Advantage
forth
है लेकिन ये
streak.
round है ना Genji जीत सकता है.
Crazy 2-2 split here, our Genji.
तो ये split जब भी रहता है ना तब कुछ भी हो सकता
Corner,
है. समझ रहे हो?
shots avoided. Texture repositions.
Munchkin's going, got a
Slowly
stinger.
starting to work their way back, but Xfero now entrenched
Xfero
here
को
at
जिंदा रहना
mid.
बहुत
Like you
important
said,
है.
a stinger in hand. Here's the rotation. Hasn't been spotted. If you can get a catch on the Texture, no. Angle just not quite there.
He
पूरा
might have
call
saw
दिया
Texter's
भाई.
shoulder.
पूरा
I think
call
he saw
दिया.
both of them, but they haven't seen him.
Yeah,
Pink
that's
didn't come
true.
down. Salvo's now flying. Not yet.
30 seconds left.
Hitting the fadeaways. Foxy 9 hits the floor. Texture
चलते
Munchkin with
मारा ना?
everything to do. Basically no real way to do it. Texture's dead. And Munchkin just cannot even get that plant down. RRQ have broken the back and forth in flawless fashion, and they tie us up at 10-10.
I mean, this is just great map awareness. And all it takes is one little spot onto Jemkin, and GENG changes ideas. You lose Karan early. And we don't really know how,
Clean second shot.
GENG tries to do something a little bit tricky with a 2-2 split.
उसने बोला, I hate fun का run and gun.
Nice positioning from Xpharaoh to get the read on the
Precise,
round.
baby, precise.
And Ewok was saying, surely this time. Surely this time.
मेरा दिल नहीं समझ सकता.
Like I
Please
said,
खत्म कर दो ये map ऐसा बोल रहा.
Does this cut the lead down? Not really. It'd be 7-2. GENG, they have always been able to dominate RRQ. But even though the numbers don't look good on paper, the feeling that RRQ gets, the feeling that they give to GENG means a hell of a lot more than a scoreline written down.
Oh, beating them right here on this stage, getting the #1 seed out of Pacific to go to Masters Toronto, that wipes all of those other losses off the board.
Yep.
Cleans the slate.
Yep. Cutie bolte.
See if they can continue this timeout call for GENG.
Go 2-1 for RRQ.
Here on the map, RRQ still one more timeout able to be dispensed. Coach Solo sending Munchkin and the team out, and hoping that when they come back, they say, hey, we're going to split. The series isn't over.
Jemkin opping, but
B retake.
there will be no GENG players.
alternate डालेगा. B retake है
Yeah,
वो.
couple ults though for GENG.
Flash into a TP forward. Crazy guy. Full shots out and some damage onto Ash. Some being a bit of an understatement. 24 health now finished off by Monyet. Texture continuing the chase. Does manage to go ahead and find that punish. 1-for-1 on the Tejas as both get taken down. Still no Armageddon able to be used here for the side of GENG. Lockdown, however, for Foxy9. It's going to look to try to make this maybe a bit more complicated, but maybe even not necessary. Monyet trying to find a bit of a timing spray, but Texture owning the round. Pop flash, 2 targets nearby. Can't find either of them. Comes away with the kill. Now it's a 2v3. Fragment the clear, yellow, Jemkin. The chase forward, the 0 point to try to reveal all. Goes up and over the top. Hunting heads as they cannot get on for the defuse. Jemkin now alone to try to at least make it costly, and costly it shall be. 2 players surviving, however, and GENG back into the lead. The timeout works the treat for them. 2 rounds away from taking this to map 5.
Yeah, just creeping up a little bit towards B, and once they're given enough space to get set up for the flash TP to take control of yellow, Texture's on the hunt. Once he seemingly gets past the B site, that's when Texture just becomes an absolute nightmare. He's so good in those long-range battles, even with a Phantom.
Pop still in, though. Heavy investments here from the side of RRQ.
कुछ भी हो जाए 7 बजे से पहले खत्म होना चाहिए.
Going to be in a rough position
अगर
if they
अभी
drop
भी
this
बोल दिया ना
round.
गोल्डी बैन
I don't
खेलने
think
बंद
that
करके
GENG
चले
even
जाऊंगा.
knew there was an op in that previous round.
Probably not, but they certainly know now. Karan going to take
Jemkin
it down.
बोलते.
As Jemkin finding one. Texture dead, and all momentum gained from the previous round victory. Snuffed out.
अभी वो लोगों को पैसा नहीं है, वो
Jemkin
लोगों को
will
सेव
get
करना
timing.
पड़ेगा.
Foxy doing well to come away with that kill, but now needs to try to get himself out of this spot. Flush forward here at yellow. That flash, trying to bail him out. The headshot down on him again, but cannot confirm the kill. Crazy guy swinging, finding it. Monyet still standing.
Perfect fucking
tied up.
11
to 11. RRQ.
Isolate कर दिया.
Pulling them back in. Not letting this team
Then KO का blind बात था उसको
towards
backup
that
देने.
map 5.
It's a round-around adjustment.
Team play था.
Very nicely handled here. Crazy guy putting Jemkin over there with the op to make sure that it's locked down, and you have a follow-up for that flash TP behind yellow. You have a deep positioned Monyet, who has now tied Jemkin in the kill count for this map. Monyet, the player for RRQ,
What's up, Binks? Bye,
who's
somebody.
seen the deepest runs in tournaments, now showing his value when he's needed most. 2 more to go. Can they get it done?
0 point. Clears the stealth drone, stops Ash from
जेंजी
getting
में
further
टीम वर्क
information.
नहीं हो रहा, आरआरक्यू का फुल टीम वर्क से जीत रहे.
Okay,
11
this is something I wanted
score.
to see here from GENG. Oh, Foxy. He's had a tough
Rechallenge
guard.
it. Takes damage, takes the headshot. Xfero holds the line. Damage not
Match
suffered.
point chat.
Nano here in front. Crazy guy.
Bro.
Just swinging out, making noise and still winning
They are
the
doing
fight.
all the
Texture
right things, bro.
eliminated
They are
now.
doing all the right
His
things.
weapon will get scooped up.
Fuck,
Phantom,
RRQ
a Vandal, a
जीतने
Sheriff.
वाला है.
Versus 5 of the best players here
हाँ?
in Pacific. RRQ looking to get up to match point. The wall in his face, a flash as well. Ash scales forward, is able to find one, but Monyet shuts him down. The repeat from Jemkin is on point.
30 seconds left.
Karan now with the Sheriff.
Here.
Still needing to wrangle 3 outlaws on the opposite
Member
side.
zone पे होगा क्या? पता नहीं.
Spike in hand, the push out, and Jemkin staring down the scope.
Are you?
RRQ
बच्चा करेंगे?
12 to 11. Match point
3-1
in their hands.
Genji.
Man, Xfero wins a big duel here against Foxy. Foxy had the jump on him initially. He caught him a bit off guard.
हाँ?
It's a good change up from Genji. Take a little bit of
अभी
mid
इको है ना, वो
control,
लोगों के पैसे नहीं है
but
शायद.
RRQ just really
बच्चा करेंगे मतलब
solid
kidding
right
me रे
now.
बाबा, kidding. Kidding
Yacht
मतलब
coming
बच्चा करेंगे,
alive,
समझ रहे हो? Kidding me.
Monyet holding the
Kidding
line.
me. है पैसा है पैसा है.
That opening kill from Crazy Guy,
मेरे को एक
so
बात बताओ,
impactful, and it's
ऐशबैक को
one
याद है
more to
क्या
go.
उनके पास अल्ट है?
Economy hasn't meant too much for either team across the last few days, we could say, especially though in this series. And Genji's still in a very rough position. 3 half armors, a Spectre in hand for Munchkin.
अब हो जाए एक टेढ़ा अल्ट.
Same strategy set up. His
Kitchen से
texture
लेके side
is
तक.
way over. Back yellow, stealth drone spotting nothing. Some shots out and Monyet!
4v5.
Finding him through the wall. Texture dead on the floor.
They dug into that well too many times. RRQ's got the read on it. So you got to try something different, and this time they are. They're going to rewrap. They're going to rotate. Foxy over towards the belt, but they're going to be at a man disadvantage, and they're going to be potentially facing Jemkin's operator.
And they can't even try to recover the weapon.
वाइपर को दे रहे
It was
ताकि
too far
अल्ट ऑफ
gone.
मिल जाए
They're
प्लांट
piling
पे.
in to the weaker setup as far as numbers are concerned, but like you
Jemkin
said,
के पास
that
ऑफ है
operator is in
bro.
hand for Jemkin. And the man can be absolutely deadly with it for now. Position going to be forced away.
30 seconds.
Never get it, flushing him back. Monyet dropping down the salvos to be waited out. The spike now
Alt?
planted. Xfero, however, on the
फिर जगह पूछी देखो
flank.
चट.
Have they read it? The answer's no. He strikes. Ash taken down. 3 players. 2 now remaining. Just the one.
ये suppress
It's all
हुआ,
it
अल्ट भी
counts,
नहीं मार
and he
पाया.
cannot find it. Xfero
What
with the
the
3K gets RRQ their first ever trophy in VCT Pacific history. The King of Kings. Long may they reign. They are your stage 1 champions.
Surely this time, and there is no doubt about it now,
क्या करना है?
3-1
Ball
will be the
present,
score
get
that
full
RRQ
angry
brings.
on and no going easy.
And they have
ठीक
done
है.
it. Finally,
ठीक है.
finally. So many close calls, so many times denied by this team on the other side of the stage from getting to bigger and bigger moments. And
मजा
now
आ गया
it's
बे
their
लेकिन कुछ भी
turn.
बोलो भाई.
Now they have claimed the
मजा आ
stage
गया.
1 VCT Pacific Trophy.
हाँ मजा आ गया भाई.
Anytime they come to face Genji in the future, Genji might try to say,
Deserving.
all that RRQ need reply with is 3-1. The trophy is theirs, that number 1 seed out of Pacific over to
गुस्से वाला फेस डालने दो. हेलो. मेरे को एक बात बता, बाहर का एसी किसके लिए ऑन रखा है तूने? नहीं बंद किया तूने यार. नहीं, कौन सा रिमोट का बैटरी चेक किया क्या? बंद था, आई मीन चालू था. हमको ऑलरेडी बिल इतना ज्यादा आ रहा है. हाँ, ये सब नहीं चाहिए. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट टाइम अभी बोल रहा हूँ मैं. मैं भड़का हुआ एकदम। ठीक है, सॉरी बोला, माफ किया। क्या कर रही है? शॉपिंग किया तूने? करती हूँ बाय, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। क्या करती हूँ बाय? फोन काट दिया। ये गुस्सा है, गुस्सा था भाई। फोन ही काट दिया। भाई मेरे से नहीं होता भाई गुस्सा भाई। सोचा सॉरी बोल दिया तो मैं कैसे भड़कू? एक्सक्यूज मी माय फ्रेंड्स।
걸렸습니다. 팀 창단 후 국제대회 진출과 결승 진출 그리고 끝내 우승을 차지했습니다. 퍼시픽의 새로운 시대가 열렸습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ.
टीम आगा।
네.
मैं फुल भड़का हूँ।
RRQ의 선수들과 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 엑스페로 선수에게 질문을 하겠는데요. RRQ가 팀
चलो।
사상 첫
अभी ये सब इंटरव्यू देखो तुम लोग। मैं जा रहा हूँ गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, आदियोस, शेड में पादियोस। मेरे को बस आधे घंटे का काम है, वो करता हूँ। स्ट्रीम होएगा नहीं होएगा, जॉर्ड गैंग होएगा नहीं होएगा, ये सब आपको मालूम पड़ेगा 7 बजे। अगर मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं किया, आई एम प्रिटी श्योर गोल्डी भाई तो ज़रूर स्ट्रीम करेंगे, तो प्लीज़ गोल्डी भाई का स्ट्रीम देख लेना, ठीक है? या फिर अन्ना भी रहेंगे, किसका भी देख लेना, ठीक है? अगर मैंने नहीं किया तो, अगर मैंने किया तो मैं मेंबर्स ओनली आऊँगा। ऑब्वियसली नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पाऊँगा क्योंकि मेरे को इसके बाद एक और वॉच पार्टी का स्ट्रीम करने का है। सो आई कैन नॉट डू 3 नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम्स इन अ डे। वैसे नोटिफिकेशन आना बंद हो गया, ठीक है? तो मिलते हैं गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, आदियोस, चेडी में पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी या, लव यू, स्टे हैप्पी, स्टे हेल्दी, बाय बाय एवरीबॉडी, बाय बाय, बाय बाय, मिलते हैं। आदियोस आदियोस, चटकोस चटकोस।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. You deserve better than